Madam Deputy Clerk, the time is 7 p.m. I'm going to call this public planning meeting to order. Town of Aurora acknowledges that the Anishinaabe lands on which we live and work are the traditional treaty territory of the Chippewas of Georgina Island, as well as many other nations whose presence here continues to this day. As the closest First Nation community to Aurora, we recognize the special relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and as a municipality, we join them in these responsibilities. We further acknowledge that Aurora is part of the treaty lands of the Mississaugas and Chippewas recognized through Treaty Number 13, as well as the Williams Treaties of 1923. A shared understanding of the rich cultural heritage that has existed for centuries and how our collective past brought us to where we are today will help us walk together into a better future. Council, can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gallo, comments, questions? Council, we are on e-scribe, so I'll call the vote. Councillor Gardner's a yes. Councillor Gilliland. Nope, still not through. Councillor Gilliland. Councillor Gilliland's a yes. That carries. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Well, welcome to Aurora's public planning meeting. Purpose of this public meeting is to inform the public and obtain public input regarding the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications. For the planning application that will be considered by council tonight, the following process will occur. 1, the applicant will be given an opportunity to make a presentation and address issues raised in the staff report or public concerns already filed. 2, following these presentations, members of the public will be invited to offer their comments or concerns respecting the item virtually or in person and may speak twice for up to 5 minutes each time. 3, following comments from members of the public, I will then ask members of council for their comments. It is very important that the town receive the correct names and addresses of individuals having an interest in the planning applications. Therefore, if you plan to speak to council at this meeting, or if you wish to be notified of any further council or committee meetings concerning the application being considered, you must complete a planning interested party and speaker request form available on the town's website at aurora.ca/planning notices, or contact Planning and Development Services by email at planning@aurora.ca, or you can complete a green interested party form, which is up at the front there, I believe. Just show that, Emily, thank you. And leave it with our committee coordinator sitting at the front. Under the Planning Act, the applicant or residents have the right to appeal any decision of council on a planning application to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but you must verbally express any comments or concerns here tonight or submit any comments or concerns in writing to the town prior to council adopting an amendment. The tribunal may dismiss all or part of an appeal made in respect of an application. This public meeting is being audio and video recorded. Names, addresses, comments, and any other personal information are being recorded according to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. This will help our town clerk prepare accurate minutes and to create a record that is available to the general public, including the town's website. Questions about this collection should be directed to the town of Clerk, Town of Aurora. I will now ask Deputy Town Clerk to confirm that notification to the public occurred as required by the Planning Act. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Respecting item 5.1, zoning bylaw amendment application, Regional Municipality of York, 14452 Yonge Street, file number ZBA-2022-04. A notice of public planning meeting was provided and mailed to all addressed property owners within a 250-meter radius of the subject lands, published in the local newspapers, posted on the town's website and the Aurora newspaper on January 25th, 2024, and posted on signage on the property by the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. I will now ask the applicants to begin with their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff. Before I introduce our team,
I'm sorry to interrupt. If I can just get you, there's a little button there. It raises the podium. And
oh,
yeah, if you just hit that button, you'll raise it a little bit
Isn't
higher,
that
get it
fancy?
closer. There we go. We just want to make sure everyone can hear you.
fantastic.
Perfect. Thank you.
The wonders of technology. Before I introduce our team from York Region and the consulting team, I did very much want to indicate our appreciation for all the members of the public, community members that have shown up today. I apologize, I'm talking to you with my back turned. I don't like the arrangement, but it is what it is. But thank you very much for your attendance today. We know this is a very important proposal within the town of Aurora. Worked very hard to bring it to this point, and looking forward to bring it forward. And we're happy to take the comments and concerns that we hear tonight and continue to make our improvements. With us here, there's an extensive group from York Region and from the consulting team. Certainly from our end indicates the importance of this project. We have with us Aaron Mahoney, the Chief Administrative Officer with York Region, Catherine Chislett, Commissioner of Community Health and Services. Also within York Region Housing Services, we have Karen Antonio Hadcock, Acting General Manager of Housing Services, Gabriel Wong, Director of Housing Development and Asset Strategy, Colin Simic, Housing Development Planner, Affordable Housing Development. And within Social Services, we have Kevin Powell, General Manager of Social Services. Kevin will be available for questions with respect to operational nature of the building, as well as Carmela Siap, Manager, Homelessness Community Programs. In terms of our project team tonight, myself, Scott Arbuckle with Arcadis, I'm a planner. We also have Amy Shepard, one of my associates and a planner as well, and Harry Zhu, yet another planner because 2 planners wasn't enough. Frank Park, the principal and project architect from Kearns Mancini Architects, Mohammed Delabasic, senior transportation engineer, Macintosh Perry. He can speak to any transportation questions anyone might have, as well as the rail safety analysis. And Shannon Ritchie, terrestrial ecologist with WSP with respect to the environmental work that's been done. So that is our team. Okay. To begin with, just a quick introduction on Housing York, Inc. For those who may not be aware, 7th largest nonprofit housing provider in Ontario, home to more than 4,500 residents. Certainly an experienced operator in providing community, emergency, and transitional housing, 37 facilities. A couple examples of recent facilities are shown on the left, as well as a map distribution of facilities throughout York Region. Notable within that, of course, very much is the intention that facilities are located generally and broadly throughout multiple communities, providing services as close to need as much as possible. Next slide, please. Bit of a quick introduction, Housing York and sort of the basis they work from a statutory standpoint, as well as from a site development standpoint. So legislative code that certainly is considered as alignment with provincial housing legislation, the Housing Services Act, alignment with provincial and regional local planning policies. We'll certainly have lots to talk about there today. Alignment with the Ontario Human Rights Code, also critically important. And of course, with Ontario Building Code and accessibility requirements specific to the building itself. Really what Housing York looks to is current and future housing needs, fiscal responsibility and viability, access to services and transit, and sustainable building practice with every development that they put forward. Next slide, please. So what are we talking about here tonight? I think everybody knows in a general sense, but very specifically what we're talking about is a rezoning application. Very purposefully, very carefully to articulate, it's not an official plan amendment, that the use itself is entrenched within the town's current and new official plan. It is a rezoning application that would essentially seek to turn the front of the site into special needs housing, the back of the site into environmental policy, consistent with the environmental area on the site. Generally, from a design perspective, principles incorporated with the project passive house design, LEED Gold certification, of course, CPTED, which is crime prevention through environmental design. It's how you organize sidewalks and lighting and all of those sorts of things. And then the height of the building itself within the 5-story maximum articulated within the official plan. Next slide, please. So where have we been? Where are we today? And where are we going with this? Housing York's initial planning occurred as far back as 2018. So a very long lead up period to what was a formal application that was submitted on July of 2022. The first public meeting was January of 2023. And I understand at that public meeting, although I wasn't there, I heard that there was a request of council that additional consultation occur, additional outreach to the community occur. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Applications were revised and resubmitted based on feedback we'd received from that public meeting, as well as from staff comments. There was an open house very recently at the end of January, and here we are today with our second public meeting. So what comes next in terms of process? Obviously, the matter returns to staff for consideration and preparation of a recommendation report and on to council for a decision. Next slide, please. In terms of the community outreach, again, partially at the request of council after the first public meeting, some of the things that have happened in terms of engagement. So significant amount of hand-delivered community letters, trying to raise awareness of the project itself, postcards mailed to neighbors, newspaper advertisements delivered to, as it says, 20,000 homes, digital ad campaigns, etc. A lot of the questions that we've received on the application itself, certainly along the lines of environmental considerations, the site selection process itself. Why are we here today talking about this specific site and not a different site? Proximity to site services, amenities, and transit for the intended users of the facility. Proximity to the rail corridor, which is just adjacent to the north, if people aren't aware, and a sewage pumping station, which is on the front of the site, fronting onto Yonge Street. Also, conversations about active transportation connections. Currently, there isn't anything available. The town has plans for upgrades within the next couple of years. And of course, and importantly, community safety and security concerns. Next slide, please. So under the topic of what have we been doing since the first public meeting and receipt of, again, feedback from the public, receipt of comments from various regulatory agencies, as well as the town itself. There's been additional work done from the rail safety study. Again, that individual's here tonight. If there's questions on that. Really ratcheting down on the pedestrian connectivity. So what are we doing short-term, long-term? How does the connection up into things like Aurora Promenade occur? The timing of that relative to improvements that are anticipated for Yonge Street itself. Looking at the pumping station, setback requirements, understanding what expectations, what requirements are there. Just reconfirming alignment with the new town official plan, further valuation from a site plan perspective. So that's a process that will play out subsequent to the zoning process. Having a look at additional environmental considerations, and again, trying to enhance the project communication, giving the interest in the town. So tonight, what I wanted to touch on a little bit, certainly is the planning analysis, also a little bit of policy. I'll try not to bore everyone to death on that. That usually happens when the planner starts talking about policy, but I'll keep it brief. Certainly the planning basis for the application itself, the environmental considerations, which were quite significant, and then some of the site plan details. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's where it gets a little thick. I asked people to hold on if they could and stay with me. What do we think about when we think about a project in the context of statutory authority? And statutory authority is provincial and regional, local level planning documents. From a provincial standpoint, we're guided by the provincial policy statement. Municipalities are creatures of the province, as we all know. So what does the provincial policy statement say about development in this particular instance? It talks about the efficient use of land and infrastructure, achieving transit supportive densities, keeping in mind, of course, that Yonge Street's BRT and transit oriented, providing a range and mix of housing, including affordable and supportive housing, most notably, improving social equity, relatively recent addition to the PPS, which I think is wonderful, and quality of life for people of all incomes, and creating complete communities that meet the needs of all groups and residents. That drives down into the York Region Official Plan. York Region Official Plan takes on the policy language of the provincial policy statement. What does it specifically do? Designates the site as urban, built-up area. It's located on a regional corridor and a rapid transit corridor. So you can see those provincial policy influences in the York Region Official Plan. Looking then at the Town of Aurora Official Plan, and I call it the old and the new plan, so the in effect plan as well as the new plan. What are some of the key criteria? And you can see again the drive down from provincial policy statement, encouraging a broad range of housing sizes, densities, designs, tenures, prices to meet the needs of current and future residents. Very key. It includes specifically emergency shelters, affordable housing, and special needs housing, tonight's proposal. Encouraging innovation in new residential development to address social, economic, design, environmental, and growth management. Specifically, the OP also provides special needs housing, defined as something that accommodates more than 8 occupants, is permitted in all designations, all residential designations, I should say, subject to provisions under the zoning bylaw. And that is a policy that is in the old as well as the new official plan. Next slide, please. So in terms of the zoning itself, if you look at the OP document is on your left, the zoning is correspondingly on your right. You can see that the development site on the property is designated cluster residential. Lands where emergency and transitional housing is proposed are within that cluster residential designation. And both the town's in-force official plan and the new council endorsed OP have policy language that permits special needs housing in all designations that permit a residential use. So that is included within cluster residential. As you look to the right side of the screen, mindful of the cluster residential is sort of the dotted on the left. You can see how that is corresponding to the zoning that's being proposed on the right. So the definition between the institutional residential use and the environmental policy use. There is an extensive criteria. It's policy 612 of the old OP, policy 747 in the new OP, 9 criteria that you have to look at when you're proposing special needs housing. I won't go criteria by criteria. I don't want to take up that much time tonight. Obviously, it's the view of the planning experts in the room from our side that it conforms in all areas. We can get into details if there's specific questions about that. Next slide. In terms of our planning analysis relative to the site location, a few things of note that are quite important. And this goes back to York Housing and their criteria as well for establishing facilities and housing such as this. So certainly the proximity to the Aurora Promenade, that's within 500 meters. You can see barely outlined a yellow line there. That's 500 meters travel time. That's generally accepted walking distance within proximity to a facility. The proximity and access to Yonge Street itself, and of course, importantly, natural screening and separation. So from residential properties, from rail, from Yonge Street, et cetera. Next slide. Also, in terms of surrounding land use, what we specifically looked at were some of the potentially adverse impacts on the potential development itself. So certainly from a rail corridor standpoint, ensuring that we were well beyond the provisions required by Metrolinx, and Metrolinx has signed off on that provision. Also from a noise and vibration, ensuring that we were beyond that minimum distance, and then relative to a sewage pumping station. Could I have the next slide? I'll talk about that for just a quick minute. So wanted to articulate very clearly. So the sewage pumping station is not a sewage treatment facility. So it's not a major facility under the definition of the PPS. What it is essentially an enclosed building in which the pumps themselves are housed. Very typical that you see these in proximity to residential. You see them all over Aurora due to elevation. You certainly see them all over the region and across all other regions. So here's an example just for comparison, just down the street where there's a pumping station. You can see it on the right-hand side. It's a box, it's a building, and it's about a 30-meter separation from existing residential. Next slide, please. Touching very briefly on the rail setback. As I indicated earlier, 30 meters is the minimum requirement. We're well in excess of that at 80 meters with this perspective development. Some of the examples that you see on the screen here are examples that are immediately adjacent to the site in the neighborhood. So you can certainly see those comply as well with the 30 meters as a minimum standard. Next slide, please. Touching briefly on the environmental considerations, I think it's helpful to see the transition over time. So in the top left, you see transition from 2015 to 2023 in terms of some of the development that's happening within the settlement area of the Oak Ridges Moraine. So the image on the bottom left there shows what the settlement area is, and it's that sort of gray tone. You can see existing residential, obviously, within it. The red box is the site itself. So within the settlement area, certainly encouraging a diverse development to serve the needs of the community, minimum impact, minimum encroachment on natural heritage features. So next slide, please. So key to that consideration is environmental mitigation in accordance with policy of the town, the region, Oak Ridges Moraine policy, as it applies to environmental features, ensuring that in this case, an environmental impact study was done in accordance with those policies and criteria to establish the distance separation for the buffer. And in this case, the distance separation, the vegetation protection zone, we call it, is in the range of 5 to 15 meters. It varies. Additionally, we have about half the site, 2 acres of the site that's being retained, as I said earlier, is going to be zoned for environmental protection. We've got a tree planting program that's been approved by the Conservation Authority. That's essentially doubling whatever was removed. So a total of 72 trees are being planted. Next slide, please. In terms of the site plan considerations, and again, I'll provide just a quick comment on a few areas of this. I understand, again, from the last public meeting that fencing and screening was an area of particular concern. We're advancing as site plan discussions occur, what that fencing and screening should look like. I can say, generally speaking, that Housing York is completely in the hands of the town as it applies to that. So whatever the town wishes from that perspective, we're more than happy to accommodate. So we have that. We have the ecological buffer. There's a typo there. It's 5 to 15, not 10 to 15. We've got the parking spaces that have been done in accordance with the parking study, keeping in mind that a lot of the parking is for folks who work at the facility as opposed to folks that live at the facility. And then minor details in terms of compliance with drive aisles, building entrances, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide, please. And last slide, and I promise I'll stop talking. So what we tried to do here is, what's our checklist? Have we ticked the boxes as it pertains to a zoning application? And on balance, on analysis, from a professional standpoint, I can quite confidently say that we have. So we look at the consistency with provincial policy statement and legislation. We look at conformity with the town official plan. Again, we're within the cluster residential. Special needs housing is permitted within that. We're within the height permissions as well. The technical issues that I've been talking about up to this point, have largely been resolved. We're into obviously further detail as it applies to site plan design as we move through that process with the town. And then specifically relative to the site location, its size and design. So we have the availability of transit, we have the availability of services, employment opportunities, amenities. We're in a location with a relatively eclectic mix of housing typologies. We've complied with all of the setback requirements relative to zoning performance standards. And then there's a substantial provision of tree canopy and landscaping. And that, I believe, is my last slide. Thank you for your indulgence on the time for the presentation. Again, I know it's an important item. We're happy to take questions now or.
Yeah, thank you.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'm going to move into the public portion of this meeting. But first, yep. Go ahead, Councilor. Oh, I'll get you. Go ahead.
Just some clarity. We normally have staff do a presentation. Actually, they normally have staff do a presentation prior to the applicant. Will we be having that? And if not, why? Why is this any different?
Mr. Romano?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor, we typically do provide a brief overview of the planning application and the policy context. Seeing that this is our second meeting and a number of registered delegates that need to speak, we pass on that because we have reviewed Mr. Arbuckle's presentation, and he essentially provided an overview that would have been in our presentation, similar to the one that we provided last January.
Councilor? Okay, so I will move to the public portion, but before I begin, just want to let everyone know whether you are in favor of the development or not, please ensure that any comments provided are legitimate land use considerations, such as location, size, setback, traffic, and parking requirements, just to name a few. I will interrupt and remind you if your delegation includes comments that are not land use considerations. Also, if any comments are made in a disrespectful way towards residents, future residents, or anyone here tonight, including members of council, I will be forced to turn off the mic and move to the next speaker. I understand that everyone is passionate about this issue, but I will ask everyone to always remain respectful. Also, if everyone can refrain from clapping or making any other noises so that we can get through this meeting efficiently and effectively, that would be appreciated. We are in for a long night, everyone. And I'm sure that you all want to hear not only what each of every one of you have to say, but also what every member of council has to say and the decision that we are going to make tonight. So, as far as for speaking perspectives, when you are called to speak, please come up to the mic, state your name, the municipality you live in, and you will have 5 minutes. There will be a chime when you have 1 minute left, and an additional chime once your 5 minutes are up. I will also be announcing who is on deck. So if I do call your name and you're next, if you can please just come to the center and just get ready to come up to the mic after the speaker is finished, okay? We all understand what we're doing tonight? I'm not gonna have to shut off the mic. All right, let's hope not. So first up, I have Emile Levine. Emile? Is Emile here? Oh, you're coming up. Okay. And then next I have Joyce, who is electronically, and she's going to be coming. Okay. Emile, welcome. You have 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
All righty. Thank you to the chair and committee for providing me with an opportunity to speak. My name is Emily Leving. I was born and raised in Aurora, living here a little over 30 years. I know Aurorans to be compassionate and kind human beings. My loved ones and I have played community sports in every corner of this town. My sister, who has a developmental disability, has accessed community supports and been welcomed and loved in our local schools. I've seen this community be more generous and empathetic than I could have ever imagined. I've always spoken about Aurora with pride. However, the reason I'm here before you today is because I am disappointed by my community's response. When I first heard that the proposed emergency and transitional housing site would be situated in Aurora, I thought it was a perfect fit in terms of location, accessibility, and most importantly, because of the accepting nature of this community. I'm honestly shocked by how vehemently opposed some community members are for this site, a housing site that seeks to support our most vulnerable individuals. I understand the concerns, as prior to working with folks experiencing homelessness, I also was unaware and frankly ignorant to the complexities of homelessness. The most fundamental thing that I've learned doing the work I do is that the line between being housed and unhoused is so very thin. I think that most folks assume that the factors that lead to homelessness include mental health concerns, addictions, interaction with the criminal justice system, and the list goes on. And while those are factors that can contribute to experiencing homelessness, I also know many folks that are housed that have mental health challenges, folks that are housed that struggle with substance use, that are housed that have had interactions with the police and the courts. In my opinion, the most crucial difference between being housed and unhoused is a support system. Personally, if I were to lose my job tomorrow and did not have a support system to fall back on, I would not have enough money to stay housed in this economy. I too.
Mel, I don't mean to interrupt, but I said from the beginning, land use planning. So if you do have some remarks from a land use planning perspective, I'd appreciate it. No, please, no. I'm holding everyone to the exact same standard. So I'll have a little flexibility. I'll allow you to continue, but please, if we can just deal with land use planning, this is a planning.
I'm almost done. And
Okay.
I'm speaking to the use of the land for support for folks who need it. So, I guess.
I know.
Okay. Well, I'm almost finished.
Okay.
I'm lucky. I'm lucky to have a support system. I'm lucky that my loved ones are in a situation where they can support me if I need it. And that's what it is. Luck. There's no inherent reason why I have a support system and some folks don't. Obviously, this is a much more complex and nuanced conversation. It truly does boil down to support systems. And that's what this emergency and housing site is. The land that is going to be used for a support system for those who do not have one. A safe place where our most vulnerable can find safety and security and all the basic human rights like shelter, food, and water that we all take for granted. And I strongly believe that Aurora is the perfect location because, as our town slogan states, you're in good company.
Thank you, Emil. Joyce? And just remind everyone, please, land use planning. I do not want to have to cut people off. Please. This is that's right, public planning. About land use, Councillor.
Hello.
Go ahead, Joyce.
Hi.
You have 5 minutes.
Hey, my name is Joyce Deitch and I'm from the town of Aurora. I have lived opposite a homeless shelter for a few months last summer. And with this experience, I would urge you to make the approval of the proposed emergency and transitional housing shelter as well integrated into the community of the town of Aurora as possible. And I urge you to make sure that these 4 areas at a minimum are addressed when planning for its successful implementation. Aurora Council, in consultation with York Region and the future operator of the shelter, should have a strategy and a plan to communicate and support this proposed shelter so that it integrates successfully into the community and makes a good impression for the general public at the entranceway to the town. This should involve, but is not limited to, a good neighbor agreement, spelling out expectations between the shelter and the residential business community nearby, and the establishment of a community liaison committee that is with residents and business owners and members of the shelter. The shelter should have an accompanying, number 2, should have an accompanying emergency services strategy and plan. And while there is currently a York Region community safety and well-being plan, it's not specific to the shelter. And I think there should be a plan for the shelter specifically. Number 3, there may be a drop-in at the proposed men's emergency and transitional housing site that would be open to any York Region residents that identifies as male. Typically, drop-in programming operates during the daytime and early evening hours. My concern on this one is that where will the drop-in homeless men go at the end of the evening if there's no bed and if they don't meet the criteria to be admitted? Perhaps if this is still part of the shelter, the drop-in component, perhaps Aurora Council should consider a phased-in approach for the drop-in component contingency when the rest of the emergency and transitional components are proven to be successfully implemented, preferably after, for example, after a duration of at least a year of successful operations of the shelter. Certainly not from the start would be my recommendation. And number 4, there should be an agreement between the town of Aurora and York Region that's negotiated and spelling out the responsibilities each must follow regarding the shelter. This must include what happens when there are violations of good neighbor agreement. The York Region Town of Aurora agreement must involve public input before being finalized. I learned of this concept because there was such an agreement that was drafted up between the town of Whitby and the Durham region. And this agreement has now started to circulate to other communities that are trying to have shelters in their communities. So it's a starting point that I think really needs to be in place when this shelter is going forward. Many of the shelters that York Region have in place have integrated well in the community, but the location of this one is very public. It's on transit, which may bring homeless people in from elsewhere, as well as allowing homeless people to use transit to go to employment from the shelter. It has close proximity to stores and residents, and I think this is now the time to be proactive so that basically everyone in the community, whether it's the homeless people, citizens, or workers, are all considered as part of this plan going forward. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Next, I have Jose Aredes. And on deck, Nisha Shavich. Jose, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, councilors, mayor. My name is Jose Arias. I'm a resident of Ward 3 in Aurora. I'm here to tell you why I opposed to having the men's shelter. A bit about myself. I was born and raised in Toronto community housing. My father left us when I was young. My environment was full of gang violence, drugs, dependency on the government. I joined the Canadian military at 17, served in Afghanistan from 2008 to 2009 on the infamous Hyena Road, the birthplace of the Taliban. I've seen a lot of death, lost friends while over there. Coming back, several of my brothers in arms had suffered from PTSD, suicide attempts, drug abuse, and my wife and I opened up our homes to help and provide clean environment to these individuals to help them. Unfortunately, after several attempts, they did not want to help themselves, turned their backs on me and my wife, and haven't spoken to these individuals since. Last I heard, they've improved their lives on their own. I'm also a breathwork facilitator and assist people who are suffering from trauma, anxiety, depression, and need of self-reflection, motivation to improve their lives for the better. I am also a police officer. Growing up in a violent environment where I can have become the opposite of what I am today, I made it a career in helping those in need, whether it is on Canadian soil or overseas. So I'm not opposed to helping those in need, but my experience has shown me that those who are in need to help themselves and must be willing to do so. Regrettably, my interactions with the shelters I encounter in my line of work are seldom positive. More often than not, when we engage in the shelter staff, it is seek out individuals wanted for various offenses, many of which are violent in nature, such as assaults with weapons and robberies, etc. However, when we identify these individuals to the staff, they often refuse to assist us. While we do not desire such strained interactions with the shelter staff, this unfortunate reality persists.
Jose, I don't mean to interrupt, but if we can get to land use planning, I have to hold everyone to the same standard.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm almost done. While at work, I offer many of the homeless individuals a ride to the shelter of their choice to get a warm bed and meal. The majority of them refuse the offer as they do not follow the curfew, the rules of the shelter, do not want to get their items stolen, assaulted, or avoid ongoing drug usage inside the shelters, as they want to get clean. And when I offer them to look for work, they refuse. Some walk around harassing families in the park, frightening children, breaking the cars, homes, and harassing members of the public. I have arrested many because of it. Of course, not all. These individuals need help. Yes, I agree. But at work, I also come across many recovering addicts who have been clean for years. We try to help them and have said time and time again, you have to let them hit rock bottom or they will never learn how to help themselves. Most of these individuals are suffering from childhood trauma. Most of us here, including yourselves, have dealt with some sort of trauma in one way or another. However, we figured it out on our own and become stronger because of it. Have those individuals go to a local community center, the town hall, libraries, other government facilities. You should incentivize businesses to hire these individuals, and you'll see which individuals truly want to help themselves. As the great Dr. Thomas Sowell stated, when you want to help people, you tell them the truth. When you want to help yourself, you tell them what they want to hear. Thank you.
Please. Risha. And then I have Ishan Hassani, which is joining us electronically next. Risha, floor is yours.
Everyone, the proposed location for the shelter is not suitable. The density on this property is 0. OP 834 requires that a legal agreement is in place when the density is transferred to ensure that the land will remain in an undeveloped and natural form in perpetuity. The town has failed to meet the requirements of this section as there is no legal agreement in place. The fact that the development is within a cluster residential and the use is institutional is irrelevant. That if the town took the appropriate steps at the time the density went to 0, there would be a legal binding agreement in place, and any development on these lands would be a breach of that agreement. This property is located within the settlement area of the Oak Ridges Moraine, but this does not mean that we need to develop every inch of this property. This slide on the PowerPoint shows the drip line for the significant woodlands in blue, the 30-meter buffer in purple, and the 10-meter buffer in red. The yellow shows some of the areas when the buffer has been reduced to less than 10 meters. These significant woodlands were discovered and documented for the first time by York Region's consultant in its environmental impact study. To be clear, these significant woodlands are not limited to the environmental protection area and its buffer as classified under the official plan. It also includes the woodland right up to the blue highlighted dripland and all of the woodland on the property. The Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan prohibits development within the significant woodland and its 30-meter buffer. York Region is trying to reduce this buffer to 5 meters by providing an environmental impact study and seeking approval from the Conservation Authority. Next slide, please. This site is not within the regulation area of the Conservation Authority, so why is the town relying so heavily on their input? The town must remember that the comments from the Conservation Authority are advisory for this site. During the last public planning meeting, Mr. Mayor asked a very specific question about the 10-meter buffer for the significant woodlands. The response from the planning department was that the Conservation Authority was satisfied with a 10 to 15-meter buffer. I want to point out that the buffer has been reduced to 5 to 15 meters, not 10 to 15 meters. Correct factual information must be provided during this public meeting process, especially information provided directly by the planning department. Additionally, this property is located on Block Plan F, where ecological buffers must be a minimum of 10 meters. Environmental impact studies cannot be used to reduce the buffer to less than 10 meters, as this conflicts with OPA 38. Block F is part of OPA 38 as approved by the Ontario Municipal Board, which has been consolidated into OPA 34. If there is any conflict between OPA 34 and OPA 38, OPA 38 shall govern. The Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan requires an environmental impact study to demonstrate that development or site altercation will have no adverse effects on the significant woodlands. Similar wording of no negative impacts is required under the provincial policy statement. The environmental impact study does not meet this extremely high threshold, as it states negative impacts are not anticipated. This may seem like a minor distinction, but this is a legal test. And even the slightest difference in words will have a profound impact on the conclusions that can be drawn. If York Region's consultant believed there would be no negative impacts, then they should have written that. Also, York Region is relying on cash in lieu compensation as part of its mitigation measures. This is a conflict of interest for the Conservation Authority, as it is approving a reduced buffer at the same time collecting $23,000 for the removed trees. More importantly, the ecological offsetting policy mitigation hierarchy was not followed. Number one on the hierarchy is to avoid, and this could have been done by changing the project location. Finally, the environmental study that York Region is relying on is outdated, as the majority of site visits were completed in 2018, with the most recent in 2021. Next slide, please. I would like to conclude with a quote from York Region in its June 13th, 2019 report. The construction of the sewage pumping station on the site will create minimal disturbance to the surrounding vegetation and protect the Oak Ridges moraine land from further development. This is clearly not the case, and York Region is proposing to do the exact opposite. York Region must consider alternative locations instead of trying to skirt around the policies in the Oak Ridges moraine. Thank you.
Everyone, please. Do we have a Sean? Please, everyone. Is Sean Hassani? No. Daniela Atala? Daniela? Daniela? Coming? Yep. Okay, Daniela's coming. And up next is Tanya Zira. No, I'm not sure which one. Is it Daniela?
No,
No,
Tanya.
I got Daniela first. So just, you're up next, Tanya. No, someone said she was coming. Is there no Daniela? Going once, going twice. Tanya, you're up. And I got Daniel DeZuru. Probably said it wrong. Sorry, Daniel.
Hello, and thank you to the and fellow residents of Aurora, and I can see it's a full house tonight. I'm Tanya Sherry. I'm a resident of Aurora. I live in Southwest Aurora, right on the GO line tracks. I have several points to make, but my main point, which the person that just presented did so eloquently, and it is about the assessment of additional sites that were made or not made for the location. I want to just acknowledge that I care deeply for the importance of caring for the most vulnerable people in our communities. And the site is vital to caring for our members of our community. So I am deeply concerned that where is the multi-site assessment? I have asked York Region for it, Mr. Mayor and council members, but I haven't received a response. I got an email from them stating that the site has been selected. That's not an answer. This is a due process system. And I can hear that in the planning that's gone into ensuring that this site gets built. But I am concerned about the due process that must be taken to assess the proper site for the location of this building, which will house some of the most vulnerable members of our society. I am also deeply concerned as a resident of Aurora for the environmental safety of the lands that we have, the lands that we're supposed to be caring for as per our First Nation promises to our First Nations peoples. Without due process, we're undermining the trust that us, the taxpayers, have in the systems that give us what we need to survive in our communities. York Region, our council, and our mayor. This is undermining the trust we have in you during this vital decision-making process, this selection of the site. You must listen to this. Undermining these kinds of processes is extremely dangerous to our democracy and what we create is a peaceful community. This room is filled for a reason. During this planning process, I'm just as a member of this community advocating to ensure that their voices are heard, especially around selecting the right site and ensuring there was a multi-site consideration. What were the other sites and are they actually better? That's it. Thank you for your time tonight. And thank you for all the community members who have come out to support this. whether you agree with it or not, it's so important that we see everyone here of all ages, of all representation from our community. I'm so appreciative of that. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Tanya. Please, everyone. Thank you, Tanya. Daniel. Next up, I have Kat Lee. Daniel, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, let me get the mics down.
All right, we'll start that again. All right.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. My name is Daniel Durzo, and I live in South Aurora. For reasons that follow, I respectfully submit that this proposal be voted down. This proposal does not align with the principles of good planning that are essential for the sustained growth and well-being of our community and our future residents, primarily due to major concerns from a traffic and safety perspective and the feasibility of the proposed location. The proposal remains unchanged since the public planning meeting in January 2023 and falls short on multiple fronts, from density to access design, traffic implications, safety, and environmental concerns. York Region itself has guidelines for transportation access onto its regional roads for new developments. The main principles for site access include ensure safety for all road users, prevent and minimize conflicts and collisions, congestion management through adequate intersection spacing, accommodate all modes of transportation, auto, walking, cycling, transit, and ensure access for the new development will not negatively impact the regional transportation system. Where is this analysis? This analysis should include appropriateness of the proposed location and consider the following: intersection operation, corridor capacity and traffic, analysis for existing and future conditions, sight lines, and importantly, analysis including potential hazards for pedestrians and cyclists. The only access for this location is on Yonge Street, a major regional corridor, in between traffic lights and industrial less than 100 meters away and the intersection at Butternut Ridge Trail. This access must remain unsignalized given the proximity to Industrial Parkway as per York Region's minimum guidelines for a new intersection. If the region is relying on old data from the infrequent use of the access to the pumping facility and not considering the safety implications from the more frequent use of this proposed shelter or waiting for rezoning, this is woefully inadequate and short-sighted. Ingress and egress at this location during all hours while operating as a 24/7 facility poses significant issues and hazards. From a practical standpoint, the unsignalized access to this location is too close to the intersection and Industrial Parkway. The speed limit on Yonge is 60 kilometers an hour, and there's a risk of inadequate stopping distance on Yonge Street. Sightlines are obstructed. Given that Yonge Street is a regional corridor and recognized as a rapid transit corridor, left turns in and left turns out will likely be prohibited. But if permitted, this still causes safety concerns turning in and out of this location. Because of this access point can only be right turn in and right turn out, then this will cause significant issues with increased collisions. Imagine the scenario of staff or service workers wanting to go northbound on Yonge Street from this location. They would have to turn right onto Yonge, southbound, and make a U-turn to go northbound on Yonge. A northbound vehicle would have to make a U-turn at Industrial Parkway to come back to this site. Will center medians on Yonge Street have to be constructed to avoid these maneuvers? Emergency access will also have to have limitations. These all pose significant safety concerns for motorists, cyclists, pedestrians, and the residents of the proposed facility. This simply cannot be considered good planning. The region has not completed a traffic study as part of their application for this proposal, and I fail to see why, given the guidelines they require other developments to follow. The only reason can be a negative inference that this location is not feasible. With no other locations proposed, a factual objective comparison cannot be done. This leaves too many unanswered questions. The Aurora Master Plan Transportation Study, can we go to the next slide? Thank you. The Aurora Master Plan Study from December 2020 identified the intersections of Yonge and Edwards and Yonge and Henderson Drive amongst its most dangerous for motor vehicle collisions. With developments north of Henderson already approved for intensification and the expansion of the Metrolinx tracks, all these future projects in the works in or around the same time can turn out to be the perfect storm and will create a significant impasse in the South Aurora, creating an increased safety risk for all residents. Density issues aside, the scale and design of all institutional uses shall be functionally compatible and are able to blend visually with adjacent uses and with the natural environment. Vehicular access to all institutional uses shall be located and designed to discourage vehicular traffic from intruding into local residential neighborhoods. The proposal includes a 30-vehicle parking lot and bicycle parking, access roads to the shelter and pumping station, and a loading area for maintenance services. The amount of driveway, parking lot, and access proposed is significant. The subject property is situated within a wellhead protection area and contains a highly vulnerable aquifer. Best management practices for the application, storage, and/or handling of road salt on private roadways, parking lots, and pedestrians' walkways is required. This proposal does not address these concerns adequately. Planning decisions must take into account, next slide, please. I'm sorry. Thank you. Planning decisions must take into account factors like traffic flow, safety requirements, and access to amenities. Zoning plays a crucial role in community planning by guiding the overall development of an area.
Can I ask you to wrap up, Daniel?
Can I take?
I'll give you 10 seconds.
Okay. One of the keys to good planning is to continue the distinctive community identity and heritage character of the area through a low intensity pattern, which blends with and reinforces the natural landscape of the residential precinct. I question whether the council would approve any institutional development at this proposed site, such as a long-term care facility, given the concerns outlined from a planning perspective that takes into consideration density, traffic, safety, preservation of the environmentally sensitive area, and also the proximity of the Metrolinx tracks. If the answer is that similar proposed developments is not suitable for this location, then voting this proposal down is not discriminatory, but it's based on good planning. Planning cannot be done in a vacuum, and a one-size-fits-all approach to planning specifically for this proposal simply does not work. I urge you, Mayor and Council, to make your decision objectively based on the aforementioned planning principles.
Thank you. Key Cat. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. Key Cat. And then next up, we have Dennis Hunt. One sec. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. I come here tonight to speak against the proposed shelter on the site. And I understand that the 5-story facility we're talking about tonight is a replacement, going to replace the Porter Place, a shelter operated by the Blue Door at 18838 Highway 11, which is the Yonge Street in Holland Landing, e.g. East Gillenby, and for which I have prepared 2 slides talking about this old place, so to speak. The ladies before me asked about the multi-site request, which we never heard and come to know. So I started to look at what's wrong with the old site. And let's have a look at the old site, see why do we have to move a group of people. When we move houses, we always move to a better location, not to a worse location. So that's why I want to dwell in my second part. My first part is, earlier this month, I was so happy to hear the announcement from our mayor. And he said that recent acquisition of parkland by the town of Aurora, approximately 16 acres property at 14378 Yonge Street is now under the ownership of the town of Aurora. And he proudly said that council unanimously approved the acquisition of this valuable assets for a total sum of $3,170,000 plus a land transfer tax of $59,875. It's wonderful because he said that these 16-acre properties will contribute significantly to the expansion of the much-needed parkland space and trail walk for our growing community, because here we see we are growing and the people are building houses here everywhere. So obviously, people coming to the men's shelter will come from all walks of life. And there will be some 18 years old to 35 years old. That being said, we are not against any of these people. What we are worried about is we know that some are good people who need the shelter, but they will be coming from all walks of life. And surely some will be suffering from certain mental health issues, or even worse, such as alcoholism. And the proposed men's shelter to this new parkland area, when you pay so much money, $3 million to acquire parkland, in the meantime, you put a men's shelter right in the middle of it, it doesn't make sense. And today I read in Saskatoon, way out in the west, there's a community, same as here, 300 people crowding in a small gym. Why? Because they were opposed against a men's shelter. And the single mother also worried because they fear for the safety of the children.
Mr. Lee, I don't mean to interrupt, but can
Okay,
you
all
back
right.
through the chair and then also
Okay,
if we
can I
stick
have
to
the
planning,
slide
please.
about the Holland Landing? I just have to compare the old site and the new site. This Holland Landing here, the first slide you can, okay, can I have the first slide first, please? Okay, we can see the Holland Landing here, right beside it is the Potter Place. I understand the resident there will be moving over to our new shelter. And you see there's Costco there, there's Silver Cinema there, there's Walmart there. You name it, it's a lot of facilities, a lot of shops around there, Starbucks, everything. And on top of it, the location there is getting busier and busier by the day. And there's a transportation of the old site, have bus service by Go Transit, Route 68, and York Region Transit Route number 5. So it's quite good. And there's a food pantry here. And if you move over to the next slide, quickly, see, this is the EG City revitalization for the Yonge Street area. You can see on the top right there, there's a public library and hosting a food pantry for families and individuals in need. Information and employment support, housing assistance, and other community services will also be available. The pantry is held at the Holland Landing Community Center, 19513 Yonge Street, Holland Landing. If you or someone who know require this service, you can let them know. They can access the food pantry on the last Saturday of each and every month except December. And visitors will be asked a few short intake questions and be required to provide the current address and contact information. So it's close to the public library, it's close to the food pantry, and the service calendar is located right nearby, 18183 Yonge Street. And the South Lake Health Center, when you are sick, how far is it away from the Potter Place? 6.3 kilometers.
Mr.
If you
Lee,
move
can
the
I-
resident to here, it's twice as far. It's going to be 11.5 kilometers. So you see the Yonge Street revitalization area, all the houses are there. It's going to be Yonge Street there. It's going to be very busy, just next to the Potter Place.
Mr. Lee,
So
can I get you
don't
to
see the
wrap
reason
up?
to move. I'm
Yep.
sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Everyone, please. Dennis is next, and on deck is Linda Ma. Dennis, welcome.
Good evening.
Oh, one sec.
You, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak at this public planning meeting. My name's Dennis Hang, and I'm a Ward 4 resident who's been living here in Aurora for the past 17 years. And I wanted to take this opportunity to voice my support of this application. Part of my motivation today to address council is to balance out the discussion and to demonstrate that there are Aurora residents here who support this application for a men's emergency and transitional housing facility within our town borders. I want to believe that Aurora is contributing to solving the issue of, as John Taylor put it, meeting the growing needs to house people in a safe and respectful manner. And I feel like there's an opportunity cost here if we put the decision to another place or a future time. Some residents have talked about finding a better option for emergency and transitional housing. But given that opportunity cost to defer this decision to a later date, I feel that in a time of immediate need, I'm wondering if the appropriate lens is to look at the issue and not ask the question, can a better site be found? Because better is very subjective, but rather, does this site meet the stated needs given all the criteria? I think, unfortunately, there's been a lot of speakers here that have been able to provide technical expertise that I don't necessarily have here, right? I depend on the planners, the 3 planners that came here, as well as town staff to kind of pipe in with regards to that expertise, right? But what I do feel comfortable talking about is really taking a step back and trying to figure out what are we trying to accomplish here at a larger level. I appreciate the discussion that has occurred over the past year, right? And I'm really thankful to council as well as to everyone here that have come here to kind of voice different opinions so that we can get a better understanding and advocating for improvements to this application. I think that the safety concerns, the impact on the environment and the wildlife, and other issues like this are very important. But in my mind, these are issues that can be worked through. We can negotiate solutions, right? And I think the biggest thing that I'm trying to get a sense here is this an application that can actually have criteria that will be passed, that can be achieved? Or is this something that we're going through the process, but at the end of the day, we've set the bar so high that it is never achievable? I guess for me, the big thing is that I feel like these are details such as traffic, such as the safety concerns, that can be, I feel like these are details that we should be able to find a satisfactory solution so that we can produce a net positive for our community. I guess in closing, I look to the town of Aurora's official plan and its vision and how it speaks to developing a healthy, strong, and complete community. And it mentions having a full range of community services and amenities and a broad mix of building and housing types. Now, when I'm reading the official plan vision, my assumption has always been that the statement applies to everyone in the community, right? Without any qualifiers. And I guess what I'm hoping to ask from council is that whatever decision council does finally make on our behalf, I'm wondering if you can take some time to kind of frame what part of your rationale is with regards to how the decision either contributes or detracts from our official plan. Because I know that it'll help me and others in the community kind of understand how the words of our official plan will actually translate into action, or whether they're just another document that is checking off things and a performative exercise to make us feel good about ourselves and our community. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Dennis. Linda? And after Linda, Klaus, you're up next. So don't go far. Right? Well, I thought I saw someone getting up there and walking. Oh. Linda going once. Linda Ma. Here we go. Linda, welcome.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
My name's Linda. I live in nearby the planned men's shelter. I'm here today to express my opinion. So as a modern society, we need to take care of vulnerable people. But using this plan, building a shelter in Aurora and York region is not right choice. We concentrate and build a small society in which they were adversely impacting each other. 40% homeless are alcohol abuse, while 26 are drug abuse. This is a statistic everyone can check online. Concentrate homeless together will force an environment where substance abuse, criminal behaviors will become normal. And this is not, if things become normal, there's no intention to make change. Homeless will live in this shelter with food and drink, even with drugs. Why would they quit?
Linda, I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. Can I get you to come back to a planning perspective?
Right.
Please, thank you.
Yeah, so the planning perspective, which I'm saying is building this shelter in Aurora and York region is not choice. So what we should be doing, because we concentrate them. So what I'm saying is diluting them in the community. So today you can see many people, they are welcome homeless in the community. So the whole York region families, not only Aurora family, can voluntarily register to take homeless people back to the home. And in return, instead of finding this building, we should be finding the family, the York region family, which is supporting the homeless people. So for the rough estimation, if the buildings cost, they can finding a family for monthly $5,000 for 68 homeless people, so they can cover 12 years. So right now, if the people can, so we can start helping the homeless people right now instead of after 3 years later. So for homeless people, so they prefer to live alone rather than live in the York region family. They can live in the hotel, which is funded by the government. for the bed and food, not putting all of them in one hotel, but one person in one hotel. So hotel has a capacity to take care of the homeless.
Linda, and I don't mean to interrupt again. I need you to come back to planning for this specific application, please.
Yeah, plan to the specific application. My point is, if the family taking the homeless people to them home, to the hotel, they will put the rules, because no drink, no alcohol, abuse, and no criminal. So they will force they will force the homeless people to make a change, to stop drink. So that's the things we incentive, because building the shelter is not going to solve the root cause of homeless, and they will not.
Linda,
Yeah.
I apologize. I am going to have to stop you there. Okay.
I'm almost there.
No, I'm going to have to stop you there. I'm sorry. There's no planning in there. I apologize. I can't allow that type of conversation to continue. I apologize. Thank you. I'm going to go with the next speaker, Klaus. And after Klaus, Rosie Mendela, you're next, please. Klaus.
Good evening.
Go ahead,
My
you have
name
5
is
minutes.
Klaus Wernberg. I live in Aurora. I am in favor of the transitional housing facility. However, when considering what was presented by the region and what was submitted by Town of Aurora staff, there is no reference to trails in either of those presentations. The Aurora Trails Master Plan shows a grid trail parallel to the train tracks for this area running through the subject property. Access to trails and the woodlot through which trails lead can be very beneficial to persons who have to deal with anguish, as it is the case with most or with just about all homeless persons. During the public meeting in January 2023, the design for this development included a potential trail access. I was surprised then that the word potential was used, considering that the Trails Master Plan has existed for over a decade and clearly calls for that trail access on its mapping. But worse still, during the January 22 and 24 open house at the library, even that potential trail access was no longer a part of the design. So I questioned the urban planner of the consulting firm, Arcadis, about this change. He informed me that there are security reasons for no longer having such access to trails. He did not enlighten me about the nature of such security concerns. As part of the information handed out by the region during that open house, the concerns by the public that were listed included people experiencing homelessness will be accessing the trail system. And I do remember such concern being raised during the public planning meeting last year. But trails are for everybody, including homeless people. I must assume that the fact that the trail access is no longer included in the design of the facility is a result of that concern, that residents of the area do not want the experience of homeless people on their neighborhood trails. Now, I wrote this before I was able to speak to Gary Cordanis, the landscape architect for the town of Aurora, who I expected to have reviewed this plan, this proposal. So I asked Gary about why trails were not mentioned in the presentation that I have from Aurora, from the planning report. Mr. Cordanis informed me that this application was going to be reviewed in relative to the trail access, and that the trail access would be part of direct trail access would be part of the final version of the planning for the home. Now, this was a verbal assurance, but it should have appeared in the written form in the plan and the report from the planning department. So I'm bringing this to you to make sure that you know that I have a great concern that at this time, if Mr. Cardenas' verbal assurances don't come to fruition, that at this time I have to assume that the homeless people are no longer desired by the neighborhood, and hence discrimination governs the removal of the trail access. So I'll leave that with you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Klaus. Rosie, and next up I have Melissa Losko. Rosie, welcome. Just give me one sec here for you.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay, my slides are good evening, Mayor, councillors, York Region, and my fellow residents. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and have my voice heard here today. Just to be clear, I believe in helping those in need, but this is absolutely the wrong location, and I'm going to tell you why. I have 3 points I urge you to consider from a purely planning and zoning perspective and the site location. Number 1, the proximity of this proposed shelter to a major sewage pumping station. 2, that York Region has put in misleading information in their FAQ that was distributed to all residents and the communities. And 3rd, this site is actually very discriminatory against those unhoused, and I'll tell you exactly why. So as you can see on the first slide here, the location of the proposed men's shelter shares a property line with Henderson Sewage Pumping Station. I'd like to share some information about this site. The Henderson Sewage Pumping Station moves wastewater for the homes south of Henderson between Yonge Street and Bathurst Street. This area services over 4,500 residents capable of pumping 80 liters of sewage each second. For context, that's a garbage bin a second. Next slide, please. This powerful equipment costs the region over $30 million. That, without a doubt, is a major facility to me. For context, the proposed shelter costs less than this. And if you can see the diagram right behind you, that is the inner workings of the shelter, and you can see a lot of vents on the exterior. Next slide, please. Residents, staff, and visitors would need to deal with the constant noise from the operating and maintaining of this equipment. While the building is located 34 meters from the sewage pump, the location of the lot requires all visitors to pass the equipment at close range every time they enter or exit the facility. I appreciate that measures will be taken to limit emissions from the sewage pump, but you don't have to travel far to confirm for yourself that sewage equipment stinks, especially during the warmer seasons. Hydrogen sulfide is an invisible gas with the smell of rotten eggs, commonly emitted from these sewage stations. Even low exposures can cause fatigue, loss of appetite, headaches, irritability, poor memory, and dizziness. Next slide, please. There is a reason why Ontario and the provincial policy statement stating that major facilities in sensitive lands used shall be planned and developed to avoid any potential adverse effects from odor, noise, and other contaminants. Unlike building a sewage pump, this is not a situation where no other alternative location could have gone. Next point. Next slide, please. York Region points to other sewage pumping stations that are close to residences, and they did it this morning in their earlier today in their opening remarks. They showed us a picture of a condo-owned pump located on Butternut Ridge, right across from my house. If you guys have ever traveled, though, you'll know that size of a pump is about a closet compared to the actual major facility sewage pump that is more like the size of a house. So to me, I think that comparison is dishonest and misleading, and it makes me very skeptical about what other claims that York Region has made to that effect.
Please, everyone. Everyone, please.
Jacqueline, there's another presentation that I submitted as well with this, if you can pull that up. I would My last point is I'd also like to speak to the fact that this proposed location actually discriminates against the unhoused in both fact and perception. What else, I ask you, would you put in this location? A daycare? An apartment building? A nursing home? If the answer is no other population would go in there, I think the answer is very clear. York Region study indicated noise and train tracks is above the allowable limits. And guess what their solution was? Keep the windows closed. There is no recreational area or space around that area, and people can't go outside to relax because guess what? It's too loud and it smells like rotten eggs. At a recent Aurora Parks and Rec meeting on January 18th, there was conversation about the adjacent property purchased by the town and the use of it. The conversation came up about a peace garden. The town representative said the property would be quite inaccessible. They need to consider the proximity to train tracks, and there are no services near the location for those experiencing grief. And to be clear, that is for a peace garden. So please take that in for a second. Yet we want to put in many, many men to live here. So I request for the mayor of the town to please consider these considerations I've laid out and vote down this proposal, and let's find a decent location for the shelter.
Please, everyone. Thank you, Rosie. Melissa? And after Melissa, I have Fiona Durant up next. Melissa, welcome. And you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Maracus and members of council. It's nice to see you all again. My name is Melissa Losco. I'm a resident of South Aurora. I'd like to start off by saying that I'm glad to see so many people here tonight that care about this cause and want to actively help out and get involved. While I agree that this initiative is imperative and of high importance, I do believe that more time and consideration should have been spent to find a more suitable location for a men's emergency and transitional homeless shelter. I do not believe that this location passes the test of the site selection criteria that should have been considered when making an important decision as to where a shelter should be built. The selection of a homeless shelter should meet the same standards as a school, church, community center, and should promote the personal, spiritual, and professional growth of these residents. A site selection should consider the following, but not limited to: proximity to services, capacity and expansion potential, community integration, and outdoor amenities. Starting with proximity to services, this includes healthcare, mental health services, job training facilities, government assisted offices, and employment. These services can greatly benefit the shelter's occupants. Next slide, please. This proposed location does not meet this standard. As you'll see indicated on this map, anywhere marked with an X, most, if not all, of the surrounding commercial plazas to this proposed location have been sold off to developers and will eventually become new residential subdivisions as a solution to the housing crisis we are currently facing. This inevitably will impact any nearby employment opportunities and community-based social and medical services that these residents require. Capacity and expansion potential. The site proposed should not only accommodate the immediate need in terms of space and facilities, however, also allow for potential expansion as demands change. This proposed location, as shown on this map, will make it impossible to expand this shelter and only be a Band-Aid solution for what we all know is a growing need. Community integration. It's important to select a location that fosters a positive interaction between shelter residents and the surrounding community. This location does not offer this integration opportunity, as a shelter is located and isolated deep in the woods and in a community that is removing employment and medical resources that are imperative for reintegration. Community integration is more than just providing a shelter. It's about ensuring that individuals have the support, resources, and opportunities to become active, contributing members of their community. Outdoor amenities contribute significantly to the well-being, rehabilitation, and quality of life to the residents. The proposed site cannot and does not account for any outdoor recreational space due to the lack of available surrounding land owned by York Region, and other factors such as the train tracks and the sewage pumping station. We should ask ourselves whether this is the highest and best value of this location to place a shelter. Next slide, please. On this slide, I want to speak about the site selection. In 2018, 2019, York Region stated that they considered and denied the Howard Johnson Hotel location. At our last public planning meeting, Melissa McEnroe, who's not here today, stated that York Region started searching for other suitable sites, and some came up and some fell through. I asked York Region again, a year later, what locations came up and what locations fell through other than the Howard Johnson Hotel? How did you determine that this proposed location in South Aurora is the best site? What have you compared this proposed location to other than the Howard Johnson Hotel? What were the determining factors for the other locations that did not meet the criteria of this shelter? Where is the feasibility study for the Howard Johnson Hotel location that you no longer pursued due to fiscal impact? What was the dollar amount? Unfortunately, from what I've seen and read, Mayor Marakis and councillors, this seems to me that York Region only was determined to make this location the site, which we know is not suitable for those in need. It's like we're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. I will stop my presentation at this time and continue my remarks to the next allotted time slot of 5 minutes, unless Mayor Marakis and councillors would like me to continue.
No. Melissa will have you come up on a second time.
Sorry,
Melissa will have you come up on a second time if you so choose.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fiona, up next, after Fiona on deck, Caroline Bailey. Fiona, welcome.
Thank the mic for the mere fact that I did submit my my delegation in advance and there was no requirement, as most people here are not experts. You are the experts and most of us are also here.
Fiona, I need
Is
you
it
to,
okay to speak? Yeah, because if you shut it off, I'm still, I just want to make that clear because I didn't come with expert advice. I know that people come here from the heart. I live exactly in the area where this building is going to be going, the home is going to go. And I hear a lot of things today, and we want to remind everyone that homelessness and trends, the stereotype of the crackheads and the people that's going to need help. I have 4 or 5 different people in my family that are very sober, no alcohol, no drugs, no convict, that have dealt with homelessness that we had to prepare and help. On our street right here in Pine Hill Crescent, where I live, was a 14-year-old or a 12-year-old. Is a Chinese boy being beaten down and spat on and videoed while they call him names. And so when we're talking about safety, we want to talk about everything that covers our community. Just a few years ago, you can read in the newspaper where another neighbor showed feces on another person's home and say, go back to India. The point I'm trying to make is that a lot of times we use the location as guide. It becomes a cover up for reasons why we don't want to have this place. And I stand here today to let you know that many of us or more than a paycheck away from being homeless. Many of us are living above our availability, whether it be on credit cards. So when we look here and we sit here, I'm coming on to you guys today because as we said, if it was a home for women, we would not be having the concern. We have the yellow brick home that I'm grateful for that sits in the center of our town. I'm grateful for Patricia McGurk, the Chief Commissioner of Ontario Human Rights, reminds us that this is a human rights issue. And then maybe I'm standing here in favor because as an immigrant, I know what luxury is. I know what it is to be living on the edge and putting the bucket on the roof so water comes in. So when we stand here and we speak today, we are talking about my brother, my sister, a husband, a partner. And so this location is more than enough. It is right. And then all I would say, can we see the raise of hands that we can make our location the vacancy for a basement? Mr. Mayor, when you spoke on election day, you spoke on this. You ran on this location. I heard that. And so what I want to share with you today is that
everyone, please.
What I'm
Fiona,
with you
I am going
guys
to interrupt for a
today.
second. Can I get you to bring it back to this specific planning issue?
Yes, that's what I'm saying to you today, guys, is this. It's not those people. It's easy to say those people. It's not those people. It is us. It is us. It is us. I have 2 boys and it is us. And so just the other day, again, there was a violence. Police come right beside my home to take someone from their home. A lot of the times, these are safety concerns that people are having.
but there are needs in this community.
Everyone, please.
There are needs in this community that whether we like it or not, it is time for us to make room and make space and adjust to ourselves. And I'm calling on you, counselors. I don't have to come with the location and the statistic, because that's why we have you as a counselor. That's why we have the experts. So today I'm just giving you my 2 cents of my vote to have this.
Everyone, please. Respectful. Respectful. Fiona, if I can get you to finish up. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor and Council, we are looking forward to your support on the shelter. I'm hope that we can call on you to make a decision for human rights. As Martin Luther King says, it's always the right time to do what is right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Everyone, please. Caroline Bailey. And then next up, we have Joe Vasia. Caroline, welcome.
Thank you.
5 minutes. And everyone, actually, wait, Caroline, can we just, everyone, please be respectful. No chatter. If I need to stop someone, I will do that. Please be respectful of every member of here in the chamber, please. Caroline, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Yours.
Hello, Mayor and councilors. I am here to object.
Caroline, can I get you to speak a little bit more into the microphone? Thank you.
Yes. I am here to object to the location of the men's shelter because this location is not supportive of the services people experiencing homelessness need. Simply being by the Yonge Street bus line is not enough. There are not enough mental health services, addiction services, available doctors. Even the mental health day program at South Lake Hospital has closed. This site does not meet the needs of emergency and transitional shelter. Traffic and safety concerns should not be overlooked as minor details. This site is in walking distance to the liquor store and not medical supports that everybody needs. Importantly, the official plan has the land zoned as Oak Ridges Moraine and should not be changed. According to the WSP Canada report, there have been many areas that did not pass their inspection, most concerning water flow over capacity if a new building is built, the impact on the environment, and the excessive amount of trees that would need to be removed affects the existing wildlife, as noted in the WSP report. Simply, I believe the site has failed the siting process. In closing, on November 18th of 2022, this elected council made a promise to the existing residents to protect the Oak Ridges Moraine and to act in the best interests of the residents of Aurora. I pray that you uphold the promise and find a suitable location for people experiencing homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Everyone, please. Joe, and on deck, we have Harbinder Dandi. Joe, welcome. And let me just get you started here. You got 5 minutes.
Good evening. I want to thank the Town of Aurora Council and for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Joe Vesia and I live in Aurora. I am against York Region's proposal to build a 55-unit transitional homeless shelter at the 14452 Yonge Street location. To be clear, I am not against the need for a homeless shelter. I am against the proposed location. I too believe that we can do better. In the January 2023 council meeting, Melissa McEnroe stated that York Region has previously chosen less than ideal spot. Really? Why is this? Why do we need less than ideal spot? You need to go out there and pick an ideal location that works for everyone. In their August 2023 communication with Aurora to the Aurora residents, I have it right here, frequently asked question. York Region spoke about existing infrastructure in Aurora. The availability of potential places of employment made the proposed Aurora location a good fit. South Aurora is a planned residential community with only light commercial presence. Upon further examination, we found that York Region did not even survey the Aurora Chamber of Commerce to see if there was potential employment opportunities for the individuals that were rehabilitated and ready to enter the workforce. York Region also suggested the possibility of finding housing for their rehabilitated men. Says it right here. However, we found that rental housing costs in Aurora on average are $2,000 per month. How are they going to afford this? Next slide, please. York Region has stated that there are potential employment opportunities on Industrial Parkway South. However, currently there are no bus routes on Industrial Parkway. How will the men get to work? One is required to get on or off a multiple YRT buses to get to the businesses near Bayview or First Commerce Drive. This is not an accessible area and does not check off the box on location criteria. During the past year, on multiple occasions, I went knocking on business doors. I spent many hours doing this. And what I heard was different than what York Region is implying. It's not, they're giving us the wrong information. If this is a temporary shelter for the homeless, why is employment a consideration? It's only temporary. They're going to go back to wherever they came from. So I'm not sure why they're looking at this. Where are the numbers that show York Region's success rate in placing rehabilitated homeless men back into the workforce? Please show us that. Next slide, please. Has York Region taken the current Metrolink expansion into consideration? I heard that was brought up. However, the project is long-term and will last between 7 and 10 years. The project includes building a second track to allow for two-way train service at the Aurora Go. I'm sure many of you are aware of that. This will involve rebuilding the foundation and structure of the bridge. Sidewalks, fencing, gutters, and existing utilities will be removed and restored. The overpass at Yonge and Industrial Parkway is very close to the proposed shelter. Construction noise and disruption will last for years and will definitely affect travel. South Aurora will be left landlocked and without pedestrian access to virtually any services on the north side of the underpass, including medical, food, and retail. To conclude, I believe that building a homeless shelter behind a pumping station and close to a railway track is inhumane and dangerous for those who will be living in the shelter. Mr. Mayor and councilors, do the humane thing and put a stop to this less than ideal proposal. Vote no. Thank you.
Everyone, please. Thank you. Harbinder. And then next up, we have Alexei Chernobrivets. I hope I got that right. I was working on that one for a bit. Harbinder.
Good evening, guys. Hi. We heard about support for the shelter and the location in terms of gentleman wants more trails close by. We've heard about Chinese kids being beat up. I don't know what's going on, but we need a shelter. I absolutely agree. York Region, it's a beautiful thing to be able to actually have the ability to support our cities the most vulnerable. So I commend you for it. The problem with it is the location. The location sucks, and you guys know it because you've been lying throughout this whole process about it. I'm going to stop myself.
Everybody, please, everybody. And Harbinder, go back and just get you to use a little bit better language.
I will.
Thank you.
Sorry. Like, does your region even realize that they just had a slide up there a few moments ago where he's going to explain the location selection process? Yeah, we heard nothing about it again. Again, we heard nothing about it. He went through everything else, but location selection process was written on his slide. Nothing. When this sewage pumping station was initially proposed, there was a thorough review of 4 possible locations. Guys, 4 possible locations for a major facility that can't be placed anywhere. It has to be on the sewer line that it's pumping. But they had 4 locations for that. They did diagrams, pros and cons, location 1, 2, 3, 4, and location 3 was the one that was chosen, which is the one that we have now. So when we asked throughout the process of this emergency men's shelter about the locations, we're met with nothing but lies. In one instance, we're told that several locations were considered. Then nothing's been documented on the websites. We haven't seen a list of pros and cons for these several locations. And then all of a sudden, the local Howard Johnson just wasn't feasible. That's all we've heard. Where's the pros and cons list about, hey, it had an X number of rooms, a certain number of washrooms had to be renovated. This is why it's not feasible. Where is the information? We live in York Region. We're here in a democratic area. We want answers. We want to know. It looks to me like there was no other locations that were evaluated, especially with objective criteria. We only get a glimpse into their lie in the last meeting when Councillor Gilland, you asked Melissa if they could provide us other possible locations for today's meeting. You asked her that right at the end, and she responded that there will not be no other locations considered, and this is the only identified site. Let's hear about these other locations that were considered, if there's none considered today. Do you feel like your questions have been answered by York Region's presentation today? I don't. Now, this puts us in quite a conundrum. We have heard and we will continue to hear from our community members today about why we need a shelter, and I seriously doubt anybody in this room disagrees with that fact. Yes, we do. But I, for one, cannot understand how we can stand here tonight in front of representatives from York Region and people of Blue Door, which actually haven't come out today, but they were all over last time. Very smart, very educated people. And we're hearing that they want to cram our most vulnerable between a sewage pumping station and railway tracks. Come on, guys. This is not dignified. We can do better. And this is a slap in the face to you, Mr. Mayor, and the councillors for proposing this nonsense. If we considered a hypothetical, which I didn't know somebody else was going to do, but whereas if this piece of land had a shelter already on it, and today we were set to vote on the possible construction of a sewage pumping station at its front doors, it would have been laughed out of this room and a unanimous vote would have been done against it. Such a ridiculous idea. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Alexi. Alexi. Going once. Going twice. Andres Lalarge. And after Andres, Kimberly McLean. You're up next.
I'm a resident of Aurora. I'm going to focus just in two main points, which are related with site planning, but also with different topics. But it's also is regarding the misleading information that is coming really from York Region, and I'm hearing from many speakers. Number one, in terms of the site planning, they were saying that there is no depreciation value of the houses surrounding when there's a shelter besides that. So I don't know where you guys are getting the information from, or if you don't have any service about it, but there's definitely a decrease in value when you have a shelter in place. In fact, I even have some records saying that a research of the National Association of Realtors has concluded that a homeless shelter in a residential neighborhood has the potential for lowering property values by 12.7%. And there's many studies showing also those. So the site where it is located actually is even surrounded by 4 million houses and so on, and there's going to be a decrease of value for that. So you have to think about that. There is a misinformation. It's better you say just the truth. Say, listen, there's going to be a depreciation of value and we'll face it, but say it. Just don't disclose information without it. And number three, because I also have some interest in a house in Midland. The Midland is part of the Cinco, is on the Georgian Bay. They also have a beautiful reconstruction of all the downtown, and they build in the skirt of the downtown, they build actually a shelter. And I can tell you that is one of the challenges of the shelter is actually what's happening with the level of violence and things that are happening in that specific area.
Andre, I don't mean to interrupt. If I can get you back to a little bit more of a planning instead of discussing the users.
Well, okay. So with that said, I have to say that I'm against that site planning, and information should be released openly and say the facts and not hiding just in favor of all the results that you already have. So when you present that, we can make good assessments in terms of decisions to make. So just be thorough, just be true and say, hey, this is what's happening. This is what is going to happen with the value property. This is the locations, etc. Just if you disclose information openly, it's going to be better for all of us to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Kimberly? And then next up, I have Allison Bartlett on deck.
Button.
Let me know when you're ready, Kimberly, and I'm going to turn on the mic. Okay, go ahead. Oh, one sec. Sorry, go ahead.
My name is Kimberly McLean. I've been a resident of Aurora for 30 years. I have worked with the homeless population for the last 20 years with the Salvation Army, and I just recently retired. However, this has not left my mind. Sure, this location may not be ideal, but what location is ideal for a shelter? Shelters are not ideal. This has to be done. We have to house people. It's appalling that in our community, we have people living in cars, people living in tents. I have absolute confidence that the technical people for the site will use their expertise to take care of things like sight lines and all of that sort of thing that I have no knowledge of. Absolutely, a lot of your points are very, very valid. But I think we have experts that can deal with that. I believe this zoning absolutely must be done. I think this is a community that needs to, I don't know how to say it, needs to incorporate helping our fellow citizens. How can we not? How can we not help those who don't have anywhere to live? This is a temporary location for people. They'll be in, they'll receive their services. They may be there a little longer than some. They'll integrate into the communities around us and to the entire region. This isn't just about Aurora. This is about community members in our region. I don't know what else to say. This has to happen. We can't wait any longer. People are dying in their cars. People are dying in their tents.
Everyone, please, please. Kimberly, if I can just get you to come back to planning. Yes, thank you.
As I said, I would like to leave this up to the experts. I believe they can overcome the actual zoning issues and the actual technical issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Everyone, please. Next, Allison, welcome. And after on deck is Shaheen Muladina. Allison, let me know when you're ready. I'll turn on the mic.
Thank you so much. My name is Allison Bartlett. I'm a 40-year resident of Aurora. I came here to speak in favor of the shelter. And I have no special interest. I have no lived experience. I have no need for these services, and I'm lucky for that. And I consider myself lucky for that. Really, I'm just an Aurora citizen who's concerned about some of the negativity and the animosity that's being discussed. I'm confused about—
Everyone, please.
I'm confused
Allison, go
about
ahead.
the antagonism between the town and the region. We're all taxpayers of this region, and the region has invested a lot of money in planning this facility. I attended the recent open house and was interested to learn more about the need for this facility, and particularly interested to learn about some of the deficiencies identified in the current location. One of the notable deficiencies is the lack of accessibility, and due to the age and nature of the repurposed building, Porter Place is not able to be updated to the standards set by the Accessibility of Ontarians with Disabilities Act, the AODA. This results in access barriers to services to a segment of an already marginalized population and further stigmatizes affected individuals.
Please, everybody, please. Please, everyone.
Thank you for your concerns, and I'm going to skip part of my speech as a result. So thank you very much.
Everyone, if everyone doesn't remain respectful, I'm going to call for a recess. We got 11 minutes before we go for our health break. We're going to finish up with 2 to 3 speakers. I ask everyone to be respectful. Otherwise, I will shut down the public portion and we will just move straight to council.
Thank you.
We can do it that way or whichever way you'd like. Allison, go ahead.
So in fact, you before us have the opportunity to take real, concrete, and direct action that can make a difference in the lives of our neighbors and friends while working to build a society that cares for each and every one of us. And I really do hope that I'm in good company with that vision. In addition to supporting improved access and service delivery, approving this project will directly support Council's December 23rd motion regarding the homelessness crisis in Aurora, in which Aurora committed to, and I quote, providing long-term commitment to assist in the creation of more affordable and supportive housing for people in York Region. And I implore you to please take meaningful action to support these words. Thank you for the opportunity to do so.
Thank you, Shane. And after Shane up on deck, we have Malad Tabatat. Sorry, I just ruined your last name, but I apologize. Shane.
Okay. Record, my name is Shaheen Maladina, and I'm a resident and a small business owner in Aurora. Honorable Mayor and councilors, thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on tonight's zoning amendment request in order to build a men's emergency and transitional shelter. As we've already heard, the zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended, the subject lands are zoned Oak Ridges Moraine, Rural, General, RUORM, and Public Open Space 01. Under the Town of Aurora zoning bylaw 6000-17, the provisions that apply to RUORM zone under bylaw 6017 as amended states no person shall use these lands, including expanding, enlarging, or otherwise altering any existing use, building, or structure for any use other than the use legally existing as of November 15, 2001, or a use for which a building permit has already been legally issued in accordance with section 1.9.1 of bylaw 6000-17 without an amendment to the bylaw. As per the Town of Aurora official plan OPA 34, the subject lands are not developable as proposed. The land must remain as in an undeveloped and natural form, and any development on these lands is in breach of that agreement, regardless of whether the development is within cluster residential or the use is institution. The current zoning has a land density of 0. It was transferred at the time to Brookfield. On January 27, 2024, I was at an event for the unhoused in Richmond Hill, where I asked York Region, what is the ideal location for a transitional shelter? A gentleman named Keon from York Region responded, integrated with the community, accessible to transportation, accessible to services, and accessible to employment. The location in Aurora does not tick off these boxes. In fact, we're putting these men in between a sewage pump and train tracks with no recreational area. The location is not centrally located. York Region has been using these Band-Aid solutions for decades, and they are not working. The homeless deserve permanent solutions. They are human beings and need to be given a place to get help with a more holistic approach. When you don't find permanent solutions for the unhoused, it increases social violence in society. I just want the best for the most vulnerable. I understand the need for housing, but I don't agree with temporary solutions. The shelter in Aurora is replacing Porter's Place. It is not giving us more beds. Why can't you upgrade or expand Porter's Place? You have 8 acres. In fact, in 2022, Passage House was built on the same land. How did you deal with the lack of services at that time? Now the prices of building materials have increased. For over a year, we have been asking York Region with what other locations were considered. Why have you decided to tuck away the homeless shelter between the sewage pumping station and train track? Why hasn't York Region been present at town events or to answer our questions? My brother, my husband, or my son could become homeless. Is this where you'll put them? Is in a less than ideal location? Many of our homeless are victims of trauma and have mental health issues. And putting them in a building where they cannot open windows because of dangerous gases and noise is not ideal. At our last Parks Rec Committee, as you heard, a peace garden in an adjacent lot, town staff said that it was not a good idea because the land is not accessible and the train tracks. So it's okay to put a homeless shelter closer to the train tracks? As a licensed childcare owner, if I decided to build a childcare, I would look at different sites and hire consultants because you don't put children anywhere, just like the homeless. They come from different walks of life. We cannot do this to the homeless. The location must tick off all the boxes on our OP. This location is less than ideal, and it is inhumane to the homeless. The applicant needs to show us all the sites they considered and provide us a report from independent consultants, not just tell us it's the best location.
Shaheen, if I can
Yes.
get you to wrap up, please.
I'm coming,
I'll
sorry.
give you 10 seconds.
Okay, location. These people are not just clients. We need to treat them with dignity. As the mayor and councillors of Aurora, I ask you to be responsive to your residents and make sure you do not deny this application. It is the wrong location. Please put a stop to these band-aid solutions to the housing crisis. Let's work together to find permanent housing solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, please. Thank you. Malad, Tabi.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ken.
Thank you so much. I'm here to support the proposal of building a shelter in York Region and Aurora, or any really. We need many of these shelters, not just for men, for children, for women, for everyone. But I'm here to oppose the location, and again, that's not the location in Aurora, the specific location, the specific site that is being proposed. And I commend everyone who's spoken so far in support of building this shelter, which I think all of us opposing the location also do support building the shelter, but we are opposing this particular location with sound rationale, environmental and zoning evidence and data. And so it's about the care for the future residents. It's about the care for the community. And so within that context, I'll speak to 2 points in relation to the physical location. And the first is I think the location, and I won't talk too much about this, but the ravine all around this proposed site. And I don't know if anyone has been there. I've been there. My house has access from behind, and I've seen the empty bottles of alcohol, and have personally been tempted to really bring in some beers and drink and watch the train track, and that is really a recipe for I think disaster when you're talking about the most vulnerable in our community, the homeless who are at risk of substance abuse, and a lot of percentages have been shared. I am actually appalled by the fact that this particular location, again, not the Aurora city, and that is not the issue, that this particular site is just appalling to me. How could you think about bringing vulnerable people in such a location, and not to forget the train tracks right behind it? And we can, I think, search the data on substance abuse and its relation with suicide and self-harm. And so it doesn't make sense. The second item I think I want to talk about is the proximity of this site to Del Manor, Aurora. And I don't want to speak on behalf of the administration. I have no association with them. I want to speak on behalf of the residents of Del Manor, and I haven't heard anybody speak about their concerns, and because they're elderly, and they a lot of them aren't able to be here and voice their concerns with this site being right next to them. And for this particular item, I want to quote from Professor David Burns, a former colleague of mine at the University of Toronto, who is also.
Malad, I got a point of order. What's the point of order, Councillor?
I'm sorry. Are you asking me a question?
No, 1 sec.
We can't have a resident speak on behalf of Del Manor. If Del Manor wants to speak on their behalf, they can come to the meeting. It's inappropriate for a resident to speak.
Counselor, point of order. All right, 1 sec, Milad, 1 sec. This is procedural stuff. Point of order is due to procedural. That has nothing to do with procedure.
And is it a point of privilege? It's a point of something.
Milad, can I just get you to speak about your opinions and thoughts in regards to planning on this issue? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And I just to clarify for the counselor, I'm not speaking on behalf of Del Manor. I'm speaking on behalf of elderly people who do not have an opportunity to be here, who are at the risk of abuse. And I will share from the Canada Research Chair in Older Adult Mistreatment Prevention, if I may speak on their research, if that's okay with council members. And this is Professor David Burns, who is the Canada Research Chair on this, who provides data that 10% of our elderly are suffering abuse, and abuse in forms of physical, sexual, emotional abuse, and financial exploitation. It is a problem that causes major health and physical and psychological consequences for seniors. And the proposal is bringing this risk factor right to their front door. And I am, again, just shocked that in terms of not understanding the due process for selecting the site. Again, there's no care for the elderly that are living there. There is no care for the future residents that are, again, and a lot of people have shared, are going to live between a sewage in the middle of a ravine that puts them at risk, and a train right behind it. It is just ignorant, and that is where I'll end it. And I'll just reiterate that I also want to learn about the due process of multiple sites. Even multiple sites in Aurora. What was the due process? To me, it just indicates that there are perhaps a few in the decision-making food chain that are standing to benefit from this particular site, because it just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Procedurally, we have a 10-minute health break, so we'll be back in 10 minutes, everyone. I can get council back in their seats, please.
See if anybody's in the back.
Counselors, I need you back in your seats. Health break's over. Yeah, everybody, we're going to begin. Everybody, we are going to begin. If you could please take your seats. Thank you. Very good. I didn't even have to give you a mic. Yeah. All right, everyone, we're gonna start back up. A couple things. I mean, I think all of us don't want to be here till 1 a.m. But so if we can stay on point, we want to get through this. We still have a lot of speakers on the list. And just due to some timing, because I out of respect, I know Mayor Taylor, I know you're here and you want to speak, so I'm going to ask if you want to come up now because you're a little bit later on the list, but I'll bump you up. That's fine. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. And I apologize. I have 2 young children home alone and my wife's out of town, and I apologize, but I really would like to speak. I'm going to skip the beginning of my comments and go straight to the issue of, I'm on? Yeah. Straight to the issue of the site location. Some questions have been asked about this, and they're reasonable questions. I think what I would say is to try to take this bull by the horns is that the current site was deeply analyzed, first of all. The Porter Place site was deeply analyzed, and it is lacking in every way possible. The financial costs, the infrastructure, inability, et cetera, is insurmountable. The Howard Johnson's was looked at very closely, detailed, was attempted to be purchased, and was purchased by someone else mid-process. So this is the site we're at now. I heard one resident say, you need to find a site that satisfies everybody. I think even the people opposed can understand how humorous that idea is. I can tell you right now that siting a shelter is one of the hardest things that's ever done in municipal government. And this is certainly no exception. And I'm going to say something that is going to upset people, and you're going to maybe even say something out loud, but this is one of the best sites I have seen in 17 years in my time on Housing York. I've been on the committee for 17 years. And this is a very, very strong site.
Mayor,
my name is John Taylor. I'm the mayor of Newmarket and the chair of Housing York.
Mayor Taylor, through the chair, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is one of the very best sites I've seen in 17 years. It's a balance between being removed enough because the public reacts to shelter sites, but also still integrated within the community and on a transit site. The site is large and has the ability to house this. So I just want to speak directly that the issues that have been raised about this site are that it is not fair to the future tenants to place them next to a pumping station or next to railway tracks or next to a ravine. I understand ravine lots are highly sought after. I would first suggest that we go ask some of the future tenants who are currently living in a tent or under a bridge if they would be offended by the proposition of a warm bed and 3 meals a day near the railway tracks. Secondly, I would like us to stop and recognize the undisputable fact that towns have approved and have people living next to pumping stations like this one and railway tracks in Aurora and Newmarket and all over the province. And we need to stop pretending that the pumping station, the railway tracks are an issue. They are not. And by the way, those people are living in $1 million homes beside railway tracks and pumping stations in Aurora, in Newmarket, in Markham, in Stouffville, in Vaughan. I think we need to recognize that the issue of homes next to train tracks and pumping stations has only become an issue in relation to this building and this use. The argument has been made that it does not have the zoning or the density for the building that is proposed. Councils each and every year make numerous zoning bylaw amendments which allow more density or different use to allow private for-profit projects to move forward. This site is very large and can easily handle a project of this size. There is nothing stopping it from a rezoning other than a vote to rezone it. Finally, although the Human Rights Tribunal has made it clear that a denial cannot be based on reasons related to people who might occupy a building, I want to still address the issue of community safety and people experiencing homelessness. I'd first like to point out that Newmarket currently has 3 shelters, Belinda's Place, In From the Cold, and Blue Door. These sites have operated for years, and to the best of my knowledge, no one living there nearby has had any significant issues in relation to one of the residents of these sites. This proposed new shelter and this housing site, this emergency and transitional housing site, is not an experiment. York Region and its partners agencies have been operating identical sites for decades successfully. If we're going to consider safety an issue, let's rely on logic to guide us. If you genuinely believe someone without a home is an issue or dangerous or somehow a threat to you, do you believe they're more or less dangerous in a shelter or a housing unit with 24-hour on-site support to help the clients address the challenges in their life? Or would they be more dangerous if they are living in a tent or under a bridge with no supports, no meals, and desperately fighting to survive? I want to be clear that I do not see people experiencing homelessness as dangerous. But if you do, the logical response, the only response, is to house them and support them as quickly as possible. I think it's important to recap at this point. We should not vote based upon the occupants. In other words, we cannot people zone. The site is large and very suitable. Train tracks and pumping stations have not been ever and are not a reason to vote against a proposal. And finally, it's very clear that people living in parks or bus shelters are of and at more risk than people housed and supported. I think we need to be clear with ourselves that we're not making a choice about whether we are building a shelter or not. We're making a choice as to whether people experiencing homelessness in your community will live in a building with professional care or in a park or a bus shelter or in a park across from your house. If you say no to this proposal, please know that as homelessness surges in the coming years, and it will, the people living in bus shelters and in tents in your parks are there because the choice was made not to house them. It's really that simple.
If I can get you to wrap up, John.
Deep down.
Please, everyone, please. Mayor Taylor, if I can just get you to wrap up. You're at 5 minutes.
Anyone can create a reason to stop this project, but just as easily we can find the reasons to say yes and to get this project built. This is not the time to say, what about this or what about that? This is the time to say yes. Deep down, we all know that the only reason anyone would vote no today is because there are residents who do not want a shelter in their neighborhood. We all entered politics with higher ideals, with a desire to help people, with a commitment to do the right thing, even and especially when it is difficult. I'm asking you and I'm begging you today to stand on principle, to do the right thing, please vote in favor of this project. Please vote to treat everyone in our communities with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, please. Thank you, Mayor Taylor. John Hartman is next. And then after John Hartman, I have Steve Falk. Steve Falk.
Perfect.
That's because his 5 minutes was done. Oh, it was turned on here. And the chimes. No. Mr. Hartman.
Good evening, everybody. My name is John Hartman. I've been a resident of Aurora for 23 years, and I will declare my address. I live at 105 Wells Street, right in the heart of Aurora. I'm here to share perspective on the application of emergency and transitional housing. I agree with everything that the previous mayor said, but I do want to add a couple things. Last week, I spent a couple hours and visited, walked around the proposed site and the old site at Porter Place in Newmarket. Let me tell you firsthand, the proposed site at Yonge Development is night and day, and in my opinion, will advance the sport and the necessary services needed. Porter is isolated, it's lone, it's not integrated, and it's truly out of sight, out of mind. So this evening, that I ask council is that they remember the extensive discussions throughout the past years in developing our new official plan for the town of Aurora, and the countless time in this chamber, you and you alone and together talked about diversity, inclusivity, and a range of options needed to support accessible housing throughout Aurora. At that time, you knew about these plans when you voted for that official plan. These motions include, but are not limited to, the December 12th, 2023 motion put forward by Councillor Gilliland. Item number 313 on page 25 of the recorded votes and tracking on the town website, and agreed to by all 7 council members, specifically within the motion, I read, be it further resolved that the town of Aurora call on the region, the province, and federal governments to increase action and supports on the following. A, commit to ending homelessness in Ontario. B, work with the Association of Municipalities of Aurora, the AMO, and a broad range of community, health, and economic partners to develop, resource, and implement an action plan to achieve this goal. And C, provide a long-term financial commitment to assist the creation of more affordable and supportive housing for people in need in York Region, including people with substance abuse disorders. And D, increase investments in informed substance abuse prevention, mental health promotion initiatives, and provide foundational support for the health and safety of well-beings in individuals, families, and neighborhoods, beginning from early childhood. On December 12th, you all voted yes. Finally, in my research, I wondered from past lives, and I'm going to digress just a little bit, Mr. Mayor and Council, from the planning aspect, of individuals that have emerged from similar housing and developments and support programs, men who have turned their lives around because they were welcomed into one of these houses. Tell me what the following men have in common. Jim Carrey, Steve Jobs, Sylvester Stallone, Cary Grant, Kurt Cobain, Daniel Craig, Dr. Phil, Harry Houdini, Charlie Chaplin. Each of these men.
Everyone, please go.
Each of these men lived in transitional housing, experienced homelessness, or turned to a community who cared about them as human beings. All of these men received a hand up, not a handout. And look what happens when a community cares. So, council, I ask that each of you support what is right in the right place, the right time, and the right action. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve Fall. And on deck, Kathy Cantal. Steve, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Oh, 1 sec. Go ahead.
Councilors, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Aurora. I'm going to skip some of the things that I was going to say because I'm speaking on behalf and support of the transition house and this site from an urban planning standpoint. So many good points have been made, and I'd just like to reiterate my support for the mayor of Newmarket, who had some very good points about the amount of careful planning and years of consideration for this site that's been taking place by the professionals that we trust in our government in York Region, and we trust in the government here in Aurora to make good decisions. And this one has been considered for many years, and it's been through many stages. And at this late point, it seems a shame to see these roadblocks. At issue really is the validity of many of the objections that are being really forcefully presented to council for not approving this plan. Many of these arguments really must be legally ignored. There's an awful lot of information that is being shared that's really just a veiled discrimination against the people who would be living in those houses. The basis for many of these objections contravene the Ontario Human Rights Code, which has primacy over all other laws in Ontario. And as passionate and as fearful as some community members may be, we should not be asking our town council to break the law. Yes, everyone should be heard in our process, but not every opinion can be considered legally. I'll read a few excerpts from the quite pointed warning letter that was written last year to the council from the Ontario Human Rights Commission. You can Google that letter if you want. It's very easy to find if you want the full content of it. I quote, "Fears that this project may result in increased crime, lower property values, and a possible threat to child safety. These comments represent discriminatory attitudes towards their neighbors and fellow community members experiencing homelessness and mental health and addiction disabilities. These fears are not a legal basis upon which the town can make zoning and planning decisions." Further along, it's warned that people zoning, in quotes, or the attempt to regulate based on who will live in the housing often results from opposition to housing projects based on stereotypes or prejudice. And this can be a violation of people's rights to be free from discrimination in housing, which means it can be against the law. We task our government, this council, the region of York, with the job of finding successful solutions to people affected with homelessness. And we all acknowledge the need for solutions for people in this difficult transition. But the kind of public controversy that we are seeing here in our town is one of the biggest barriers to addressing it. It's not just here. But my wish is that Aurora would set a new standard for upholding the right to discrimination-free housing development. Our region has played their role in preparing the ground for this. Our town now has a role to play to approve the zoning amendments and play their key role in this solution. We should not be asking our council to contravene the law, which has been clearly outlined for us by the Ontario Human Rights Code. The decision to approve this cannot be based on who will live there. It's not easy, but council must treat this as just a housing project, a zoning project. In fact, it seems that the Ontario Human Rights Commission is stating that it's discriminatory to even further state objections based upon who will be housed in the site. And I'd call upon the mayor to call to order anyone uttering statements that fit that definition of discrimination. They're really unwelcome and inadmissible in the context of this setting. In the words of the commission, discrimination compounds the daily challenges of vulnerable groups they face, and it's a further affront to vulnerable people's dignity. I'd ask the town of council uphold that law and protect the dignity of all who live and are housed in Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Fall. All right, everyone. Kathy up next, and then Mike Maloney. I can't have people talking from the public. We're trying, Andre, I understand. Kathy, floor is yours.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm a 40-odd year resident of this town. Many of the things I wanted to say written on here have already been said, but so I want to respond or actually support what Mayor Taylor said. I spent my entire career developing social housing, and many of those developments did include shelters. And I have been to dozens of these meetings where planning excuses are used to try to get a decision to not have these people in my backyard. We can't do this. We can't do this. I really urge council, do the right thing. You did pass that resolution. You all agreed to it. This is needed. It's as Mayor Taylor said, when I was working, if someone presented me with a site like that, I'd have been dancing because of all of the positives that are on that site. Excuse me. So to say that it's a bad site is just wrong. It's wrong. So please, please, I urge you, approve it as soon as possible so that we can get on with it before somebody dies. Please. Thank you.
Hey, Mike. And after Mike, we have Roy Cohn. Floor is yours, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the slide, and councilors for the opportunity to speak here today before you. I want to start off by saying, as a community, we support the need for a men's shelter. It's unfortunate the location doesn't meet the standards of OPA 34, provincial policy statements, Ontario guidelines, Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan, land density buffer guidelines, Ministry of Environment noise levels, and zoning laws. We cannot skirt around them just because you want to. I want to refer everyone to the map here. There's been a lot of conversation about the proposed location and its distance from train tracks and the pumping station. The question has been put forward, why is this an issue, since there's a community close to the train tracks already? As the diagram will show, there are no homes, I underscore no homes, in any neighborhood communities that are contending with both rail noise and Yonge Street traffic. The two red markers below will show the distance between the shelter and Yonge Street and the railway. No house is contending with both noise. That's why the Woodhaven Community Noise Study passed and the proposed men's shelter location noise study failed. The building actually needs to come with the warning label, similar to a power tool. The map will show exactly how very close the proposed location is to Yonge Street and the tracks. Can you put slide number 2 up for a second? Thanks. The noise impact study for 14452 Yonge Street, paid for by York Region, identified the noise level from the combined transportation sources, meaning Yonge Street and rail, on the building will exceed, I underscore, exceed the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks requirements. This was recorded at 70 decibels. For everyone here's reference, your vacuum cleaner is 75. Can you put slide number 3 up for a second? Thank you. Furthermore, the noise study left out 3 vital factors very conveniently. Factor number 1, the noise study did not take into account any vibration from the train tracks or pumping station. Although a vibration study is not mandatory, when the primary purpose of the facility is to rehabilitate men suffering from mental health and addiction treatment and withdrawals, it's a problem. Studies show that noise and vibrations have a negative effect on people when it comes to mental health and addiction recovery. 2 major studies support these findings. Study 1, Indian Journal of Health Sciences, and I quote, while in noise stress, the dopamine levels exceed the psychological limit, and this predisposes for addiction. Hence, when cortisol induced by noise stressor may play a major role in dopamine alteration, resulting in addiction and behavior. Study number 2, done by the National Institute of Health. You may have heard of them. And I quote, living in high versus low noise census blocked groups was associated with increased odds of anxiety, depressive disorder, and substance use disorder. This means this location will actually hurt the men and their recovery efforts. Can you put it back to the map for a sec, please? Thanks. The noise study also stated it did not take into account the sound of the blowing train horn. Conveniently, this is the loudest noise by far. The train blows at 110 decibels, and it blows 3 times for every at-grade crossing. The train starts blowing its horns about 15 seconds prior to any at-grade crossing. The closest one is at Engelbert. That's the one at the far right corner. As the train passes through the shelter and approaches Engelhart, it's actually blowing its first horn 500 feet from the proposed shelter at 110 decibels. I would have left it out to study myself. Put up the graph, please, the final slide. I want to draw your attention to this. As bad as, this is part number 3, as bad as the combined noise of the rail and Yonge Street traffic and the horn will be on the men, This current noise level will be doubled once the Metrolink second rail line is operational. This will not only increase the noise level, but also double the frequency of the rail service to every 15 minutes for 18 hours a day. How is this the right location? Of course, the mayor of Newmarket wants it here. He wants it out of his backyard.
Please, everyone, please, Mike, continue.
Reclaiming my time. I ask everyone here, if the town decided that they cannot build a peace garden on the adjacent lot just purchased, how can this location be considered for the type of recovery facility? I want everyone here to consider how important peace of mind is for their overall health. And the men cannot even open their windows due to the noise study. Where will they get their peace of mind to recover from their underlying issues that cause their homelessness? How can we even consider such a location and ignore two scientific proven studies that show negative effects? I have one other thing. I know there's police.
Mike, you're out of time. I'll give you 10 seconds.
That's 75 decibels. The train rate does that for 20 seconds every
Thank you.
15 minutes. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. It's not Roy. And then Steve Fleck, you're up next. Mr. Cohn, welcome. Everyone, please.
Esteemed Council, Honorable Mayor, my name is Roy Cohen. In 2025, I will be celebrating 40 years in Aurora. Anybody else? 40 years? Great. So we've seen a lot of change for the good, for the not so good. But I believe that Council and the Mayor always try to make decisions based on facts, based on reality, not based on emotion. And I see a lot of emotion here tonight, and there shouldn't be. There should be a greater collaboration to come up with the right location. We all understand the need for homelessness, but the most vulnerable in our community aren't the homeless. They're the children, the youth. I'm president of the Aurora Youth Soccer Club, and I have thousands of kids under my watch. I also run with 700 volunteers that are required every 2 years to have vulnerable screening. We want to keep Aurora safe. There is an issue there. There are a couple of things running through my mind, and one of them is I didn't appreciate Mayor Taylor coming to Aurora to voice his
Roy,
concern.
if I can get you, I appreciate it, but if I can get you to come back to plan.
Because this location is wrong. It's inept. And for everybody's sort of knowledge, does anybody know how big York Region is? It's 1,758 square kilometers. You mean to tell me that this is the best location you can pick? It makes no sense. And it makes no sense because we're all in support of doing the right thing. Aurora for years, per capita, has been the #1 contributor to all foundations, starting with the Magna Hoedown to the Run at South Lake, to countless food drives, and more importantly, to protect our youth. When I look at this design, when I look at the scope of the facility, 55 men, 58 men. If you came to us with something like 500, where we could really solve issues and sink our teeth into a challenge, it'd be a different story. This is embarrassing, with all due respect. So my recommendation is this. And in regards to housing, don't you think we need to create an issue and an affordability study for youth, for young families starting out that can't afford anything or paying over $3,000 a month to rent? They'll never be able to afford anything. Those are the real crisis. These type of Band-Aids are never going to work, and we'll be discussing the same issue 20 years from now. How many other locations were considered? Where were they? What was the density? Were they adjacent to other facilities? Were they adjacent to hospitals? I heard earlier tonight that somebody said the mental addiction facility at South Lake is closed. I'd like to know why. When we look at this land density, which is up, I knew the owner there for many years. He was a neighbor of mine. I live on Yonge Street, 14264. So I'm very close to this facility, proposed facility. And he owned it for years. He was a custodian at de Havilland. His name was Theodore Tamburino. And he wanted to build boutique stores, a plaza. Was never allowed to. So when Brookfield came in and the land density was transferred, I assumed that.
You have 1 minute left.
Thanks. I assumed that nothing was going to be built on those lands. Just like the recent acquisition of the parklands next door to it, that belonged to Brian Coots, who joined Brookfield in the land density swap to build a new division. I feel for the new residents. I've been here 40 years. I'm rounding third. But I look at this as our time to make the right decision, to do what's right for the homeless, and to build a facility with substance, not a facility that is going to be outdated in 5 years. Thank you.
Everyone, thank you. Steve Fleck. And then up next, we have Adam Mops. Mr. Fleck. You have 5 minutes. Floor is yours.
Mayor Marcus, members of council, and fellow citizens of Aurora in the gallery tonight, thank you for your time. My name is Steve Fleck. I've lived in Ward 5 in Aurora for 20 years. I would like to first address my fellow citizens who are here tonight. This is a great showing of everyone coming out and getting super engaged in what's going on in your town of Aurora. But I want to remind you of one detail. Only 25% of people voted in the last municipal election. 25% of the registered voters. Now to the issue at hand, the proposal to build a transitional housing shelter for men at 14452 Yonge Street. Mayor Marcus, you've shifted your position on this. You've changed your, yes, you have. You have publicly stated.
I cannot allow you, there was no decision made at a regional council. I cannot allow you to make misinformation statements at the podium.
Okay, I'll move on then. Mayor Marcus, the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, gave you strong mayor powers several months ago. As undemocratic and repugnant as those powers are, they were given to mayors specifically to fast track housing of all kinds in their municipalities, including housing such as this particular proposal and project. Municipalities have in almost all cases full control over zoning and land use in their jurisdictions. Given that and the strong mayor powers that you have available to you, you have full control over this decision, making that even without the democratic support of council. Mayor Marcus, will you build this, in your own words, desperately needed men's transitional housing facility in Aurora? Once again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adam Mobbs. Next, we have Sally Haber. Mr. Mobbs, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I did write a speech today, but I wanted to ponder and reflect on the comments today. And I do have a couple questions for those in the audience, not obviously expecting a response, but I do want you to reflect. Did you come here and look at this application from the right place? Did you hear about the concept, then look at the application, view it as having errors, then find evidence to justify what you were thinking? Are you open to alternative solutions? I do compliment, unfortunately, only one delegate, Klaus, who came here and he said, we need more trails on the property. Absolutely, Klaus. Thank you for looking at alternate solutions, and I'm confident region staff would work with you to address those solutions. The next question is a big one. Are you open to an individual or group of individuals who are experiencing homelessness in your immediate community? Not in the community, in the immediate community that impacts you. If the answer is no, you came at it from the wrong angle. You're absolutely discriminatory. The next question Are you open to the region to finding alternate solutions? I absolutely went to the open house. I absolutely asked questions. I absolutely have the highest regard and respect for the individual staff members and planning team at this table. They really are incredible individuals, and they have engineered a solution that works. I'm confident they would work with you to address the issues if they're legitimate. I come to these public planning meetings and I watch them all the time. It's a great forum for discourse. I see individuals come up to the podium, they ask questions. The mayor respectfully takes those questions, writes them down, and after a break in speakers, he asks staff to address those questions. I haven't heard a question here that's been addressed. I don't even know if the mayor has written down a question.
Go ahead.
The next question, which is a question for the mayor and members of council. If this is voted down today, and I hope it's not, are you willing to use aggressive planning tools to expedite any future applications? There's absolutely tools in the toolbox. There is absolutely strong mayor powers, which I disagree with, but I would support using it in this situation. There is absolutely an MZO that can be requested, which I disagree with, but we are behind the ball in building a shelter or building a transitional home for this community. We should have it in this community. You should be accepting to individuals that are different from you, regardless of their disparity, to be in your neighborhood, not in a different neighborhood. If you're open and if planning staff addressed every single one of your issues, which I'm not saying they're legitimate, but if they did, would you be open to that solution in your backyard? This is a great application. This is a great site. This is absolutely what makes a strong, dynamic, resilient community. Please support it.
Thank you. Sally Haber. Sally went home? Okay. Hayden Santosh. Hayden, are you here? Yep, coming. And then after on deck, we have Eric Wolf. So Eric, if you can get ready. Hayden, welcome.
Hello.
You have 5 minutes.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
That's good.
Go ahead.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. I live in the Pine Hill neighborhood, and it's kind of interesting because I think if you were going to go buy a property there, they would talk about how advanced the sewage system is, how great the amenities are. But now that we're talking about a housing for the homeless, it's kind of like all these negative aspects about this neighborhood. So it's really nice to see the different perspectives on what drives property values and how nice a neighborhood is. Every time I drive, I don't really smell rotten eggs, but perhaps my nose is different from other people's. So these are things that I'm learning today about my neighborhood. So I wanted to learn what the town of Aurora is all about, and what York Region and Aurora defines itself as one of the most wealthiest communities in all of Ontario. And so the question that I had to myself and to the neighbors and to everyone here is, if one of the wealthiest neighborhoods in Aurora can't help address homelessness, who can? And I think it is up to us to champion and come up with solutions and look at these programs, such as the housing shelter, in a positive light. And so I've been hearing a lot of rhetoric such as, I'm not against homelessness, but it's, I'm worried about the crime. I'm not against homelessness. I'm worried about the property prices. I'm not against homelessness, but, and so on and so on. But there's actually no evidence to support these claims. In fact, I had gone to the open house and had asked the team at York Region, hey, when it comes to crime, what is the data that you have? When it comes to property values, what is the data that you have? And everything that I received back showed that there is no negative impact of having a housing shelter developed here. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Please, to the chair. To the chair. Speak to the chair. Go ahead.
So, sorry, I was thrown off a little bit off track. So when I looked at the proposal, I asked myself, who do I look up to in my role models in my life? And I looked at Marcus Aurelius, I looked up at the mentors in my life, and I asked them, what would they support in such an initiative? And I realized when I reflect back on my life and also the people that I look up to, they would be in support of such a development to help the homeless people of Aurora. honestly, I did have a speech prepared, but I'm somewhat disappointed in a lot of the rhetoric that was brought up and the discrimination against the homeless people.
Hold on, everyone. I'm going to cut you a little slack. Hayden, go ahead. Finish, please.
No, honestly, sitting back was kind of emotional to kind of hear the people in my community say that they don't want something built when we had already displaced animals. We had had environmental impacts with the development of the residential units. So I see all the points brought up not being something that wasn't brought up during the Brookfield development, but for the homeless shelter, all these points are being brought up. And that's the kind of contention that I have is, would we have the same arguments if it was for a multi-million-dollar home versus for the homeless units? So that's kind of like the thoughts and feelings that I wanted to share with the council.
Thank you, Hayden. Eric, and after Eric, I have Tracy Park. Eric, one sec here. Let me just get the mic set up for you. Go ahead.
Okay. I thank you for the chance to speak, although Aurora is not my home. I've lived in Richmond Hill most of my adult life, but I have a perspective that no one else in this building has. I've been on all three sides of this triangular issue. As a younger man, I used the shelter service in Toronto for some time, and I remember a counselor there once said to me, if you refuse to recognize and take responsibility for your mistakes, you're destined to keep repeating them. Then, later in life, 12 years ago, I learned that a shelter developed by York Region with support services was planned for my neighborhood. I was fiercely in support of it, mainly because I believed everything the region was telling me. During debates with others who opposed it, I called them insensitive, selfish, and of course, NIMBY. And then exactly 8 years ago, that shelter opened for business and reality hit our neighborhood. I don't have enough time to detail the roller coaster of trouble that has plagued our homes ever since. Crime increase, safety decrease, a neighborhood so radically and negatively impacted that it's become a nightmare for all. The guests of the shelter services abused the hospitality of our neighborhood. We even had a shooting in 2019 that the region won't tell you about. It started at the shelter, involved the users of the shelter that same day, and it was confirmed in writing recently by the service provider. Everything I'm going to say here tonight is based on 8 solid years of firsthand, direct, and daily experience. I think it makes me something of an expert. I'm here because I've seen and listened to the region telling you for a year the same things they told us, trying to convince everyone that everything's going to be fine, and I couldn't just sit home while the same groups and organizations, and in fact, 1 or 2 of the exact same people, placate your town with the same hollow pledges and declarations to camouflage facts and reality. To begin with, the region repeatedly defers to the community safety map as an alleged authority, confirming that there's no crime or other safety issues with any of their shelter services. They rely on it so heavily, even though it's a limited tool, and it seems to be misleading. The safety map does not accurately reflect the activity experienced daily in our neighborhood. The York Regional Police itself concurs that the safety map is a limited tool and disclaims its reliability. In writing, they state, and I quote, information viewed within this map should not be used to make decisions or comparisons regarding the safety or crime levels for a specific area. That's from the page leading to the safety map, where you actually have to click, I agree to that before proceeding. Trust the police when they tell you not to rely on their safety map data to make decisions affecting the welfare of your neighborhood. You deserve to know these truths. There will be a significant rise in drugs, drug-related incidents, and crime. You have to accept that before proceeding.
Eric, I don't mean to wait. Can I bring you a little bit back into planning? Thank you. I'm giving everyone a little bit of slack the second round, but please.
Yes, I understand. I'm just addressing the safety measures and other measures that's been put in place as part of the proposal by York Region. It's a major issue that's unavoidably intertwined with homelessness. If you or your interests are harmed, you will bear it alone. Experience has shown us that the shelter services, despite what the region is trying to tell you, will not cooperate with you or the police unless it directly benefits their own interests. Their priority will always be their own interests. And the good neighbor policy that we first heard of in 2019, a couple months after the shooting, seems to be a meaningless piece of paper of absolutely no benefit to you, the residents of the neighborhood. It contributes nothing to safety or security and has done nothing to improve the conditions of our neighborhood. Yet, some will still say it'll be different in our neighborhood. We're hoping for the best. That's wishful thinking. And although I am embarrassed to admit that that's exactly what I said 10 years ago, when good neighbors from down the road came to warn us about what was going to happen. We cannot solve one problem by creating new problems for others in the process. Everyone involved, from the residents to the attendees of the shelter, deserves better than that. The right thing to do is not always the best thing to do, and it takes courage to accept that. But if helping the homeless is the right thing to do, then isn't it a thing worth doing right from the start? And if that's true, then the region needs to openly acknowledge and address its past mistakes, the continuing trouble and problems caused by their services in Richmond Hill and elsewhere. Once the region has understood what went wrong, how to avoid repeating it, only then come back to Aurora, select a truly appropriate new location, and proceed with a worthwhile project. The presently proposed location of the shelter services and the present attitude of the region towards both communities all but ensures a duplication in Aurora of what is happening to us in Richmond Hill. And once it's done, it can't be undone. This is your town, not mine. I'm just the good neighbor who came from down the road to tell you what's going to happen.
Everybody, please. Tracy, Clark, everyone, please. Tracy.
Welcome, Tracy. After Tracy, I have Adrienne Rizzo. Tracy, you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
I'm also from Richmond Hill. I live next door to transitional housing. I have gotten a wonderful education from being next door to them. I do believe there is a need for homeless shelters, by all means, but not near the LCBO, cannabis stores, or anywhere else they can go in and create disturbances, leaving needles in our playgrounds with our children. I understand, please. I've lived this for 8 years. I have the right. My daughter is going to be working a block and a half away from where you want to put this shelter. You're putting my daughter's life in jeopardy. This is why I'm here. I don't care what these people say. They don't know what I'm talking about because they don't live what we see every day. We understand that it's also
Tracy,
native land, correct?
Tracy, I agree. I need you to come to the issue, the planning issue, please.
I'm getting to the issue. Thank you.
Okay.
Just bear with me. The truth of the matter is it's on native land. You guys are breaking the treaty if you sell it to York Region, correct? Because I don't see them here representing anything. This is their land. So all I'm saying is before you put a shelter, which is desperately needed, no one's disagreeing with that, next to an LCBO, cannabis stores, playgrounds, and other places, please think about the consequences it's going to follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Adrienne Rizzo? Not here? Sigmund Lee. And after Sigmund, I have Wasim Jara up next. Sigmund, welcome. Floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Sigmund Lee. I'm also from Richmond Hill. I'll start off with addressing the zoning bylaw and safety. And incidentally, it will also answer some of the questions that the mayor of Newmarket talked about. Okay, so residents in Ward 2 of Richmond Hill have been grappling with persistent challenges for the past 8 years, particularly due to the presence of the 360 kids and its associated transitional homes. Issues such as discarded needles, drug-related problems, trespassing, disruptive noise, disturbing residents' sleep, and an increase in crime rates have taken a toll on the community. Unfortunately, these have become distressing parts of daily life of those living near the facilities. Despite repeated attempts to engage management and regional authorities, residents have witnessed little to no meaningful action taken. Both the operator and regional authorities seem to dismiss these concerns as an unavoidable byproduct of having transitional homes in the area. However, it is crucial to note that what authorities consider tolerable significantly impacts the quality life of local residents. My intention is not to oppose the presence of transitional homes, but rather to raise the pertinent questions about why these persistent problems continue despite purported proactive measures like good neighborhood agreement. If left unaddressed, these issues will only compound over time, further exacerbating the challenges faced by residents in the vicinity. This is a pressing need for transparency, accountability, and genuine collaborations among residents, operators, and regional authorities to tackle these ongoing issues effectively. Residents rightly expect operators to take responsibilities for the consequences of their actions, including the safety and containment of issues arising due to the proximity of transitional facilities. Denying responsibilities in such situations is unacceptable and only foster mistrust among residents. Doing it right involves implementing measures to ensure the safety and well-being of residents in the area, addressing concerns promptly and collaborating with community to find effective solutions. It is essential for operators to prioritize the safety and welfare of the neighborhood to foster trust and goodwill within the community. One potential avenue to ensure accountability could be the establishment of a yearly renewable performance bond. If the bond is exercised and paid out, another one must be put in place, spanning a period of 10 years with clearly defined criteria for what constitutes adequate resolution of community concerns. This measure would incentivize both operators and regional authorities to uphold their commitments and take tangible steps to address the issues faced by the residents. It is poised to be mutually beneficial for everyone involved. Such a bond would certainly alleviate the concerns of residents, and for the operator and regional authorities, it will show good faith that they will walk the talk. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Sigmund. Chara, welcome. You have
thank you very
5
much.
minutes.
The timer's not on, Mr. Mayor. The timer's not on the screen. Okay.
There you go.
And it's not on. So
it doesn't work right now, but I have a timer right here in front of me.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor and members of council. My name is Wasim Jarrah. I've operated my business here in the real estate field. I also chair the government relations for the Ontario Real Estate Association. We constantly put out reports like this that the mayor has signed on to increase housing in the municipality and different types of housing along with council. So I thank you very much for your commitment to doing that and to signing on to build more housing, all types of housing, like the housing that members over here, currently enjoy, and as well housing that are vulnerable, also looking to enjoy within our community. In a perfect world, Mr. Mayor and members of council, we don't need shelters. I think that we should put Michael Braithwaite out of a job. I really do, because shelters are an embarrassment to our community, because what that says is that we failed in being able to provide affordable options and housing for all people. And I know some of us are blessed. I mean, we're in here right now. We're going to go to our homes, and outside there's a cold weather advisory that a lot of these young men are going to be trying to weather while we're here trying to play with their lives in terms of whether this project should go ahead or not for various reasons. Some of them are legitimate reasons, Mr. Mayor, and others I think are false. And I would encourage everyone in this room right here to work together to try to find a suitable solution. There's no perfect solution. NIMBYism is alive and well in everything that we do. In every single session that I go to, no one wants a project built in their backyard. But if everyone wanted, you guys wouldn't have been moved into your own homes, because NIMBYism from the people from before would have had an issue with more housing. And let me address some of the issues here that have been brought up. So we have have a chronic homelessness issue and a mental health issue. We all know that, but we don't want to be part of that solution based on what it is that I'm hearing right now. Yes, we need to find housing for homeless people, but just not here. But here's the thing. Can someone tell me right now, over the many years that you guys have been looking at this file, where is the perfect spot in the town of Aurora to put this location? I think that if a perfect spot was brought to the attention of council, that the region of York could have looked at that. Thank you very much. People with expertise with the homeless population have supported this. And I think what we need to do is that we need to listen to our expert. Each of us can have an opinion, and I support those opinions, and I respect them. But I think we need to constantly look at the experts in this field. Train tracks. People talk about train tracks. What I find humorous, and I apologize for the term, is that people rushed to pay $2 and $3 million to live within a few meters of train track. And the Dyson vacuum that a member here brought. I mean, I would prefer that if I was homeless than to be outside in the heat and the cold and have a safe place over my head. 75 decibels. Wow. I'd rather that than anything else. Ravine lots. I mean, right now in Aurora, it's $200,000 to live on a ravine lot. So, I mean, we're giving these homeless individuals an opportunity to live in much sought after lands. Black Walnut, Maple Fields, Millgate Place. I mean, you guys are within a few meters of the train. Are you guys have issues? But, people have rushed to pay millions of dollars to that. There's proximity to services, Mr. Mayor, and there's proximity to employment opportunities. I mean, just take a look at the good things that can happen when an organization takes these homeless individuals and empowers them through a project like Construct to be able to give them the tools to get training and go work for a union and get jobs where they're making $30 and $40 and $50 an hour. This is an opportunity for us to be able to make that happen tonight and not delay it. Is it the site? There's a site. It's a great site. It's a big site. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for that. And the experts have said that. I mean, if everyone here is a subject expert on site planning and zoning and everything like that, great. Work with the region of York to try to find a suitable solution for this. Some people mentioned that it's deep in the woods. I mean, I'm confused. Do you want to see them or you don't want to see them? So I'm really not sure how you want them to integrate into the community. And you're saying that you want to throw them deep in the woods. I think this is a great site. I support it. Also, Mr. Mayor, I just want to bring to your attention something. There's a gentleman that spoke, and I'll speak through you, that I think that this is an issue on the human rights when someone mentions about seniors and how vulnerable they'll be to members of this community if they move into that. And that should have been stopped by you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Council. I urge you to support this project and create an opportunity for these men tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Tristan Coleman, and quite honestly, I think if I was to stop everyone that said something that was maybe a little offside, half of you probably wouldn't be speaking this evening. So we're doing our best to get through this meeting. As I mentioned, be respectful in all regards, whether you're in favor or opposed. Mr. Coleman, you're up. Benjamin Hognestad is next.
Through you, Chair, my name is Tristan Coleman, and I'm the president of PFLAG Canada York Region. Today, we're here to express our support for the zoning bylaw amendment and the proposed transitional housing site. It may first seem out of place for a queer support organization like ours to share our thoughts on this matter, but a little context is necessary. LGBTQ2IA+ individuals are disproportionately represented amongst those who are unhoused or experiencing housing insecurity. These individuals are impacted by a lack of transitional housing supports within their very communities here in York Region. We have encountered individuals like this over the years at PFLAG, people who have had to move far away from their roots simply because transitional housing wasn't available close to them. Something the zoning bylaw would address for folks facing housing insecurity within York Region. 360 Kids runs a community program called Night Stop, where residents themselves can open up their homes to the unhoused youth of York Region. And when we first heard about this program, 60% of its service users were members of the queer community. Some of those unhoused youth, despite our best efforts, will become unhoused adults in the future. And I would frankly challenge some of the residents today who have expressed so much care towards future residents of this project, especially those opposed to zoning amendments, to open up their own homes if they can and apply for this Night Stop program to help solve this issue. Because we're all here apparently for the right reasons today, and if you are able to, then you should support that program. With respect to the point shared tonight around land use and the logistics of the zoning proposal, we understand the concerns to have some visibility to a multi-site plan. Multi-site plans, however, like these, should be considered and used on a per project basis. We're not talking about a community center or another public use space. We're talking about transitional housing, and building facilities, even when one single site exists and it's well studied, should be supported and should be rezoned accordingly. The folks at Housing York have done an incredible job, and we entirely support their studies and their findings thus far. If a site works, we should need to compare it with other sites, because if they're just as good, then it could be argued that we continue to build transitional housing supports as sites become noticed to the community. You know, no site is perfect. Belinda's Place isn't, the site in Richmond Hill isn't, and I know that because I do live close to that as well. But you know, this site is certainly one of the best that has come forward in a number of years. We choose to trust the work undertaken by Housing York. They made it very clear that this site in its land use and planning environmentally, that all considerations have been studied. We would like to note that the presentations from Housing York, inclusive of today's presentation, have addressed a lot of the residents' issues around the Oak Ridges Moraine and the sewage pumping station, despite them being trite points to bring up. From a planning perspective, we chose to respect and support the perspective of also Michael Braithwaite, the CEO of Blue Door Shelters, who operates similar shelters, but who is aware of how these sites are built and operate. In a conversation with him that I had, just to better understand the issue as well, you know, the zoning proposal, we understand that a lot of money and time has gone into studying this specific site, and it's not a matter of, you know, time and money being spent on the study, but also the findings from it as well, and these seem to really pass his test as well. With respect to presentations tonight, speaking to the proximity of the sewage pump station, I'd like to remind the public of the process that was undertaken for the sewage pumping station. Of the 4 sites proposed, residents chose site 3, which happened to be furthest away from the site, despite being aware of all the mitigation factors that would be included for the sites that were closer to residential spaces too. So, you know, suddenly, you know, concerns there, you know, seem to be a little trite from residents as well. With respect to the presentation tonight, sites of future residential developments identified north of the railroad tracks. In addition to the growth within the town of Aurora, it's imperative that Aurora diversifies its growth and makes it readily available for rezoning this land for transitional housing support. Aurora recognized in December the homelessness crisis it faces, and though the site again isn't perfect, it's up to the town and the region to provide for these residents, as they do for multi-million-dollar subdivisions that they welcome readily. Addressing land use and the concern around criminality, I'd like to reference Blue Door's inclusion program, which for the record isn't wrought with issues of criminality and substance use like many residents seem to associate easily with the unhoused. It does disproportionately happen within those populations, but it's not something that is present within all of these programs. With respect to planning and land use, we wish to remind you of the letter that was provided to you as counsel from the Ontario Human Rights Commission as well. We remind you that in your planning process that your actions over the last year to defer this issue to a planning committee may be seen as contravening the Ontario Human Rights Code, as the process has now opened up to incredibly disparaging remarks and putting up an unnecessary barrier for this project. Down the road from the proposed site is York Region's Rainbow Crosswalk at Yonge and Wellington, a symbol of affirming support for our community. But its installation is only a symbol, and it needs action for its support and its aspirations. If the zoning amendment is not passed, you may as well rip that crosswalk up.
Tristan, I'll ask you to wrap up.
I'm done.
Thank you. Benjamin. And next we have Janice Dawson. Benjamin, where's yours?
My name is Ben Hognestad. I'm a staff lawyer at the Community Legal Clinic of York Region. With funding from Legal Ontario, our office provides legal help to low-income people across the York region, from our central office in Richmond Hill and through various satellite offices throughout the region. Although we offer various kinds of help, I work in housing exclusively, and that's why I'm here today. I would like to thank council and the community for the opportunity to speak about this important project. I'm a staff lawyer at the Legal Clinic of York Region. Oh.
Go ahead. There was just feedback from the other.
I'm going to talk about 2 things. First, I'm going to talk about some of the legal and systemic factors that are driving an unprecedented housing crisis in Ontario, the reason why this project is so badly needed. Second, I'm going to talk about my experience working directly with the community members that need this project. So first, what is driving this housing crisis? Number one, lack of rent control for new units. A lot of people don't know this, but if a rental unit was built after November 15th, 2018, there is no limit to the amount a landlord can increase the rent every year. The guideline applies to older units, but a new unit, nothing is stopping the landlord from raising the rent by $500 a month or even more, and they can do it every single year. What this does is creates the conditions for what we call an economic eviction, when landlords force their tenants out by making rent impossibly high. The second issue is with the lack of rent control between tenancies. When the unit is empty, the landlord can charge whatever rent the market will bear, and this creates an incentive for landlords to evict their tenants by any means necessary, including in bad faith, so they can increase the rent. It also creates the conditions for rent to spiral out of control. The end result of both of these is that we are in the midst of a massive displacement of tenants being forced out by landlords who want to charge higher rent. The problem is these people have nowhere to go. If you're a senior, someone on disability supports, and you were just barely making ends meet at $1,000 a month, you're looking at $2,000 a month now if you're evicted. It's impossible. Government stopped building affordable housing decades ago, so the waiting lists are 10, pushing 20 years sometimes. So where do people end up? On the streets, in tents, if they're lucky, their car. The existing shelters are completely maxed out, which is exactly why we're here today. This shelter space is desperately needed. If you think living in a new building next to a pumping station is degrading, imagine what it must be like to try and sleep in a bank vestibule or in a park. Housing is a human right, recognized under international law and affirmed in Canada's National Housing Strategy Act. York Region has its own housing and homelessness plan, which aims to increase the supply of affordable housing, help people find and keep housing, and strengthen the housing and homelessness system. This project is consistent with all of these commitments. The second reason I'm here today is I want to tell you a little bit about my experience working with people who would be accessing the services here. When you hear the opposition to this project, it starts to sound like people think that people who use homeless shelters are bad people, and that is simply not true. Our office goes to Blue Door regularly to meet with clients directly and offer what help we can. I have been to Blue Door many times personally and met many of the residents there, and I will tell you right now, the people there are regular people, just like anyone else in this room, who've fallen on hard times and need support from their community. In my experience at Blue Door, the residents are very quiet. They tend to keep to themselves. People understand that they live around others and they're not out to make trouble. I would urge everyone here to look into their hearts and remember that we are all human beings. With this project, this community has been given a wonderful opportunity, an opportunity to help people in need. People need help now. Looking for reasons to delay or cancel this project will not help the people who need it. I urge everyone not to let fear of the unknown get in the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice, and then we have Alan McLean. Janice?
I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I'll be keeping my video off. So I'd like to say good evening, Mayor, Chair, and members of the Public Planning Council. My name is Janice Dawson, and I am a lived experience consultant. I have lived in York Region for over 30 years in Richmond Hill, Aurora, and now in Newmarket. I want to thank you for this opportunity to voice my support for the proposed site for the emergency shelter and transitional housing. Now, due to the restrictions, I'm not able to present my full documentation, so bear with what I do have to offer. For me, health is for everyone. Therefore, I declare that the proposed site location for the emergency shelter and transitional housing at 14452 Yonge Street is the perfect location. Let's face it, most of us here tonight have a car, and more than likely the majority of the residents will not have that necessary luxury. They are literally steps away from the longest street in the world, giving a sense of freedom and independence to buy food, find a doctor, treat themselves to some fast food, but most importantly, ease of access to get to the various supports afforded to them. In essence, we as a human race thrive best when we feel we are part of the community. I am aware that some people in this neighborhood may have some fears, contempt even, for what kind of people may reside there. Sometimes we don't realize how much accumulative trauma people go through. There is the original trauma, then there is the add-on trauma, for living on the streets, in your car, for entering an encampment site, going into the shelter system, and being in an environment of strangers. So why do we persist in making things more difficult for people who have endured perhaps decades worth of trauma? I know this to be true because I was homeless at age 53. I still grapple with the traumas, and honestly, I would like to experience more peace and freedom to walk my life's journey with ease. No more obstacles, no more barriers. Why can't we make life a little easier for the disadvantaged to get to the resources so that they can have choices as they try to walk through life? I stayed at Belinda's Place, which is also on the west side and a few steps away from Yonge Street. It was surrounded with so many amenities within walking distance, and I didn't feel isolated and cut off from the rest of the world. But most importantly, it had on-site support, which I'm sure this new facility will have as well. And I was presented with more external support that was easy for me to get to, and I thought, finally, I can get some help for my traumas, which began at the age of 4, as with most people who have been experiencing homelessness. With regards to the points made about the train tracks and the pumping stations that I've heard tonight, I would like to point out that there are plenty of residential areas that live near those things. I've lived near right beside the 401 and the high rise. It's possible you can live there. Instead of focusing on the problems, we can focus on the solutions, of which one may be simply given ease of access to the resources. There are plenty of resources right off of Yonge Street. Plenty. And it's easy for them to get to where they have to go for south or north. Like I said, it's the best place to be. So today, we can choose to be humane or inhumane. So I want to say thank you for listening to me. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Janice. Alan? Is Alan here? Alan McLean? Going once, going twice. Alan is not here. Kevin Kennedy. After Kevin, I got Gloria Resler. Kevin, welcome. You have 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Kevin Kennedy. I live in East Gwillimbury, about 2 par 5s away from Porter Place right now, which is where I worked for 25 years in the shelter system. And curiously enough, my house backs onto a train track as well. I just thought I'd share that because it's a little bit of interesting coincidence, maybe. I do have a unique perspective on this issue. I started working in the shelter system when I was 20 years old, doing a field placement when I was a student at Seneca College. And I remember going into the shelter being afraid and being scared of the people who used that facility. They were men much older than I was. Certainly I was green, naive, and very uncomfortable with what I was what I was coming face to face with. And I remember working shifts there and feeling like I was walking on eggshells, like I had to be careful. I had to watch my back. I don't know where that came from. Well, I know now where it came from. It came from all the things that we hear about people who are homeless. We heard some folks today talk about their experiences in Richmond Hill, and I can't speak to that. It must be, I can't imagine what it's like to be feeling that that's the community you now live in. I can't speak to that, but what I can speak to is how I came to understand the experiences that I was going through and how the fear that I had was incredibly unfounded. It was a staff member I was working with who said to me one day, she said, "You seem afraid. Why are you afraid? What are you afraid of?" And I said, "Well, I'm just afraid of the guys, I guess." And she said, "Why?" And I said, "Well, I guess it's because of their background, because, I don't know if they're unpredictable, if they've been using." And she said, "I want you to, next time, if you see a guy who's uncomfortable, who looks maybe like he's angry, I want you to take a step back and notice what's happening around him." And there were opportunities to do that. There were many times with the guys who were in the shelter, not many, some, that due to the circumstances of their life, the fact that they are 35, 45, 50 and living in a shelter, that is not where anybody wants to be. And the things that they had gone through, the experiences they'd had that brought them there, often would settle into them with a sense of anger. They didn't have the capacity to identify what that anger was, which was really sadness and loneliness and isolation. So they would often speak to those feelings through anger, because that's the mask that was being worn. And so I did that. The next time somebody seemed a little bit aggressive, somebody seemed a little bit angry, I kind of looked around, and what I noticed was other guys in the shelter who were living there would get up and they would come and just kind of stand around. And they weren't there watching to see what was going to happen, like, hey, there might be a fight. They were there to say, we've got your back. Don't worry about anything getting out of control. They were also there to have the back of the guy who was getting angry, because they understood where that anger was coming from. That's the population that we're talking about. Guys like me, like your brothers, like your fathers, like your children, people who have just had incredibly difficult circumstances that they are trying to work through. And my experience in working with the men there, it was one of the safest jobs I ever had. I didn't feel that way at first because I was carrying all this stuff that we are taught to believe about this population. But as I worked with them and got to know them, I found it was the safest job I ever had. Because where else do you go where you've got 20 other bodyguards there just ready to jump in case things go bad for you? They did that because they cared about the place, because they cared about the environment, they cared about the community. One of the things that helped us, now Porter Place is not a great location. It is a great program, and the programming that happens there is fantastic, but the location creates challenges. That's why when I first heard about this location, when I was first investigating what was going on in the shelter business now, I was elated. A place in town where people didn't have to feel like they were kind of pushed off to the side. Anything that went really well in our shelter was because we were able to remind the guys that the community cared about them. Anytime donations came in, anytime restaurants would give us leftover food, anytime people would come on Christmas, families would come and create and make dinner for the guys. It was a message to the guys. We have not forgotten you. You are part of our community. So that's, I think, the work that comes now, the planning that comes after this, if this gets approved, and I strongly urge you to approve it. The heavy lifting is going to be now, how can we as a community, all of these people who have said numerous times they care about this population, how can we come together to make this work for the people that are there? That's what happened at Belinda's Place, a community that did not welcome it at first, but came to embrace it.
Kevin, can I ask you to wrap up, please?
I can. And I think that the challenges that we've had in Richmond Hill can be avoided when the community comes together and demonstrates that. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Gloria? Welcome, Gloria. Gloria, you have 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I heard I'm the last one.
Maybe. We don't know that yet.
Thank you very much. It's been quite an interesting evening. I love land use planning, and I will want to start off, though, with the safety of the trains. For 11 years, I was an auxiliary sergeant down in Toronto. I went to 3 suicides from individuals dropping off the Bloor Viaduct. And as I'm sure you're aware, the city ended up paying $25 million to build a safety net where that can't happen anymore. I used to live in Tamarack Trail. Wasn't that bothered by the train noise, but was more concerned with some occasion being told that someone was going to commit suicide and I would have to intercede and get the police involved. So I do genuinely worry about what the CN, I haven't seen their report where they're saying that it's meeting their standards, but that is a concern I do have. I was glad to hear someone tonight mention the closeness to the LCBO. I have a worry about that as well. I have been trying to help about 6 homeless people who do not want to go into a shelter for a whole bunch of reasons. Great people, but I can't get them the help that they really do need. So I worry about that element of calling it a shelter. I feel this is a home. I think the stigma that is attached to emergency or shelter is not the word to be using. And hearing from so many people here tonight with different opinions, I worry about how you're going to house 35 men, is it? I'm curious what the cost per unit is. Is there an answer I could be told tonight? Okay, so it's not cheap to build a unit that's up to code. I had the unfortunate situation of living in a wood green brand new building for seniors, and it turned out it was very quickly housed with shelter and transitional people, and I had to leave with all the problems that existed. So how we are going to plan for the services, I'm glad to hear that there will be services living in this place full-time is a good way to go. I'm a big supporter of group homes. I lived across the road in Newmarket from a transitional home, and 5 people lived there, social worker every day. It was gorgeous. We all got to know them as human beings. We would take our dogs or cats and just chat with them. And it was a very different scenario. I find that this site, the way it's planned, is somewhat of a silo approach to creating a home for these people. They deserve it. I don't know if or how York Region has approached the homeless and interviewed them. The 6 that I know have not been approached. I think in terms of land use planning, I'm very disliking MZOs for a whole bunch of reasons. I was a key player in creating the Oak Ridges Marine, and I was on the commission that wrote that planning act. So it is going to be impacted by this development, unfortunately. And the zoning amendment is generally under land use planning relatively simple, but in this case it's not because of the energy, both negative and pro, that is causing this zoning amendment to happen. So tonight, are you approving the zoning amendment, or that's going forward to another council meeting?
I will answer tonight, just so everyone knows. I guess there's possibly 3 options. You could see council move, which is the recommendation on the agenda, to general committee. You could see a denial of the application, or you could end up going to another public planning meeting. Essentially, those are the 3 options that will be presented by council this evening.
Well, I would support the 3rd option because there's reports that I would like to review so I can put my written comments forward. And finally, I will say, I am so happy to see we have a ward system in Aurora. When I lived here, we went to the Ontario Municipal Board twice to get a ward system implemented. So
Laura, while I appreciate that comment, I had
Thank
to
you.
stop. Thank you. Yes. Council, I need a motion to extend the hour. Councilor Thompson, Councilor Gallo, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak for the first time? Come on up. If I can just get you to state your name. Okay, and the municipality you live in, and you have 5 minutes.
I live in Aurora at the northeast corner of St. John's Side Road and Yonge, just down from the pumping station where the honey wagons go down the street on a regular basis. This is not going to happen down at the lower end of Aurora because I spoke to the wonderful people that were all brought in from York Region to the library, and they assured they have put in all types of odor control. Not only that, this is not that type of processing system. So they have been very careful in that when they are looking and respecting the residents of the area. And I believe maybe this was even in the works prior to the thought of the housing. I think that this place is excellent, this site. I think a lot of thought has gone into it. I know there's concerns about Industrial Parkway, but there can be a bus stop right on Yonge there, and right across the road to get the people off. Right up Industrial Parkway, I heard people talking about the spiritual needs of these men. There is one of the most wonderful churches up there, Aurora Cornerstone. It has a congregation that is made up of Chinese people and of people of all different cultures. Further, just a little bit up the road is the Aurora Food Pantry, and they also serve breakfast in the morning. So people can get out, go somewhere, and socialize with other people in the community. Aurora is the hub for York Region for the prime social services. Just up the street from the men's shelter, there is the Addiction Services of York Region. It's just past the Shoppers Drug Mart. That's right across from the No Frills. Down the street from that, where Dairy Queen is York Region, is the York Support Services Network. They've changed their name, but they have all kinds of mental health programs, and they will link up these men once they get to a point of where they can live in a community. They have housing programs that they can transition them into. This is called transition housing, and that is what will happen. The services around will come in. So you have the addiction services, you have the mental health services, and a quick ride down to Oak Ridges on a bus. You have some of the best urgent care services you can ever access. So to say there are not enough services to meet the needs, I so appreciate the people here who are very caring and pointing that out. But I think sometimes we don't realize just what we have around us. And this place, although you think it isn't the best, my goodness, when you look at what will be available, it's outstanding. And I will tell you, there are homeless people sleeping behind the Tannery Mall in Newmarket, and they're beside the train tracks. So they're listening to the trains already. And I'll tell you, there is a $14 million property right next to mine on St. John's Side Road. They get the biggest stink from that sewage place, and there's a train track. So I don't think it's going to devalue properties that much. It'll just depend on the way the wind's blowing when you have your open house. Anyway, so I am all for this. And to the people from Richmond Hill, my daughter, after 17 years on the housing wait list and having lived in a tent, just got into the hub, which is beside 360 kids. Those kids are young. They were abused at home. They left to escape cruelty. So if they're angry, that's why. So
Just ask you to wrap up, Pat.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? I'll ask you guys to form a line, whoever does want to do it, so that way we don't argue about who's next. Welcome. You have 5 minutes. Sure.
Yeah, I signed up. I was beginning to feel a little hurt. I was left out. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor and Council, to speak to you about this tonight. I'm one of those folks from Blue Door that was here last time as well. Blue Door's been operating the current men's housing in York Region and has been for the last 42 years. I myself know a little bit about it, having spent the last 32 years of my life in social services. We've heard a lot tonight about the love for men and vulnerable people, which is incredible. A lot of love in this room. It's great. A little bit of fear, but a lot of love, and that's great. And we've heard we can do better. 100% agree, but maybe not in the way that you think. right? We can do better. We can do better now during this housing crisis that we find ourselves in, where the cost of living is hurting us all, vulnerable people especially. We can do better than the current site. Listen, it's saved thousands of lives. It's changed thousands of lives, but it is dated. It's aging, and it is so far removed from services. People are walking on the highway. That has never been right. Why is it even there? Because so many years ago, it was pushed out, because not in my backyard. And you find yourself in that situation of not being near services, right? We can do better than saying maybe another site to so many who can't afford to pay $2,000 a month for a one-bedroom apartment in York Region. Many even working full-time, or men whose families have broken down due to divorce or health issues and now find themselves without a home. Let's talk about the site. I think any of us that are looking for a home, sometimes you look at 50 homes because it doesn't meet the requirements. It doesn't meet your list. Sometimes you look at a few, and sometimes you walk into that home that checks everything on the list. This is this site. It checks everything on that list. And if it just comes down to facts and zoning, there are rigorous zoning requirements that the region has to meet. Every one of those requirements has been met or exceeded, right? They don't set those standards. Those standards are set and they met them, right? This site is set back from the road. It's surrounded by trees. It's private both for residents and for residents of this new housing project. Serene, dignified, right? It's back from the road. In fact, I bet you if you didn't know it was there, you wouldn't know it's there because it's set back from the road. Added bonus, right? The site is owned by the region. So when you talk about how many sites did we look at, can we look at other sites? It is very, very limited. I think all of you know how expensive land is across the region. To find land of this size that would be suitable, very difficult and expensive to do. They own this already. It's bought, it's paid for. So it makes sense moving forward. It's close to transit and will allow men to get to their jobs. Jobs like the Construct program that's running in Aurora right now. This program that the citizens of Aurora have supported supports newcomers, men, youth, people to get into well-paying jobs that lifts them out of poverty. That's here in Aurora, and residents of this program will also have access to that program to lift them out of poverty and to move forward with their lives and surrounded by care. Remember too that the men in transitional housing, they pay rent. It's semi-independent living. Many of them don't need support services. They simply can't afford to pay full market rent moving forward. I understand that the decision to move forward on this is a hard one, but it is the right one. I'm going to leave you with a quote from Douglas MacArthur and challenge you to make a tough but right decision tonight. A true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and the compassion to listen to the needs of others. They do not set out to be a leader, but become one by the quality of their actions and the integrity of their intent. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. I will say all the love tonight for people experiencing homelessness. If you want to show that, come out to the coldest night of the year event, February 24th, and show the love for our most vulnerable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Come on down. I just get you to state your name, municipality you live in, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, my name is Michael Barton. I'm coming at this from a different perspective. I think most of the people tonight, I actually live in the town of Oakville. I am a land use planner. I am a professional planner. I regularly provide evidence in front of the Ontario Land Tribunal. I was here by Zoom at the first meeting. I also provided a written submission, and I did register to speak tonight. Somehow that didn't seem to get through. So I was retained by some of the members of the community that were seeking to have an independent land use planning opinion provided. They were aware of the need to not come at it from a NIMBY perspective. So they asked me to take a look at this as someone who has no vested interest. I don't live in Aurora. I don't live near this site. I don't come from a social housing background. I'm looking at this from the perspective of
the applications that are before the town, the applications that the committee is looking at tonight. In preparing any land use planning opinion I provide, I look at the existing and the planned context of a site. So the existing context is what is there now, what is around it. The planned context is what are the current permissions on the site, what are the current permissions around the site. Two elements. It's not about what is there now and we don't want that to change, but that is a consideration. The other consideration is what has the municipality put in place? What have they stated as this is our intent for the property? So when I talk about good planning, I was asked to try and put that into a sentence. And what I said is generally characterized by land use and built form that is compatible with and complements both the existing and the planned context of a community. So in terms of the planned context, we've heard about the existing context. There's quite a bit of detail about the surrounding uses, the low density residential. Again, I don't think anyone who understands land use planning believes that there's an intent that a community stays the same. So to say that there is housing next door means this has to be the same type of housing on this property. However, when we look at the policies, under the current official plan, we've heard that the property is designated cluster residential. We've heard that under the zoning bylaw, it's currently zoned Oak Ridges Moraine, rural, general, and public space. For the most part, where this development would occur would be in that cluster residential and the Oak Ridges Moraine component of the zoning. My understanding in reviewing the materials is there's been limited changes to the proposal since we were here previously. So the comments that I had provided in my initial submission still apply. So we do see that this is a form of emergency and transitional housing, 5 stories in height, 55 units. So again, that's the character of this, the built form, the type of use that we're seeing on the property. It's also my understanding that many of these emergency units are going to accommodate residents for 30 days. Some will be longer, but definitely intended to be temporary in nature. So the site-specific zoning bylaws before you is to change that component that is the Oak Ridges Moraine Rural General to an institutional zone to allow this to happen. The official plan designation will remain cluster residential because there is a permission currently that any residential designation would permit this use. So why is that? It's because the intent is to be welcoming to this type of use. The intent is not to limit the options in the municipality to this type of use. The intent is also, though, that the site that is selected is appropriate. So that is when you get into looking at the criteria that are set out. So we heard those already. I'm not going to go through those. However, the secondary plan builds upon the official plan, indicating that suitable forms of supportive housing are subject to a rezoning application, which will consider the ability of the proposed supportive housing use to develop in accordance with the form and type of housing within the respective residential designations of the cluster residential, the compatibility with the surrounding residential fabric, which we see as single family homes, and the open space, and whether the form of housing is suitable to a limited range of service. So again, being aware of time and not trying to run over. In my written submission, I had provided my opinion with respect to the provincial policy statement, the growth plan. However, in terms of the town's official plan, it's clear that this property and the surrounding area is characterized by natural heritage features, and then a component that is been identified as appropriate for low density residential housing, that being cluster residential. And I will tie this up. Special needs housing fits in through the cluster residential designation. Again, it doesn't give a blank slate to what that looks like. There is also the need to consider whether the form of the special needs housing considers these other elements of the official plan. So I speak to that as someone who regularly provides evidence to Ontario Land Tribunal.
Can I get you to wrap up, Michael?
And to consider how land use planning matters would be considered in that type of form. So with that, I'm happy to close.
Thank you. We'll probably get through 2 more before we have to take our next health break. welcome. And just get you to state your name, municipality you live in, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is David Hurd, lifetime Aurora resident and early roots to 1800s Aurora. I very impressed by a lot of the information on both sides. People are very passionate about this. But I will say in my 62 years of living in Aurora, I've definitely watched Aurora change. One of the things that, of course, I've seen change is we've seen some forested areas disappear due to development. One of the things I'd like to bring forward do that is many of the this population, that's where they will reside. And what no one's brought up tonight is several years ago with a provincial staff, I toured this area. And so I'm very familiar with it and being an advocate for the Aurora Pet Cemetery and very vocal about, and thank you for the purchase of the 16 acres. I know that area very well. The population having a facility there, I can tell everyone they were already there. When we were on that site one time, there was dozens and dozens of tents with water bottles piled 3 feet wide, 2 feet high. You could see people had been there for a long time. And as that area changed and others, they were displaced. I will say the one thing I do know historically about Aurora is Aurora, to me, has always shown it is an exceptionally caring community. Between service clubs, between the faith-based organizations, I was very proud to be the creator of the Rise and Shine Breakfast, and I just retired after 20 years in the autism, well, not 20 years in the autism sector, but 15 years in the autism sector and 5 working, mostly volunteering with vulnerable populations, including the homeless. And it was amazing to have people come to the breakfasts and other events that I would sit and chat with individuals who are homeless, and then be stopped on the street. And they would say, "Do you remember me?" And I say, "I remember your face. I apologize. I don't remember your name." And they would remind me that when I met them before, they were homeless. And now they had a job, a relationship, and a home. I've heard this many, many times over. I think what we're seeing now is what was an invisible population because of where they were living, hidden. Because Aurora's changed, they are becoming very visible. We're hearing people complain about individuals sleeping in banks, not being able to get into their interact until the bank opens because, to keep homeless individuals out. We see people sleeping in, front of stores and things. So I've heard tons of complaints. I will say this, that again, this location, when I looked into it closely, I kind of thought I'll look at all angles, be the devil's advocate. And I looked at it from a personal perspective. By the way, it's nice to speak in front of Kevin Kennedy, one of my former profs at Seneca College. I saw this as an amazing potential. Nature is an amazing healing tool. That area is not a far cry from the pet cemetery, the 16 acres. There will be trails. We know that's going to happen. And because of the acquisitions there in the pet cemetery, I really see that many of the individuals, when somebody asks, are we looking into the reasons why these individuals are homeless? I've spoken to many over the years. A lot of it is trauma, and many, because we're dealing with a male adult population, many adult males who slip through the cracks are undiagnosed adults with autism and very highly functional, just unable to work, maybe a traditional job, not able to, just function the way we think we all should. What I'd like to say is, I see this as we have to put shovels in the ground and do something. This is going to get worse. And as a person who 25 years ago was on the street, I lost everything. I lost my job. I lost a relationship. And I'm proud that reaching out and asking for help, I had to be ready. People have to be ready. The community was ready for me. The region kicked butt in helping me. If anybody wants to ask, let me tell you the services of the region that helped me get to where I am today. And I'm very proud of that. And also 23 years sober. Some people know that. So All I want to say is with all this, I'm proud of our community for speaking up for themselves, but we need to work together on this. And I see the region and the town and the community. We can do this. We can do this together. That's what Aurora has always been. Thank you.
Thank you. Time for one more before our health break.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Mayor and esteemed council members and community members of Aurora. My Dickinson and Newmarket. I live directly behind the tannery, right alongside the train tracks. So just for my first point, I don't believe that noise violations are an issue in this planning situation regarding the men's shelter. 75 decibels. When you're behind a window, I would like to respectfully say that a Dyson vacuum is not going to be heard. I'm sorry to say. And then respectfully also that the smells of the equipment, they're much more advanced than we think. And honestly, the smell is not going to be an issue as well. When most people that are in encampments currently have propane heaters to keep themselves warm at night because they have nowhere else to go, that is also expelling dangerous chemicals. And yet we allow them to breathe those in on a nightly and daily basis with no complaints because we do not see them. It's hidden to us. But yet, as soon as it comes out publicly, we have something to say. So on that note, I stand before you as a 27-year-old male who is neurodivergent, who has been on the streets for 5 years, who was addicted to methamphetamines and is now 5 years sober. I am standing before you as someone who has accessed these services and who is a huge proponent to human rights activism and should believe that everybody in this room also acknowledge that this land, while it is used currently, was Indigenous, and we do need to respect the Truth and Reconciliation. Having that said in mind, I do believe that this specific location would be a huge proponent to that specifically. In saying that, I mean that nature being a huge proponent in Indigenous culture, connecting with nature. We know and understand that people who are going through healing, especially through traumas, nature is a huge and vital aspect to healing, especially with mental health. We all know that mental health and addiction is a problem. However, it is most recognized in those who are underserved or are, let's say, marginalized. That's the word I'm looking for. Sorry. In our communities. And therefore, we need to really address these root issues. For this to happen, we need transportation and access to services, which I believe that this location functions as a really good location to allow service users not only the ability to have in-house services, but transportation to and from that is easier than the location at Porterhouse. I also believe that with the services that are in the community who actively contribute on an outreach basis, meaning they travel to those marginalized communities, there are more than enough services to help these individuals at this location. I also truly believe that these men, this population is really been viewed with bias and discrimination, even though it may not be completely aware. We have to realize that these are still human beings. And I truly believe that everybody in this room is wanting to help this change. However, just that thought of not in my backyard is not good enough. We need to help our communities by acknowledging that these individuals are going through a rough time and that we allow them access to this service. In Canada, 3 people every 10 seconds are experiencing a drug poisoning or drug overdose. By the time that we find a new location, how many individuals will be dead or in the hospital with trauma because of drug addiction? This, in fact, means that we have to support this as soon as possible, even if it is temporary. Within the 5 years that this building is there, how many more locations can be found to be able to make more and sustainable and attainable housing for these individuals. I say I support this, and I implore you, Tom Marakas, the mayor of Aurora, and dear councilors, to go forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we're going to take a 5-minute health break as part of our procedural bylaws. We'll be back in 5 minutes this time. We're not going to do 10 minutes. Okay, everyone? 5 minutes. I can get members of council back in their seats, please. Okay. I got quorum. I have quorum, correct? Council, we need to begin by extending the hour once again, but I need a specific time this time. Someone want to put forward a time? Midnight? Seconder? Councilor Gallo, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. All right. Next up, welcome. Pardon? Yeah, we're trying, Councilor. We're trying. Okay, just state your name, your municipality you live in, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. My name is Nicola Dalton, and I live in Southwest Aurora. Although for 14 years, I lived in Northeast Aurora. So one of the things that I wasn't originally going to speak, and I contemplated it, but you know what? I wanted to keep it to the facts, and that's what we're here to talk about is zoning. And also, quite frankly, one of the things that has come up a lot is traffic, is accessibility to amenities. And I can tell you, in all honesty, because I've lived in both areas of Aurora, I walk every day, twice a day, because I have a dog. And I can tell you, the area that they are suggesting, because I live exactly there, is extremely difficult to access. I have lived in 2 parts of Aurora, and I have found it extremely difficult to get anywhere. I have had to walk up and down Yonge because to even loop around to walk my dog. And it sounds very simple and silly to talk about dog walking, but it really does address the fact that it is very difficult and oftentimes dangerous to walk along that area. So to say that it isn't going to impact individuals that are having to walk along or be in that area is simply silly, quite frankly. Also, the fact that one of the things that was brought up was as far as the smell from the sewage pumping station, and that showing the little small station versus the big one and saying that there wasn't any smells. Again, I walk every single day and I walk by that little pumping station and it stinks. It stinks a lot. And quite frankly, when I did move from Northeast to Southwest Aurora, these are things I didn't take into consideration. It wasn't even in my thought plan to consider it. So now by me telling you that I live in that area, it should be a consideration. And it absolutely should be considered, considering there's going to be potentially up to 68 men having to traverse and to get places around there to try and get from where south of the tracks to what is called the amenities. Quite frankly, there's not a lot of amenities because I've tried that too, and it's extremely difficult to get there safely. So please do consider what is there. Go and walk it. I implore you, go and walk that area and see how you feel when you're walking around there. I described it. One of my old neighbors, when I bumped into her, she said, "Oh, how do you like your new area?" And I said, "Oh, it's nice." She said, "Well, why do you say that?" I said, "It's kind of like living on an island in Muskoka. Yes, it's pretty. Yes, there's trees, but you're stuck. It's very hard to get off the island." So please consider that when they are trying to do their best to get help. I understand the need, and I agree with the fact that a shelter somewhere that needs to be built. I'll tell you about one more conversation that I had as well. So last week, I went to an appointment and I started talking to this woman. I didn't know who she was, and we were talking about the shelter and the location and what her thoughts were. I truly wanted to know an unbiased opinion, what she thought of where the location. I described it south of the tracks, no sidewalks on Yonge Street. So yes, there is some transit, but I'll talk about that as well. So in the description to her, I then found out that she's actually a Toronto police officer. Had no idea. And I asked her, based on what I've told you, with the location, what would be your thoughts? Obviously, she's lived near homeless shelters. She says, I don't have a problem with that. She goes, but I do have a problem with the location. In all seriousness, why would you build a brand new building and set these men up for the perfect opportunity to fail? And I thought, wow, that spoke volumes to me in just a conversation with somebody that I didn't know and that had no bias towards this location. So one last thing I'd like to say, thank you so much for listening to me, is also with respect to the procedures and the policies and the laws. So where do we draw the line about following the procedures and the laws that were put in place to protect, whether it be transportation, whether it be homeless themselves, whether it be locations, Oak Ridges Moraine, and where do we bend those laws? Because it seems like we're trying to find that balance of where we bend and where we don't. These laws and regulations were set into place for a reason. So should we not follow them? And should we not make sure that we're accounting for those regulations and those laws? I think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. If I can get you to state your name and municipality you live in, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, Mayor and councilors. I'm Shanna Nobari, and I'm here today. I live in Aurora as well. So the proposed location for the York Region Emergency and Transitional Housing at 14452 Yonge Street presents several concerns that warrant careful consideration. So number one, isolation from affordable housing. Building a homeless shelter in an area lacking affordable housing means that transitioning individuals may struggle to find suitable living arrangements nearby. This geographical disconnect can impede their journey towards stable housing. Number two, limited healthcare access. The absence of a nearby hospital or urgent healthcare facilities can pose a significant challenge for the homeless population's health needs. Lack of accessible healthcare resources may hinder their ability to address medical issues and receive necessary treatments. And number three, job market barriers. If the shelter is situated in an area with limited job opportunities, homeless individuals may face difficulties securing employment. This can be a substantial barrier to their efforts to regain financial stability and successfully reintegrate into the community. Number four, scarcity of community services. Without nearby community services, homeless individuals may struggle to access crucial support systems such as counseling, education, and vocational training. This lack of resources can impede their overall transition and reintegration efforts. And number five, social isolation and stigma. Placing a homeless shelter in an isolated area, like Nicola was mentioning earlier, inadvertently contribute to social isolation and stigma. The lack of community integration opportunities can make it challenging for individuals to build connections and overcome societal biases, hindering their successful return to community life. And the last point that I wanted to mention is about the impact on property enjoyment. So the enjoyment of property is a fundamental right recognized by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Adverse conditions such as noise pollution, sewage proximity, and compromised pedestrian access directly impact this right, as everyone was talking about earlier today. So an example is the Metrolinx expansion involving a new rail line and expanded overpass raises safety concerns and compromises pedestrian access to essential services during construction, limiting the enjoyment of property for future residents. So I urge the decision makers to revisit this proposal, considering the concerns of the community seriously. Placing a men's homeless shelter, especially for individuals with mental health problems, without providing opportunities for these men to access affordable housing, jobs, nearby hospitals, and support for addiction and mental health issues is a matter of deep concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. If I can just get you to state your name, municipality you live in, and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Konstantin Zretsky, and I'm resident of Aurora. I live in a close proximity. And I actually, the person a few days ago, I was watching I think it was a year ago, there was another meeting that took about 5 hours. And I watched the entire 5 hours. And what a drastic change. Because today, on one side, we have our team of the professional and well-organized PR people working towards reaching their goals and citing the human rights issues and praising the safety of homeless people, of homeless men's shelter for the community and benefits for the city of Aurora. Really? Almost no one of them is living in close proximity to the desired men's shelter site. According to police officer that attended the meeting a year ago, Belinda's house, the women's shelter, receives 54 emergency calls per year. That's once a week. Do you think humongous men's shelter in the dense residential area will be an island of peace? You really believe in that? I doubt it. On the other hand, we have a group of local residents who are trying to save their kids, their residences, and their investments. It's very unfortunate that we have to be kind to homeless people at the expense of local residents. I understand the concept. Yes, everyone wants to have a shelter. We need a shelter, but I'm sure there is a much better site that we will be able to find. And to be honest, the residents that will come to that shelter, they're not coming from Aurora. Most of them are coming from different sides of that huge, York region. Okay, they're not residents of Aurora. So where the York region wants to place their shelter and considers the perfect location. It is jammed between LCBO, the train tracks, and the wooded area. The forest next door is the perfect location for the tent city. And we all know that police in the city of Toronto cannot remove those tents in the parks. Do you think they'll be more successful here next door in Aurora? I doubt so. And finally, we have the tracks that are the immediate hazard. So look, every crime that will happen in the neighborhood and every life lost on the tracks will be direct consequence of the decisions that I made here today. I'm a big fan of Aurora. I've been living here for a number of years, and I'm afraid for the safety of my 3 young kids, and rightfully so. I'm sure there's another side that are as good or better, and I'm sure York region will be able to spend a little bit of time and find that site. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I can just get you to state your name, municipality you live in, and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Costa Carpinelli, and living in Aurora. I would like to ask York region one question. How much the study of this facility has cost so far? How much we spend of our tax to study this location? And we know where this money are coming from. The building is that the feeling is that York region wants to justify why this location is the right one, regardless of the request of this council in the last public meeting to present alternative sites. I didn't see anything. I didn't see the first time. I didn't see in the public meeting at the library. I didn't see tonight. Why? Why we need to be enforced that this location has the right criteria to have this facility built it, without considering all the opponent problem that we can have. Like we talked about the GO train, we talked about the LCBO, we talked about there is not other jobs around the area and business are shutting down. You can just walk up Yonge Street and you see that there was a big facility that is completely down. Where these people are going to work? What is the study of that? Another question is why this facility has the only one where we have the focus on, and why we cannot consider other location where there is already similar facility to be expanded, to be bigger, to have more accommodation for these people that it needs. I'm not against the shelter. It's just feel like that York region is enforcing on us the believing that this is the only location that we can use on a land that have been mentioned before. How big is York region? Last question that I want to ask, sorry, I'm just losing track here. what is the comparison to build a new facility in terms of prices versus expanded the one that we already have? Why is this why that is not good? Why those data were not shown to us yet? Not the first time, not the second time, and not tonight. The reality is that no one else will even be able to build anything in that piece of land because of the law, because of the proximity of so many other things that are impeding to build anything else. York Region has the right facility to justify the area, to justify the money that have been used so far to make this study happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next week, one sec, Mr. Mott. Is there any members of the public that want to speak for the first time? Thank you. Welcome. If I can just get you to state your name and municipality you live in, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, my name's Amanda and I live in Ward 3. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and community members for allowing me to speak. I've worked as a police officer for 10 years now. I work downtown Toronto. In the division I serve, there are 9 shelters. Businesses surrounding these shelters have been directly impacted. The grocery stores, LCBOs, pharmacies, and various other businesses have had a rise in assaults, thefts, assault with weapons, robberies, sexual assaults, etc. Some businesses have hired security and police officers to deter the ongoing crime. The shelters have increased a staggering amount of overdoses in their surrounding areas. A lot of these overdoses have involved fentanyl in Tim Horton bathrooms, in McDonald's bathrooms, libraries, parks, parking lot alleys, transit platforms, and bus stops. My question to you is, what safety measures will you have for the land use implement for nearby businesses? My safety concern is for the individuals that are mentally unstable and or violent that are discharged from the shelter. What safety measures will you have in place for the surrounding community? What safety measures will you have in place for the Metro, the LCBO, the dental office, the McDonald's, the Aurora Walk-In, the Baskin Robbins, the Harveys, the Swiss Chalet? What safety measures will you provide for our community, our children, our families, with these individuals that no longer belong to the shelter? I've picked up syringes, broken bottles, and glasses out of several parks. Will the city increase their waste pickup? All the playgrounds near 9 shelters are occupied by underhoused individuals. That is not to say that I'm not in favor for a shelter for them. There are some wonderful human beings that have had some horrible traumatic experiences that need that shelter. The ones that truly want help have gotten it and have prospered. However, there are several suffering from mental illnesses, and they are unstable and they can be violent. I have been lit on fire by one individual that was rejected from all the shelters in my division. It was not a big fire, but I'm getting a little off track, but I'm just trying to speak to the fact that there is a lot of unpredictable things that can happen. And I don't want anybody to be exposed to it. I don't want our neighborhood to have fentanyl. I don't want our neighborhood to have carfentanil. I don't want any of this around it. There are 4 daycares within a 2-kilometer radius of this proposed location, 2 grade schools and 1 high school. How do you plan to keep our community safe when the safety measures in the shelter no longer abide to those clients? Some of the speakers have said that we are discriminating against the underhoused. However, several speakers asked why there was no transparency regarding this project. We have been told several times to listen to the experts. Well, we're asking the experts to be truthful with their mannerisms and their paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. We can get you to state your name, the municipality you live in, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Neil Aslan, and I live in Aurora. I guess I can share some feeling of love for land use policy. However, I'm not an expert, and I think probably most of us in this room are not experts. I don't know that any of our council has expertise in land use planning, professional training, etc. And that said, I do want to put my faith in the institutional and professional knowledge that we have in our public service that is trying to deliver for these people who need. I sat on a planning committee in this town, the Heritage Planning Committee, and I know that a few years ago there was quite a dust up over a fourplex on Center Street, whereby the owner of the property was berated at several public meetings, issues that were brought forward regarding closet space and packing people into houses.
that just seem to pass through this chamber as though they were facts or credible knowledge. And staff had recommended that it was a heritage permit they recommended it, and council continuously voted against it, against the expertise that we have in our planning department because of an emotional response in the neighborhood. And I will say that, yes, your feelings are not facts. But empathy is an ability to understand that we need housing. And what's quite interesting is that now we have a motion from our mayor to legalize fourplexes all over town. That would have been handy 3 years ago when a guy spent 2 years and a lot of money trying to get a fourplex built for his multi-generational family in a central location close to transit. But that's not this. This is more important. And I have to say, I did go to the open house. I have read the material you provided. I believe this is the site. I spoke to the actual manager of operations for York Region, who manages the pumping station. And he explained to me that it is not the pumping station that is on St. John Side Road that is actually a depot. I know that was pointed out by someone else, but that one is a depot where those honey wagons or sewage trucks unload, and that's what you smell. This one is completely protected. And so if there is any smell, it is temporary. And he assured me that there probably wouldn't be any. And I just want to say, if it's not obvious, I do support this. I've had family members who have unfortunately, tragically experienced homelessness, and one of the cases didn't end well. And that's all I'll say. And so this is very important for me to stand up here and face all of you and just say, you know what, open your heart. And if it comes down to the built form, and this is just another one thing I want to touch on, that the built form, which was brought up by the land use lawyer, you know, that is one of the most policed and assaulted policies or assaulting policies in the planning system. And it's how we end up with less units, things like minimum lot sizes and step backs that decrease units and keep people out of our town. I mean, it's just outrageous the way we pound this podium sometimes and say we don't want these houses here. We have a crisis, and this is the absolute floor of how you can deal with the housing crisis, and it needs to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I'm going to just get you to state your name, municipality you live in, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jordan. I am a lifelong resident of Aurora. My family has actually been here probably predating the corporation of the town. I'm just very confused where this irrational fear of men has come from, particularly men that are down on their luck. A lot of these men that need these kinds of shelters have come from professions that all of you have benefited from. There's a very serious drug crisis in the construction industry that is resulting in these people losing their livelihoods. I don't understand the opposition to this shelter when all of you have benefited from the work that they do. Something to consider.
Thank you. Any other members of the public for the first time? First time. Going once, going twice. Second time. Any members of the public? Come on up. Next speaker. Once again, name, municipality you live in, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Hobbs. I'm a resident of Aurora. I
I thought I wouldn't come up here a second time, but I did want to highlight something that I believe is crucial. And I think a key opportunity for, quite frankly, every single person in this room. I have a high regard for professional planners, both public and private. I'm sure everyone heard it, and if you didn't, think back to it, but the professional planner hired by, well, I'll call the opponent, said this property is appropriate for transitional housing. Let me repeat that. They said this property is appropriate for transitional housing. They had some comments about the built form, which can be addressed between now and general committee. Quite frankly, I don't see how you could oppose it. There is an opportunity, I believe, both moral and legal opportunity for those who oppose it to keep engaging that professional planner. He was great. Further those discussions, work together, collaborate, solve your legitimate problems, and let's get something built. I encourage you to, if he disagrees with what I said, for sure, come up here. But I heard it. I think we all heard it. This site is appropriate. He did not disagree with that. He disagreed with elements of the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. If I can just get you to state your name again, municipality you live in, and you have 5 minutes.
Sure, Mayor Marakis and councilors, I wish that you indulge me a few minutes. Just I need to get my slide on the screen so I can continue my presentation. Mayor Marakis and councilors, for indulging me again to speak for the second time. I'd like to present to you 18838 Highway 11 East Gwillimbury, and you'll see that on the screen. This is an 8-acre property owned by York Region Housing Inc. Within 2 kilometers of this location, there are multiple commercial plazas that will allow residents unlimited employment opportunities and a better opportunity to integrate themselves into the community. Also, within 6 kilometers of this location is South Lake Hospital and multiple walk-in clinics such as York Medical Medicenters. This property allows for outdoor amenities given the sheer size of the location and a significant buffer of space between this site and any other buildings that would be supportive to the residents. Next slide, please. If you have ever visited the Landing campus, it truly feels like a community. As shown on this image, Porter Place, a men's shelter, Leader Place, a family shelter, and a newly built Passage House, which is a transitional housing for men who need longer-term support to overcome barriers to housing, were strategically planned to be close to one another in order to support and complement the emergency housing operations. When York Region presented its project overview for the Passage House location, one question was asked: why this location? As you can see on the slide here, the top right-hand corner, York Region stated that most of the site is vacant and presents a unique opportunity for intensification. Also, enhanced access to amenities is expected with significant residential and commercial development planned as municipal services are extending along Highway 11. York Region also states that it's a peaceful environment. It also aligns with the town of East Gwillimbury's official plan and vision. So I ask York Region, how is this proposed site better than what we're seeing here? It sounds to me like you've done your due diligence on this location, the Landing community, to make this the perfect location. Mayor Marakis and councilors, it's clear to me that this location is well equipped for an expansion and meets the exact needs and criteria for this proposed shelter. Next slide, please. On this slide, I briefly want to discuss York Region's site selection for the recently built Passage House. Based on York Region's website, and as shown on the top left-hand corner, it states that the location that was selected for Passage House was because of proximity to amenities and transportation, along with the existing on-site services. I look to York Region and ask, why in your frequently asked questions for this new proposed shelter do you state that the existing property at Porter Place is not equipped with sufficient site services to accommodate a new building, when you just recently built Passage House on the same piece of land that sits directly across from Porter Place, and that's 15 meters across from Porter's Place. Surely the same site services were thought of when considering this location for Passage House. The next 4 slides I'm going to take you through is the construction schedule over time for Passage House. Next slide, please. Slide 1. On this slide, a grading permit and a new water well is being installed, along with new water and sanitary pipes and plumbing and electrical systems. Again, to contact everyone in the context, this is for Passage House on the same piece of land as Porter Place. Next slide, please. On this slide, the drilling of a new water wells and trenching for site services and utilities are being implemented and currently underway. Next slide, please. On this slide, which is dated October 26, 2021, drilling of new water wells are now complete. The trenching for site services and utility are in progress, along with installing new fire hydrants. I'd like to draw your attention to the right side of the screen where it says a sewage system is planned and upgraded in January 2022. Next slide, please. This is the last slide. February 22nd, 2022. You'll see that civil works like water mains, storm sewer, and sewage is in progress. Next slide, please. It just doesn't make sense how Passage House and the newly built subdivision that services hundreds, if not thousands of homes, which is just the northeast of this location, were able to get multiple municipal services, but yet Porter Place is not able to. It doesn't add up. I ask again, Mayor Marakis and the councillors to look at the facts and see that there are no solutions or that there are solutions to these service issues contradictory to what York Region has communicated to Aurora. Next location or next slide, sorry.
I have to ask you to wrap up.
Just looking at these 2 sites, it's evident the opportunities would be endless in the pre-existing Porter Place location within the landing community. The proposed location is ignoring long-term planning, specifically potential expansion changes in the local environment or the evolving needs of the homeless population. I conclude my remarks by stating, I agree that there is a need. I agree that the homeless population deserve a chance to get back on their feet. However, I do not agree that this is a proper location. When York Region proposed a current location, that was before Passage House was built and likely considered. At this time, knowing what we know now, the landing community is the best location for the residents of the shelter. I would ask everyone here today to put yourself in the shoes of the residents and think whether a location with no opportunity is where you'd like to be. Aurora, we can do better. I stand here today wondering, why did York Region wait 1 year to get back to us when we all know that there is an immediate need for a shelter? During this time, I'd like to think York Region would have considered other locations to move this process forward on a more
I gotta ask you to move along.
basis. I have 1 sentence left. Expedient basis, opposed to zeroing in one location that clearly puts York Region's needs ahead of the needs of these residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Everybody, please. Next speaker. Come on. If I can just get you to state your name, municipality you live in, and you have 5 minutes.
Hey, my name is Harbinder, a resident of Aurora. It's kind of sad, like the way the meeting took a turn. We were trying to concentrate on facts involving the planning, the land use, the different studies that came out. A bunch of us looked at those studies and we really dug deep into them and tried to understand why certain things are being skimmed by, why certain things were being maybe a little bit warped for the satisfaction of just the shelter being in this location. But one thing that's consistent is just the answers that we're getting from York Region. And I'd like to just bring up a couple of things. We had the mayor of Newmarket come out here and stand here and say, there's a lot of locations of $1 million homes next to pumping stations. What's that got to do with homeless people? What's that got to do with the emergency transition shelter? Anyway, then he said, and how offensive is this? You guys are calling like people that have concerns NIMBYs? He said, ask the people living next to tents, would they rather live next to a railway track for 3 meals a day? Come on, man, we can do better than that. That's our litmus test here. Isn't that like jail? 3 meals a day and housed? Like, we can do much better than that. This location is hidden away from the public. He also mentioned that too. oh, it's great, it's 250 meters in, it's hidden from the human eye. That's not right, because Belinda's place is not. And Belinda's place is there, and there's no issues that I know of with the residents around Belinda's place. So I'd like to bring up those comments a little bit. Like, then we hear from an officer that actually deals with a lot of the shelters. Can you call her NIMBY too from her actual experiences? I don't know, maybe you can. I have no idea, but it's not in her backyard. She is a person that actually works with people. So she's offering her actual opinions and actually her experiences rather than her opinions. I also wanted to ask, the Newmarket mayor also jumped on this location and said, it's the best location I've seen in 17 years. Best location, best location. Wasn't this the second best location? Wasn't Howard Johnson actually the first option? But then you guys were outbid? I would like some answers to the locations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Everyone, please. Welcome. If I can get you to state your name again and your municipality you live in, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Nisha Shivji. I just had a few comments. Just wanted to echo one of the comments that was previously made. It took York Region 1 year to bring this back, but then, you know, we are in a housing crisis. These homeless men need a place to stay. Why did it take so long to bring this application back? I also want to point out that it seems like York Region simply wants this location because they already own the land and everything is coming down to money. And then, you know, I just want to make a point that institutional discrimination also exists. And I don't know why the focus here about why this location is chosen always comes back to finances. Also want to point out that the justification report is very one-sided. I know, like, they list legislation and then they say we meet this legislation, but the problem is they didn't include all the legislation. And trust me, I've read every single act related to this. They're missing legislation when they're saying we've met all the legislation. So the provincial policy statement specifically addresses land use compatibility. I didn't see anything in the justification report about land use compatibility. And I know we speak about the railway tracks and we speak about the sewage pumping station, but these are being brought up because they are major facilities. This is in the provincial policy statement. Why didn't York Region address them under land use compatibility? So just so people know, there's two major facilities, the rail tracks, pumping station, sensitive land use is the actual shelter. The first step under this provincial policy statement that I'm speaking about, which I don't want to read because I know it bores everyone, but is to avoid. So they didn't avoid here. They chose this location. So let's move on to the next step. Where avoidance is not possible, alternative locations have been evaluated. So when we as a public talk about transparency, we're not just saying it because we want it. It's in the legislation. Alternative locations have been evaluated. It doesn't say we looked at a few sites. It says evaluated. This is in our legislation. I just want to make that clear. Why isn't that in your justification report? Is it because you can't justify it? Where's the compatibility study? Why is the town letting this go to general committee if there is no compatibility study? And I understand the process. Maybe it goes to general committee for different reasons, and that's where all these technical things are done. But it's confusing to me because we're here at public planning trying to make a decision based on technical arguments, not discriminatory ones, but then it's going to go to general committee to speak about these technical issues. This should have been stopped before. Someone from the planning department should have spoke to these issues. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but I am not aware of them. And also very concerned about the significant woodlands. And I know I spoke about this before, and I spoke about it from a buffer perspective, but there is something really confusing in this environmental impact study by WSP. They do note that this land does have significant woodlands on it. And the last time I spoke here, I did raise this issue, but the planning department said, well, we're not talking about the lands to the west that are environmentally protected. But I wasn't talking about those lands. I'm talking about the lands that has woodlands that are within the cluster residential. Are those woodlands significant? Because the report provided by WSP does note those lands as significant and does note that the Aurora official plan didn't designate them as that. So if the town has a report from an expert that they're relying on to reduce the buffer, then why are they not relying on it at the same time to consider those lands as significant? Did anyone follow up? Because the report does say significant woodlands. And I repeat, I'm not talking about the lands to the west on the property. So then this all brings me back to Why did the pumping station get approved? Probably because it's infrastructure. So if it's within these significant woodlands, you can still make exceptions for infrastructure under the Oak Ridges Moraine. And then I find it very interesting that the actual piece, like the plot of where they proposed the shelter, was initially supposed to be a parking lot. And that got approved under the pumping station approval through infrastructure. So they plotted a piece of land for a parking lot, ripped out all the trees there for the parking lot. And now they're saying this is where we want the footprint of the shelter to be after they passed specific Oak Ridges Moraine like rules to get by it under a different way through infrastructure, but now they're putting a shelter there. So I find all these things very questionable and I hope there's answers to them, but I just don't know what they are right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone, please. Next speaker. Next speaker, come on. I can just get you to state your name again and your municipality you live in, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, my name is Linda. I'm back again. Sorry about that. I'm not technically person, so I could not comment on the planning, but I do want here to express my ideas and share my thoughts. So helping homelessness is our, as a modern society, we need to do that. But how to helping them? For me, I was thinking conversion. How to convert homeless to be people to be independent. Shelter is not a solution, especially for shelter in the condensed Aurora, even in the York region. And today I still want to, first you can see today, so many people welcome homeless in the community. So the whole York region, what my proposal is, the whole York region families, not only Aurora families, so they can register voluntarily to take homeless back to the home, to treat homeless like the family. Like I see people say, yes, these are our family members. You would not leave your family member in a shelter, but you need to take them home. You treat them as a home and give them meal and give them network and helping them find a job and converting them to not homeless. So what I'm proposing, the government, instead of funding nonprofit organization, will be run this one, so funding the York region families who really helping the homeless people. How much I can see today, probably the what called the Blue Doors, the management team probably here. So they are fully supporting this shelters because they're going to managing this shelter. But what I'm proposing, instead of funding nonprofit organizations, funding the community members, and they were taking care. See, we have a community love the homeless people. So they were taking care of the homeless. And then what I'm saying is the building is causing how much we're spending on the building right now. We can helping homeless people starting day one to finding them, to having York region family to taking care of them. So for the homeless who prefer live alone, not to live to the York region family, they can live in the hotel. This is also funding by the government. So not putting everything in one hotel, but one person in one hotel. So it's not overfilling the hotel capacity. The one thing I want to emphasize is in both ways, either family or hotel will put the rule. What's the rule? No drug abuse, no drink abuse, and then no criminal. And then I will taking care of you. So then the homeless will working hard to make this happening. So that's called conversion. So convert homeless to be not homeless. So because that's what they need. They need the regular York region family to be role model, to show them the husband work, the wife work, even children, a youth, they work hard to make a better life. So those positive influence which homeless can see from the family instead of a shelter. So for the homeless who could not make a change because due to mental health issues or they couldn't make change. So I would say the shelter should be located in the far, far away from the condensed community because it does having safety issues. Because we don't want to go blind and say, oh yeah, there's no issues. There are issues because that's why. So So that's we have been seeing random violence criminal committed by homeless to local residents in Canada and in worldwide. This shelter is going to attract more homeless coming to Aurora as causing public safety issue in Aurora. We cannot go blind on this. This is, everyone is talking about this one. So I'm saying by this approach, homeless will have a good behavior. They will back to community soon with the support of York Region family without disturbing a bad behavior homelessness. For bad behavior homeless, they will be isolated to far, far away, less expensive shelter, which is far, far away from any community, no risk to anyone. So the last opinion is this project is causing mental stress to Aurora community family. So you can see today, so many residents here to express their opinion with anger and anxiety. So right now, people have to work 2-3 jobs to keep their home. This plan is push exhausted Aurora residents to the point of losing the home. So this plan is not helping homelessness, but creating more homelessness. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And just get you to state your name, your municipality you live in, if you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Daniel Durzo, resident of South Aurora. Thank you all again for your time and lots of time tonight. There's a lot of passion in this room, but we are here for a zoning application and we're making decisions objectively and factually. Zoning plays a crucial role in community planning by guiding the overall development of an area. One of the keys to good planning is to continue the distinctive community identity and heritage character of the area through a low-intensity development pattern, which blends with and reinforces the natural landscape quality of this primarily residential precinct. With this proposal, we're overriding the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan. We're overriding Aurora's official town plan. We're overriding land density rules. We're ignoring proximity to the pumping station. We're ignoring traffic safety. We have an expansion of the Metrolinks, 7 to 10 years. That's going to landlock this proposed shelter in for pedestrian access. Employment up Industrial Parkway to get access to serviceable jobs and employment is not feasible. This pipeline of let's use York Region up Yonge Street Transit is the only way to get people to work is nonsensical. It doesn't work. Ignoring dangerous noise exposure, ignoring better locations for the shelter. You've heard factual, technical arguments. And there's a lot of emotion. A lot of people want a homeless shelter in Aurora. We should. But are we planting the flag in the right place to stand up and say, good, we did a good job? Or are we picking a spot out of expediency and cost to stick something in that's a Band-Aid solution? If we had 3, 4, 5 places to pick to say, we have an intersection with traffic to get out. It's easy to exit. It's easy to walk. There's jobs here. There's a hospital here. None of that's being considered, and it's all based on emotion. So let's take this back to a planning perspective, which is why we're here. And can we find a suitable location for this shelter? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Oh, welcome. If I can just get you to state your name again, municipality you live in.
My
And you
name
have
is
5 minutes.
Kate Lee, and from the Aurora Woodhaven community. I just want to say that echo what been said just now about the Holland Landing. It is a community that's growing, and Potter Place is there right now. As we heard, it should be developed on the 8-acre land instead of moving those poor residents over to a new site, what is worse than where they are now. At this time, over in Saskatoon, the Ukrainian refugees are crying in the town hall meeting, same like tonight. Why? Because they came all the way from Ukraine to come in here for the safety and security and the peaceful living, but they were robbed of it. They were crying because they worry about the single mother walking the children to school, facing the men's shelter's risk. You're putting the people here at risk. And frankly speaking, the emotions that we have here tonight are the same as in Saskatoon. People are worried, people are scared. The policemen are telling us tonight, the residents on the Richmond Hill are telling us tonight, it is going to be terrible with the man shelter in that corner space. So I urge the council tonight, think twice before you make the decision, because the emotion here tonight is not going to die. People are working there in the morning, they cannot be here. But come in the morning, they heard what we said. You have to be cognizant. There will be consequences. And we all know that we love you. We want you to work for us. And surely we live with you. So don't lose our trust. Thank you.
Before I ask if there's any more speakers, council, I need a motion to extend. Motion to extend. Councillor Thompson, I need a time. Well, if I do 3 minutes, then we're going to call for an adjournment and then you're not going to hear council speak. I don't think you want that. 12:30, seconder. Councillor Gardner, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Come on up.
My name's Pat Strongatharm, and I live in Aurora at Yonge and St. John's Side Road. And I'm hearing a lot of concerns about the addictions, the perhaps extreme violence there might be from people with mental health, and unsafe walking down the street, etc. Where this is located is good in that you are a little bit away. But the other thing is, I would say to you as a senior, the places that I have felt unsafe are on St. John's Westway and Wellington Street here in Aurora. During the daytime, when there's school in, and those young people come in and they terrorize the older people, getting them out of seats and stuff. So if you're worried about older people, look there. Also hanging out in fancy cars, everything else, and McDonald's at St. John's Side Road and Bayview. Terrorizing older people, having to have the police called all the time.
Councillor,
Okay.
point of order.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Councillor, I agree with your point of order. Can I get you to can I get you to pull back? If you don't have any planning issues, I'm going to ask for the next speaker. Do you have any planning matters you'd like to bring forward to us at this time?
I just think this is a really good location for it. I think there's been a lot of planning that's gone into it. I think there are multiple services situated in Aurora. And I think that York Region has done a wonderful job in putting this together. People need to realize when they talk about strong mayor powers that mayors have to act, and it's not necessarily their decision. If town council and the mayor don't do what the province wants, they don't get funding. And then there isn't housing. So that's be fair to our council and our mayor, because they're under a thumb. Sorry, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. And I am going to hold everyone from now on because we want to get to a point that I believe that all of you want to hear what council wants to do. It is getting late. Council wants to make a decision. So, Dennis, go ahead. 5 minutes.
Absolutely. I'm a resident in Ward 4. Just thinking about all the discussion that we've had tonight, I must admit that I'm really confused, and I don't envy the decision that council has to make right now. I feel like both sides have talked to the pros and cons with a lot of facts, And honestly, I'm confused about the facts because I feel for every example that has been brought together by community members, there has been a rebuttal, right? And my feeling is that there's a hesitancy to trust the experts in the room for whatever reason, for what has gone on. And without that, I'm not sure where you guys are. Reflecting on this, I feel like I really hate that for the majority of people that are speaking yay, myself included, we seem to be relying on the do the right thing, right? On the other hand, I also feel very uncomfortable that for those that are speaking against it, I feel like they're coming from a place of fear, right? And it's really hard to address
Dennis,
that.
I'm going to ask you to pull in.
Okay.
Planning, please,
Fair
at this
enough.
point.
Okay. So I guess
please, everyone.
I guess what the planning is, regardless of what the decision is tonight, I'm really interested to hear what happens afterwards, both from a town of council standpoint as well as from a York Region standpoint, because I feel like this shouldn't be the end of a conversation, but it should be a beginning. That if this is not the appropriate site, then where might the other appropriate sites be? And I think that town of Aurora has a joint responsibility to figure that out with the region, right? And if it is the appropriate site, recognizing that there are still questions that are outstanding and working towards those solutions. So I'm really interested to hear not only the decision, but what the hard work is regardless of that decision after tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Any other members of the public? Sounds like everyone wants to get going. All right. I am going to close the public portion of this meeting. Council. Someone like to move the recommendation? Councillor Gardner, seconded by Councillor Gilliland. Comments or questions to the applicant or to the report? Councillor Gallo.
Let's start this off.
Let's start it off.
I do much better at 5 o'clock in the morning than at midnight, and I apologize if I'm not coherent. It's unfortunate it's taken this long. But I two main points. The first question through you, Mr. Mayor, to whomever at York Region that can answer this. Over a year ago, we had our first public planning, as we know, and then in May, as the report suggests, there were some tweaks, but not a lot, and then nothing until now. So over a year has passed, and I'd like to get a concise answer as to why it's taken so long to get to this point.
Anyone from the applicant? Yep, absolutely. You could use that mic that's there when you're sitting down if you really wanted to.
It's quite nice to stand.
Okay.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the 5 a.m. I live on a farm and I much prefer the hour myself. Fair question, absolutely. I don't want to leave council with the impression and leave the public with the impression that nothing's been going on. In fact, very much has been going on. So as I alluded to very quickly in my presentation, there's been a number of matters being addressed from a technical standpoint. So we did some additional analysis from a rail safety standpoint because there were concerns obviously with the proximity. That involved a lengthy process of understanding Metrolinx's plans for the upgrade for the twinning of the rail, the fencing that they are proposing through that exercise as well. There was a lot of work done, certainly with the town from the pedestrian connectivity standpoint. So again, another issue that was raised, and a very fair issue that it's not the greatest access if you're a pedestrian right now, not by a long shot. So understanding what the plans were for the upgrades planned for 2025 to the road itself, Also from an active transportation standpoint, so pedestrian access as well as cycling access. And that timing aligns well with what would be the anticipated construction timeline for this facility, were council to see favor with it. There was supplementary analysis done from a parking standpoint. This was done to address not only just the parking side of things, but also to answer the question, what needs, if anything, to be done from a traffic impact analysis standpoint. And from that perspective, it was the opinion of the region, it was the opinion of the town that it didn't, in terms of the intensity of use on the site, the number of trips generated, it didn't meet the threshold for a traffic impact study. In fact, it was about 75% below the threshold. There was also work done around the pumping station, the setback requirements there, understanding the nature of the facility in terms of provincial policy, what applied, if anything, what didn't apply, whether the provincial D6 guideline applies, which it doesn't. There was further work done just in terms of ensuring alignment with the town official plan, which we are entirely clear and comfortable to be the case. There was further evaluation, further site plan work that was done as well. Significantly, there was a lot of environmental work that was done, supplementary environmental work, again, ensuring the buffers and the boundaries that were being proposed were coincidence with the natural heritage features on site. Those were essentially the key criteria.
Councillor?
Thank you. I've been at this table, I think it's 12 years going, and I've been at many public planning meetings, and many developers have sat and stood right where you were. And I don't think I could probably count one application that has taken a year for them to come back when we've said no until and send it back to a public planning, another public planning meeting. I just find it very hard to believe that everything you said took 12 months to achieve to get to this point. And I say all that because we can't speak out of both sides of our mouth. We can't say there's urgency for something and then take a full year to come back to this table to figure out if we're going to go forward or not. I just have a tough time swallowing that. In addition to that, in the 12 months or prior, through you, Mr. Mayor, you've heard it said many times, and I've questioned it. We questioned it a year ago. What other sites have you looked at? And I say that in the context of tonight. If this is to fail, what's your plan B?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, as the planning consultant, it's not really a question that I can answer. The region would have to go back and look at other sites, understand what their priorities were in terms of moving forward. The simple reality is what's before us tonight is an application, and this is the way the process works. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, you're fully aware of the process. And there's an application on deck. It's an application that we need to deal with. There's a planning justification in support of that proposal. We haven't heard any planning justification that would be from an expert witness, that standpoint that would be contrary to that. So, I mean, that's where we are today. From my perspective, as I understand it, the region did its due diligence in assessing this location for the variety of criteria outlined initially. They've determined it to be a good location.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry,
go ahead.
Just in the interest of time, if you can answer it, and thank you, and I appreciate if you can't, there is regional staff at the table, and I pose the question to them. What's your plan B if this doesn't pass tonight? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Aaron?
And sorry, just to add, and I say that because the uniqueness and the urgency of this problem, and for anyone to suggest that there's no possibility that this doesn't pass this council is really in la la land, because that possibility is there, and you should anticipate that possibility and have an additional plan B if that happens. So to deal with a very serious issue, I feel like I'm being pressured to make a decision, whether I agree with it or not, because overwhelming need, but no alternatives. And I have a big problem with that.
I'll get the answer for you, Counselor. Everyone? Grace? Karen?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And I appreciate the sentiment there. Yes, we continue to believe that this
Karen, can I
is
through the chair.
through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, that this is an appropriate site for our need. Yes, we continue to look at beyond what alternatives might be available, but this, we have invested a significant amount of time and energy in advancing the design. And we continue to want to pursue this process to see it to the end before we then move to invest more money in the detailed study and analysis required for the next opportunity.
Counselor?
So, is it fair to say that there is no plan B until this process is over through you, Mr. Mayor?
Karen? It's coming up.
Advance our plan B after we have a disposition.
Counselor?
And I have to say, I'm thoroughly disappointed at that because I, like everyone else in this room, understand, and you do too, the urgency of this. And to anticipate that there will be support at this table for this project, I think is a big stretch because the possibility of it not moving forward is very real and it should have been anticipated and plan B should have been in place. We've wasted a year. And if we're really serious about addressing this problem, we wasted a year. I'm sorry, that's how I feel.
Counselor? Everyone, please. Counselor Gardner? Counselor Gardner, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff. It's my understanding that the region was ready to come to Aurora Council with this before the summer break. Would you like to comment or shall I just leave that?
Karen?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, we needed to go back out to the community to do more consultation. And at that point in time, Councillor Gartner, we hadn't completed the technical studies that our planning consultant had indicated that we were going to undertake.
Thank you.
So,
Fair enough. While I have you there, the traffic, the comment about the traffic, these gentlemen are not going to be owning cars for the most part. So the only traffic that would be generated would be by staff. I think that I heard you say that, but I'd just like to confirm that.
All right. Through the chair, that's entirely correct, Councillor. The expectation, most of the traffic generated on the site will be from a staffing perspective.
Thank you.
Councillor?
Through Mr. Mayor, to the best of your knowledge, are there any smells emitting from the pumping station?
Scott?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, it's a pumping station. It isn't a sewage treatment plant.
Thank you.
Counselor?
Thank you. I live fairly close and I think I would have heard from my residents had that been an issue. There's no intention to have a drop in this location, is there?
Karen?
thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to need to call my colleague Kevin Powell. from
That
Social
was Joyce Deutsch's question.
Kevin?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, there is the intention to have a drop-in program at the facility.
Councilor?
And thank you, through Mr. Mayor. And the intention isn't to have it in the beginning when this is new, or is it?
Kevin?
Through your Mayor. Yeah, what we would do is we would phase in all of the programming at the site over the course of time, and we would work in partnership with the selected community service provider to work through all of those details.
Councilor?
Thank you. Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, is there an intention to build a sidewalk?
Kevin? Oh, Scott?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can help you there. Yes, there is. So there's plans in place that are part of the upgrade for Yonge. So again, active transportation pathways, active transportation being walking and cycling in this case. those plans are for 2025. If this facility were to be approved by council, the construction window would align with that. If, however, construction of the facility advanced beforehand, the conversations with town staff are certainly about the region putting in some form of pathway to create that connectedness.
Counselor?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. There was comment about mentally unstable and violent people living in the shelter. Would I be correct to assume that this would be assessed by staff before somebody was allowed to stay in the shelter?
Kevin?
Yes, through you, Mayor. Yes, absolutely. So there's a full intake and assessment process for individuals who then would be coming into the facility and then receiving supports through the facility. If someone was deemed through that process to be, in need of other services and supports that would be more appropriate for that individual, that would be an assessment that would be made at that time, and then a referral to those other, perhaps in this case, more intensive supports that would be required.
Counselor?
So these, through Mr. Mayor, these people would not be turned away. There would be other services in place to help them.
Kevin?
That's correct.
Thank
Counselor?
you. The thing that I'm most mystified about is the screen that we were showing about the landing and upgrading to municipal services. Could you please speak about that?
Karen?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, when we undertook the upgrade to the facility to build Passage House, we took a look at the opportunity to expand the servicing capacity or connect to municipal services. At that point in time, municipal services were not available to connect to, and we still know that they are a few years out. And so some investment was needed to be able to upgrade the on-site water well and sewage treatment septic system essentially on the site. So that right now that is at max capacity based on the buildings that we have at that location.
Counselor?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. So they're at max capacity. So something has to be done. And one of those things would be upgrading the septic system, but it would not be connecting to municipal services right now.
Karen?
Worked out. At some point in time in the future, when services are available, we could consider that connection. Both options, the upgrade to the on-site servicing or connection to municipal services, is a very costly endeavor, somewhere in the range of about $3 to $5 million to do either of those two options.
Counselor?
Thank you. That's all for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Weiss?
Yeah, thank you. I've been ticking off some of the questions I have, so thanks very much. The traffic study was all taken care of. Klaus came forward about the trails access and asked a question about whether the trails were going to be opened or not opened, where that stands, because it's still sitting out there and never been answered question. Can you help me with that through you, Mr. Chair?
Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Essentially, we're in the hands of the town as it applies to trails. If and when they see value in the town sees value in a connection, we could certainly explore how that could occur.
Counselor?
Okay, thank you. And again, through you, Mr. Chair, there was a delegate that suggested that there was misinformation in the application, and I'm wondering if you can absolutely verify that everything that was in that application is true to your best knowledge, through you.
Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am beyond happy to do that, sir. Yes, it is. And all that information is publicly available.
Counselor?
Okay, thank you. The other question came from, I think, Melissa a couple of times, and she was concerned about the how safety and security is going to be managed on the site, because that wasn't really answered very well. And I'd like to hear from you how you're going to manage the security of both intake, how these men are going to be managed, and what kind of security procedures are going to be in place because I didn't see that anywhere in the information. I know that's top of mind for most of the residents. Through you.
Kevin?
Yep, through you, Mayor. So sort of think about that from two perspectives. One, in terms of, the use of cameras and security systems that we would have at all of our, in fact, at all of our HYI facilities. And so that's something that we would have in place. And then what we describe as sort of more dynamic security, which is working with the service provider, doing that assessment on intake, and then working with that provider to make sure that we've got the right protocols in place to make sure that the individuals that are at the facility, that they're supported for their success, and to ensure the safety and security for the community as well.
Okay.
Counselor?
Thank you. Other question that came up had to do with whether you had done any metrics on employment in the area. And I don't know if that was within the scope of what you were to do coming back, but I think the question was asked about the research that you've done with respect to employment in the area. Has that been completed? Is it in process? Where are we with that? Through you.
Karen?
Thank you. Through the chair, York Region undertakes an annual process of assessing all of our business locations across the region. And so we have very up-to-date mapping on businesses of all sizes and all sectors. And so we map the relative proximity of those businesses across the region to the facilities that, we're looking at for any housing location like this one. And so we know based on that information that there are significant number of employment opportunities within 500 meters, within 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers of the location. And then of course, being on the regional corridor, for transit, it provides access to employment opportunities that would meet the needs of the residents of this facility right across the region.
Counselor?
Okay, thank you. The other question that was asked, and it had blank looks from everyone, and maybe it's something you can't divulge right now, but there was a question about how much investment in terms of dollars and taxpayer dollars have been put into this application thus far, to give us an idea of the point of no return, and getting to Councillor Gallo's question about what's next step. So through you, Mayor, is it possible to provide an idea of the amount of effort and money that's been put into this by York Region to get it to this point?
Karen?
Thank you. In terms of, through the chair, real costs that have been expended to advance the application to this point, in combination between planning fees, consulting fees, and detailed design, we're just over $1 million.
Counselor?
Okay, that's it for me right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Thompson?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Karen. Just going back to the landing for a second. Specifically, the Mayor Taylor, the chair of Housing York, said the issues were insurmountable with regards to that location. And so far, when the question's been raised by myself or by residents, the only response we've got to this point is with respect to servicing and the septic system. That's not an insurmountable issue. That's a cost issue. So what are the other issues that are insurmountable?
Karen? On down, please.
Thank you. Through the chair. The other issues that we have noted on the site are limited access to transit, which could improve over time. But at this point in time, it's over a kilometer walk to the closest facility, and it's in a bit of a dangerous cross section. It works for some populations on the landing, that perhaps families or those in transitional that rely more on vehicles. But for single men who rely on Porter, as an example, rely more heavily on transit. And so that inaccessibility to transit stop is one of those key factors. The other is proximity to services. So we know that it's over 5 kilometers before we get to the nearest services that our residents would need and rely on. So those are some of the most compelling factors, but absolutely the cost as I mentioned, in terms of the upgrade now needed to improve well and septic or connect to municipal services is an expensive endeavor.
Counselor?
Thank you again through you, Mr. Chair. I will also share some of the similar comments that were raised by some of the residents. I've seen the presentation you made to EG with respect to Passage House, and you talked about the virtues of the site. You talked about the fact that the region's investing in the site. You're building a sidewalk from Green Lane all the way up to the landing. It's 2 kilometers. You're investing in a traffic light. So in some ways, you're talking about how good the site is for certain aspects, but then you come to us tonight and say that it's not. So how do you rectify that?
Karen?
Through the chair, it very much is population based. So Kevin might be able to support, but for those that rely on transitional housing, which is what Passage House is, have different needs from those who are in single men who would rely on, for instance, Porter Place. So the variability is with respect to the needs of the population.
Counselor?
Thank you. That's fine. Final question, I guess, coming back to the question of servicing. So I've had conversations with staff. They say the nearest servicing is 500 meters away to the north, the Holland Landing subdivision, and that the projected costs are $1 million to tie in. You quoted a figure of $3 to $5 million. I'm curious, have you done the exploration to figure all those things out? And would you provide that information with respect to the development of that site to the public?
Karen? Please, everyone, please.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, we would be happy to provide that level of information. Our assessment of the cost was a few years back when we did Passage House. So if there is updated information, we're happy to relook at it at this point in time.
Counselor?
Because speaking to some of the concerns raised tonight, I think there are some confusion about the facts. We need more transparency. I think all of that information would help everybody. And so I think the more the region responds to the residents' requests for information, the better off we all are. Sorry. My next question, the Community Liaison Committee. Perhaps you can explain that a little bit more to me, because when I go online and I look for the terms of reference, I find ones for all the other communities, for Newmarket, everyone else. And within the composition, it talks about having a cross-section of region employees as well as local residents and representation from businesses. The Community Liaison Committee assigned for this project has been meeting for 2 years, but in the minutes, I only see region staff. Are there any members of the community that are part of that Community Liaison Committee? Any businesses that are part of it? How does that work?
Karen?
Through the chair, I would suggest that likely we're not publishing individuals' name for privacy reasons, but I can assure you that we do have members from the broader Aurora community. We have representatives from Del Manor, as an example, who sit on the committee. It has been open for anybody who is interested in applying since we created the committee back in late 2021. So there is an open invitation. There's an email that you can go through, and we'd be happy to accept anyone else that's interested in participating in that committee.
Thank you very much. Because I didn't hear anybody who came tonight who actually mentioned that they're part of that committee. And you would think that those that have a vested interest, would have been engaged and participatory and also share their experiences, because the minutes really just more so reflect, I would say, the region's goals and objectives rather than the communities. Final question. On your own slide presentation, you talked about one of the more frequently heard questions with regards to community safety and security. We heard it loud and clear a year ago. What have you done to address those concerns over the last year?
Karen or Kevin?
That's new and different.
Again, I think, sorry, through you, Mayor. I mean, I think I'll have to go back to my original answer, which is, again, working with the operator and the provider. So, when we looked at the preparation for the site, for the operator, for the facility, that's something that's front and center in our minds as we're designing that work. So I don't have a further update for you on that one, but I would just say that that's something that we keep in mind as we're looking at how we're going to operate the site, making sure that it's as safe as possible. We have our operator that's got all of that thinking front and center in their mind. We've got the security operating at the site as well. So I'll leave it at that.
Counselor?
So I will say that I was disappointed when I attended the open house and I asked the same question, and the response was put back on the residents to form a neighborhood watch. I think that the region has a responsibility to the community as well. And so that too remains unanswered and needs to be addressed.
Counselor? Yeah. Council, I need a motion to extend. 1 a.m. I got 2-3 speakers with us, so we're going to be a bit still. So Councilor Kim, 1 a.m. Seconder, Councilor Thompson, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councilor Kim, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all the councilors who've asked the critical questions. Those are all valid questions that I had as well, and thank you for York Region staff for responding to them. And we look forward to the responses in the not too distant future. I understand the regions and the shelters, proponents. There's no place that will be approved smoothly. Majority of residents would vote against, rightly or wrongly. I understand the one person's perspective that some will use the Planning Act as a tool to put up barriers to support their argument of having no shelter. But the region did itself no favors by not analyzing multiple sites to put out the pros and cons of each site, even if all the sites were in Aurora. Instead, the region chose this one site and put forward every case as to why this site is perfect. It seems like there was no objectivity in its own business case other than there's a need. I understand that this meeting is supposed to weigh evidence of good planning principles. We're reviewing the application by the physical construction plan itself from a planning perspective. As a town, we have leveraged OPA 34, which we fought for in the early 2000s for 2 units per acre in this area. We have been leveraging OPA 34 with other developers when they come into this area and try to intensify, and we've been very successful at that. That said, I'm not that naive to think that we can review this application just by its planning merits, because we have been bombarded by all sides by its use case. Let me say that 5-6 years ago, when we were approached by York Region Housing to view Belinda's Place, and they notified us of potential plans to transform the old Howard Johnson Hotel into the men's transitional shelter, I was all in for that. I was not only the council member last term that was in favor of hosting this need at Howard Johnson's, there were others. I bring this up because it's not about submitting to the pressure of the public. Around that time, I heard that the asking price for the hotel was too high, and I respect Mayor Taylor's recount that another buyer came in during the negotiation process and purchased the property. But it tells me that they provided an offer that was too hard to say no. And in the end, it seems that this may have been a matter of dollars and cents as opposed to the appropriateness of the location. And I bring this up because I'm not against putting up a men's transitional home in Aurora. Now, I've been challenged over the last several months, and increasingly so in the last couple of weeks, by others to do the right thing. It's the right thing to make an emotional decision. It's the right thing to choose between one option, one site. And you're right, it's not a between, because a between assumes there's at least 2 options. In my line of work, I provide my senior management team options and recommendations for each. I don't draft a deck with dozens or hundreds of hours of work and provide an all or none option. Now, I don't appreciate that the region took a year to investigate, then put a full court press on council with one option and all this pressure from all sides about the need and the urgency. No question, there's an urgency and a need. My true and honest belief is that there should be a shelter for the homeless. As the population throughout the region rises and economic pressures persist, there will be a growing need for shelters. I believe that all municipalities should bear the responsibilities of homeless men in transition. When I Googled the other night the location of men's transitional homes in York Region, there was only the one location in East Gwillimbury. Does Aurora have any responsibility to demonstrate an embracing of those who are less fortunate? I would say yes. Does every municipality have such a responsibility? I would say so. So why not Aurora? Has other municipalities taken on their shared responsibility for residents in their respective communities? I don't know. But no matter the answers to the questions, Aurora as a town needs to decide what it would like to do as a municipality. Would everyone agree that Aurora has a social responsibility to those less fortunate? Based on the many good people I know, yes. What I find discouraging in this whole process was that the region's only criteria, in my opinion, for finding a suitable site was dollars and cents. They happen to own this property in Aurora, therefore let's make this work, instead of what is the best location for a men's transitional shelter. that will work for its clients. I'm sure this is debatable. Some believe a location that has some green space and a buffer is ideal. Some believe that a location more centrally located where transitional jobs are more in abundance might be a better fit. You know, I've done my fair share of volunteer work with the homeless, but I don't profess to be an expert, so I respect everyone's perspective. Despite the challenges of this process, I don't believe we should hold those who need this facility be held hostage. I'm open to working with the region to have a transition shelter in Aurora. I believe the region, as part of its housing mandate, should have serious conversations with every single municipality in your region to ensure that a transitional shelter is on their roadmap. Now, I will commit to working with the region, as will our town staff, if council agrees, to finding a better location in Aurora.
Councilor, get you to wrap up. You're at 5.
Okay, one more sentence. If the region cannot find another location, I'm not talking about a long-term time horizon, but a timeline with a sense of urgency. I'm not in favor of this location, but I am in favor of partnering with the region and really partnering to look for other locations in Aurora, as I do believe Aurora needs to respond to this need.
Thank you. Councilor Gilliland.
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor to the region, or planners rather. As far as the drop-ins, I know there was a question that was asked about that. Now, is this people just physically dropping in, or is this specific for people to have access resources and information for employment or services and support? If you could just kind of define what that means. I think people think that drop-in means people are just dropping off the street for a one-night stay.
Kevin?
So drop-in programs do provide a range of supports and services to those that drop in for those. So it's access to, to training, access to employment, it's access to counseling supports, it's a warm meal, it's a hot shower, it's all kinds of supports to individuals who drop into those programs. Thanks.
Councilor?
Thank you. And also, if you could just confirm, because I know there were some questions about fencing around the perimeter and such. Is that something that you are committed to doing?
Karen?
Yes, through the chair, we are happy to work with the town on fencing. I think we've had some initial conversations, and we're happy to continue those through the site plan process if we get to that stage.
Councilor?
Thank you. And there was also some comments that were repeating about a Band-Aid solution. Would you consider this project a Band-Aid solution?
Kevin?
Through you, Mayor, absolutely not. This is an incredibly important project. It's incredibly important to our service system, our homelessness service system in York Region. We operate every day at or near full capacity, and we have been for months. Just this morning, we announced a cold weather alert because we're going to be experiencing some cold weather over the next number of days. And what that means is we open up additional shelter beds, temporary shelter beds, because our system is completely full.
Councilor?
Thank you. I did actually see that alert that was posted today from the region for the homeless. And I also did recently see an article from residents in Toronto pleading with the city council to actually help with the encampments and have a place for people to live, which came out funnily enough today. So, I do realize this is very important. I do want to thank everybody for coming here and sharing their views on both sides. And I do want to recognize that this is a very critical and urgent service that we do need for our community. There is a hidden community of humans in our neighborhoods right now that are needing our desperate assistance, even those who work full time. I think a few people had suggested that construction workers and there's nurses who are living in vans or don't have a place to live, even though they have a full-time job. And there's some stigma around what homelessness looks like. We're all aware that mortgage rents have doubled and rent rates and cost of living has gone through the roof and food banks and such. And we do know that people are living in the forests and the streets. And thank you, Mr. Hurd, if you're still here today, for pointing out you were on that property and did see encampments, because they do exist here. And I walk in the forest a lot. Somebody was saying they walk the dog. I walk my dog and I see tents in there all the time and people hanging out and having a can of beans or something or other. So it's there. And I just this morning saw it. I have been contacted by residents in both for and against for various different reasons, which I can really relate to. And I want to thank the opportunity to everybody to have that time to listen to everybody. But what I can confirm is that this is an Aurora problem. I've heard personal experiences right now as I speak to you that this is needed. And there's people that are in vestibules and parking lots and such. In fact, I've heard from past citizens of the year from Aurora. I've heard from longtime residents who were homeless and had used these services. And in fact, I've heard stories of people who have relatives that have urgently needed the services and unfortunately had perished here in Aurora. And I say these things because I've heard a lot of, it's not Aurora's problem. They're coming from everywhere. And, you know, I'm just really sad in the sense that we seem to ignore the fact that it's here and we're going through an extremely difficult time. These last 12 months with inflation and where we're in society right now is unbelievable. You know, last November when interest rates were skyrocketing and I had to go in the bank to renew, the bank said people are coming in daily and asking for help. I can only imagine what that situation is like now. Mr. Mayor, I know you've known about this project since 2018 and everybody around this council table, I'll give Councillor Weiss a pass, but you know, we knew about this 2018. We also knew about this site over 2 years ago. And Mr. Mayor, I believe you did actually support the budget at the region. You sit on the housing committee. In fact, their region did a presentation about this site, showing the timelines. Everybody knew about the pumping station and the tracks. And this was in 2021. And in fact, you didn't say you could do better then. Rather, you spoke highly of it. And you were excited over the opening in 2024. So I don't really know what's changed. Now, at the last public planning meeting, I know Region had some work to do to clarify. We wanted more information, respect on these structures, connectivity and security. I know that was an issue that I had brought up as well. You know, as far as, you know, other placements and other properties.
Councillor, you're at 5.
I do understand that there was other properties that were considered other than this property. This doesn't come out of a hat. I will continue the rest of my delegation or my comments after. Thank you.
I'm just going to respond to one thing, Councillor Thompson, before I come to you for a second time. The region never approved this site as a regional council. We approved the budget to look for an alternative site. I will not tolerate misinformation being presented to the public. Councillor Thompson.
I'd like to thank everyone for coming out this evening and expressing their thoughts on the matter, as well as their opinion and their experiences. I think it's all valid and it helps us form our own opinions as we make a decision tonight. First, let me say that a public planning meeting is a statutory requirement of the province's Planning Act. And the purpose of a public planning meeting is to inform the public of the nature of the proposal, invite public input, and answer questions regarding the application. We've certainly received plenty of public input, but I still feel that many of the questions posed remain unanswered. And I'm disappointed that over the course of a whole year, Housing York did not do more to satisfy the residents' concerns and questions. From a planning perspective, while this parcel may have a cluster residential designation, there was to be no further development or housing on this site. The ability to build housing on this site was transferred by Ballymore to build their 40 homes to the west many years ago. In addition, as per OPA 34, development within this area is limited to 2 units an acre. So on this 4-acre parcel, if it still was developable, the maximum allowed would be 8 units and not 55 plus. However, the region is looking to circumvent these policies by utilizing the exemption afforded institutional zoning. And while they may claim as an institution it conforms, I'm challenged whether it aligns with the spirit and the intent of OPA 34. While some limited institutional uses are allowed within the broader area, OPA 34 specifically says that suitable forms of supportive housing are permitted subject to compatibility with the surrounding residential fabric and whether there's a sufficient range of services available. So what does residential fabric mean, and why did they use that specific terminology? For me, when I imagine a fabric, I see a seamless integration, a weaving of materials to form a unified, harmonious product. And with every application that comes before us, we talk about suitability, appropriateness, and compatibility for both the application and the surrounding community. This process should be no different here. When I look at terms for suitability, appropriateness, and compatibility from a planning perspective, the province's own definition of compatible states an existing or committed land use or activity that can coexist with a neighboring use, activity, or uses without either creating or experiencing one or more off-site adverse effects. So, based on the many comments we have heard tonight, over the past year, and my own thoughts on the issue, I do not see how this application is compatible with the surrounding residential fabric, how it will seamlessly integrate and contribute to the character of the neighborhood, how it will coexist without the possibility of one or more adverse effects, and how it is in keeping with the spirit and intent of OPA 34. Furthermore, I share some of the concerns that were raised this evening about the lack of amenity space with respect to this property and the questions surrounding the pumping station. I thought it was a very poignant point to make, where somebody said that if it was reversed, if the shelter was built first and we were here tonight to approve a pumping station 34 meters away, would we all support it? I doubt we would. Finally, I have seen the agreement that was formed between the town of Whitby and Durham Region. I think that should have been part of the region's proposal to us tonight. That agreement speaks in detail about the roles and responsibility of both the municipality and the region. It talks about the measures that they will implement for community safety. It talks about the issues of liability, conflict resolution. It also acknowledges the fact that there will be costs borne by the municipality for the servicing and the management of the facility and how those financial costs will be shared. I think that is all valuable and important information for this council to have to better understand what the potential impact may be to the municipality and the residents and the taxpayers of this community. And so for those reasons, I will not support the application tonight.
Thank you, everyone. Any other comments, questions? Councilors, Councilor Gardner, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do thank everybody as well for coming out and the lateness of the hour. This is a very important subject, important decision for many reasons. But I've sat at this table a long time. I know all about OPA 34, adhering or not adhering to the policy, adhering or not adhering to compatibility definitions, just ignoring directives in the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan and our own official plan. And we've changed zoning. And you know what? We've done it to advantage developers. Sorry. If we really want to look at this from that point of view, then I would be all in favor for this land to ignore some of those things. For human life, for diminishing the homelessness that we do have in Aurora, there is no doubt. For the health and well-being of people, that could be us. So I will vote to move this forward to a general committee.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councilor Gallo, second time.
Thank you. And I'll be quick. While the residents may not want to necessarily hear this, well, they may want to hear this, but not for the reasons that they may think. I won't be voting in favor of this, but not because I think it affects the residents in that area, not because I'm concerned about the security, not because I'm concerned about the prices of their homes, not because of many of the things that were said at the podium. I've said this to anyone who's contacted me on both sides, that my overwhelming issue is that sewage pumping station. And I've repeated this over and over, that nothing would be built there. You wouldn't put a Belinda's place there. It would have been a non-starter. You wouldn't put a youth center there. It would be a non-starter. You wouldn't put any type of residential there. No developer would ever build any residential near that pumping station. Why would we put men there that are in need? And overwhelmingly, that has been my concern from the beginning. But I don't want to sit here and say, not there, and not have a solution. Councillor Kim spoke very eloquently. I don't believe we should just be leaving this and not taking a very good look at alternatives, even in Aurora. And this may not be popular around this table or maybe even in this room, but we own the southeast corner of Mosley and Yonge Street. And I've said it to some people. And I'll say it right now, if there was a vote, York Region, you can buy that building for what we paid for it 5-6 years ago. And I'd put up my hand and say yes, and go for it. And maybe that's something that should be explored. And maybe there's others, and I'm happy to entertain them. But to me, this is not the right location for this type of facility.
Councillor, any other comments or questions? Second time. Councillor Weiss, second time.
Thank you. This has been a difficult philosophical discussion here, and it was supposed to be a planning discussion. And I think our planning discussion has taken a little bit of a right turn on it, because we've gotten ourselves involved in the emotion of it. From an emotional standpoint, I'm very interested in inclusivity. We work very hard at this town. In this town, we have a strategy for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and this is an opportunity to test that from an inclusion standpoint. So I'm in favor of moving this forward to the next step, but because I don't want this to fall flat. I agree with the others in terms of this can be made better. There are some items that have been brought forward here. I would certainly like the region to actually address the alternate places, because I don't think it has been yet. And if it does pass and it does go through to general committee, I would expect that every one of these questions have been answered, so that the residents are not fearful of this, and that it's an appropriate use of the land. So I'd like to see it go forward. I don't want to go to another planning meeting. I want to go right to the GC. I'd like to see what happens at GC. And I'd like to see the region have their last gasp at this, to see whether this can be saved, because they've answered all the questions of the residents in that area. So I'm looking forward to having the meeting here end this evening. I'd like to see it end with an opportunity for the region to come back one last time at GC to address those questions. And if they can't do that, then I would not be in support of this going forward. So as far as I'm concerned, it's in the hands of the region to finish it and get it across the finish line, or it's going to be abandoned at general committee and or council.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Gilliland, second time.
Thank you. Just to kind of follow up on some of the comments about the pumping station, I really thought that was clarified through the region, and that it exceeded the setback criteria. As it turns out in the region, there's homes shouldering pumping stations all over the place, $1 million homes. So I don't know why this one is being picked on like it's so much more different. And train tracks, so same thing. And from a planning perspective and looking at everything carefully, what I feel like we're really debating is cluster residential versus institutional rezoning. So it's okay for cluster residential to put there, but not institutional. I just feel like we're talking out both sides of the mouth here. The way I look at the planning proposal meets those requirements if we are going to talk about the planning aspect. Mr. Mayor, I know you released a video with your position based on a site selection matrix, and that was something that a lot of you had heard about. And I have to say, if that's the case, then, you know, I'm really disappointed that that's how we got here, because I do, as our regional councillor representative, I do hold you accountable for putting the region and this council and these residents in this position today. Because if you didn't support this location, then why do we move forward with this process and spend $1 million doing it? As I said, we knew about this in 2018. Everybody around here was here for that meeting. And Councillor Thompson, I think that you also as well spoke highly of it and looked forward to it. And we all knew that this was going to be there. So I just find it really remarkable. Here we are today, and we're talking at both sides of the mouth. If there was something that was completely damning and stuck out like a sore thumb, and there was things that didn't meet the criteria, yeah, I'd question it. And sure, maybe the site is not perfect for anybody, but I'm going to tell you, the one thing that stuck out for me that Mr. Mayor Taylor had said was, have we set the bar so high that nothing is ever achievable? And that's kind of the sentiment I'm feeling. And I'm listening to all the comments, being very on both sides. But I'm not really sold on the fact that this is 100% not right for this location. And I feel like this is something that we need to push forward, not punt down the line. So whether it is a plan B, so say there is a plan B, we're pushing this down the line another couple years, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5 years. Who knows? So what's going to happen about our situation right now? Nothing. I understand there's some frustration, and I understand there's always going to be this whole idea of other areas. But again, like I'm going to stress, we knew about this.
All up, let the councillor finish, please.
I'm talking about the council and the mayor and the region. Some of you are aware that I am aspiring to get back in a greater capacity, and putting politics ahead of people is something that I'm not willing to entertain. And if that means that puts my future journey at risk, so be it. I have ethics and principles that are going to guide my decisions tonight. We need this kind of housing for people. People need homes. It's evident. We're desperate. We're in a housing crisis. We all unanimously supported a motion to address the homelessness crisis and work in collaboration with the region and the province when these opportunities are presented to us and an actionable time. That's what crisis means. So is that motion just all for naught? Is that just a grandstanding vote? We serious about that vote? Regardless of how everybody feels tonight, looking at the planning proposal that was presented, it does meet the planning requirements. And the way I see it, I don't think it would be appropriate to not allow this to go to a general council. There's still a process that has to happen when it goes to general council. We still have to wait for other technicals and reports and other site plan application and other stuff that they have to do. There's still a lot of work to be done. But to deny this outright right now, to me, I feel is very irresponsible. I'll be in favor of a general council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kim, second time? No, you guys? Okay. Before I call the vote. So here we are. Over a year since we first heard this planning application, and what's changed? Unfortunately, nothing. The underlying significant planning issues persist. I've always maintained, and I believe everyone in this room agrees, transitional housing is urgently needed in every community in the region. There are many in our community who require support. And transitional housing plays a crucial role in providing the stability and support for those in need during challenging times. However, my opinion on the need for transitional housing and emergency shelters is not relevant to tonight's discussion. The decision before council tonight is not whether we support the need for transitional housing or emergency shelter. It is whether the proposed site meets planning requirements to successfully locate this much needed facility at 14452 Yonge Street. As with any development application, the proposal must adhere to the principles of good planning, fitting seamlessly within the intent of our official plan and zoning regulations as mandated by the town of Aurora. That is what we're here for tonight, to discuss a planning application. And the simple fact is that the amendments requested by the applicant for their development application fails to meet the intent of our OP and the standards of good planning for the town of Aurora, and I cannot lend my support to that request. OPA 34 mandates that development density shall be 2 units per acre. On this site, that would equal 8 units allowed as per the town of Aurora secondary plan. This proposal is seeking to allow 55 units where only 8 could ever be allowed. That is more than 6 times the allowable units. So I ask simply that everyone at this table consider, if any other applicant came forward, say a developer, with an application for 55 units in a condominium, a hotel, a senior's residence, or if it was an institutional use for a school, a church, a conference center, or long-term care home, would we approve it at this location? No, I do not believe we would. I don't believe there would be any discussion. And I believe that the application would be denied outright at the first public planning meeting. The facts are that the applicants were aware of the planning challenges on the site when they purchased it. They were aware of the planning challenges when they sought a site plan agreement to build a sewage pumping station. They were aware of the planning challenges when they came before this council with a site plan agreement to plant 250 trees, build a parking lot for and access to the trailhead on this site in order to gain approval for the pumping station. And they received approval for that site plan. And yet, knowing all of that, the applicant decided to put forward an application for housing on this site. An application that not only does not meet the intention of OPA 34, it completely reneges on their already approved site plan agreement for this location. A year ago, when this application was originally presented, instead of denying the application outright, this council gave the applicant more time to conduct a site selection process, establish siting criteria, scan for potential suitable properties, assign a score of each based on those criteria, and provide the completed site selection matrix to this council. Take the time to provide facts to support the applicant's stated belief that this is the best location for the proposed development and thus warrants the zoning amendments requested, or to take the time to find a more appropriate site in Aurora, one that aligns with the intent of our OP. Unfortunately, that did not occur. And we are left to consider a year later, the same application with little to no additional facts to support the requesting zoning amendments. Now, our council is charged with the responsibility to make decisions that serve the community's best interests, particularly concerning development. Now, I've remained steadfast in my commitment to appropriate development that adheres to and aligns with the town's planning principles. And I refuse to be pressured into making a poor planning decision for the community that I represent, just so some politicians can check a box, pat themselves on the back, and claim that they've accomplished something. It is disappointing. It is disappointing that this has polarized our community, as I believe we are all on the same side of this issue. In support, Councillor, is there a problem? Is there a problem, Councillor? Yes. Did I interrupt you? I believe we are all on the same side of this issue in support for the need for transitional and emergency housing in Aurora. I believe that the best planning decisions are based on facts and evidence, not emotion. And the facts are that this application falls very short of good planning principles in Aurora. This proposal requires changes to our zoning that I believe would never, ever even be considered for any other housing development proposal for this site. And the applicant has known that since this development application was proposed. So I share residents and council members' frustration that the applicants have presented us with a take it or leave it decision about something as critical as emergency housing for the most vulnerable in our community. And it's deeply, deeply disappointing. So I respectfully urge the region once again to explore other more suitable sites in Aurora that closely align with the intent of ROP and zoning regulations. Additionally, I emphasize the importance of conducting a thorough site selection matrix to ensure that any future proposed development occurs in the right location rather than settling for a less than ideal location. Our community deserves nothing less. So I will not be in favor of moving to general committee. I'll call a vote. That's defeated. So I need something on the floor. Councillor Thompson?
Motion to deny.
Seconder? Councillor Kim? Call the vote. That carries. The application has been denied. Confirming bylaw, council. Confirming, everyone, please, can we just finish up, please? Confirming bylaw. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Kim, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Kim, Councillor Weiss, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries.